Steps up, looks for the spray, hits the deck. Lovely movement there. Goodness me. Fresh. This guy is a unit. What a dynamic player from Fresh. Gapahala with an 8 around the side, spots the player, goes even as the blue zone puts a hurry on things. Around the side, Beast is there, looks for the spray, goes low and goes down. Gapahala.
$20 teams in 3 weeks of play, and it now comes down to these next 3 days to determine who is going to be our champion here at the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Season 2, and of course, who's going to represent us going into the European Regional Championship just a few weeks away. I'm Jason Kapp, and I'm your host, and I am so excited to get things underway here for our finals of the PMPL Western Europe, but I can't do this job alone. I have two gentlemen who are always by my side, some be a little bit shorter than the others, but we have Kalaris and Maxman joining me once again. Gentlemen, things are about to get spicy. Kalaris, man, I'm excited to see how these teams are going to do. It's just 3 days of play, and honestly, any team can come out on top, especially any pink-colored teams.
That's right. Look, Jason, just because I'm about 4'9" doesn't mean that you can say... No, I'm not 4'9".
It was more about Maxman, to be fair.
Oh, really?
What?
No, I think Maxman's taller than me. I don't...
He's on a box right now.
Ah, you're absolutely right. Pink is the color to be wearing because Unicorns of Love is here to battle, baby. Ba-bow! But at the same time, admittedly, there's some other teams that are going to be challenging them up towards the top. I'm looking at Big, looking also consistent. I'm looking at Game Lord. I'm looking at East. Oh, it's going to be a good time. Whew.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you know, Max, I'm still waiting for you to send me your PayPal information to check, or your account statement to see if any teams, paid you off to not talk about them, to not curse them. But honestly, this is going to be tough for these teams out here because there's a couple of different battles going on.
All I'll say is that Swave did promise me a few weeks ago 10% of their prize pool at the end if I did not mention a team anymore. So we'll see how that works out. If they get the 10,000, that's quite a bit I'm taking home. So we'll see how it's going to work out.
Which team is Swave on?
Swave's on Big.
And you just mentioned the team. There goes your money.
Oh, he got
Max, man. Let's take a look at the recap of our last Super Weekend, our overall Super Weekend, so I get an idea of how many points the teams have, and more importantly, who is currently sitting in our #1 position. And funny enough, Max, man, look who it is. Talk to us about the #1 team.
My money, Jason. It's all gone. But no, I mean, really, I can't talk about Big going into the game and the rankings. I'm allowed to, that's the rule. Big taking home first place, clearly the most consistent team we saw from Super Weekend to Super Weekend to Super Weekend. And we saw towards the end, being the MVP of the Super Weekends, we saw Mihi and Beast doing so well. These are players not only aiming for the MVP position, but also aiming for the top 5 slots to make into the EMEA Regional Championship. Big, if they retain any kind of consistency we saw so far from them, these final stage should be a breeze for them. It should be so easy.
Yeah, honestly, considering having, Mihi and Beast being the top 2 players overall from the Super Weekends, having Mihi being, I think, the first player, if not the only player, to break 100 kills within the season as well. They really do have that depth within the roster. And the sad part is, I feel like they've kind of gone under the radar for the most part.
It actually speaks a lot about your talent when you come into Season 1 and you're a Destiny and wow, look at these guys, they're doing so good. Wow, they're one of the names that are always on the tips of our tongue constantly, blah, 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 blah. You come into Season 2, everything kind of changes. Different people are on different rosters and stuff like that. But Mihi and Beast are the constant. They're the guys that are always rising to the top. They are the cream, Jason. And right now, it's looking real creamy for good old Big up at the top. They're super consistent. I love it.
Well, speaking of cream, I believe France Game Lord uses a lot of cream in their pasta. Yeah. I don't know if that actually is a thing. Do they?
Pasta?
No?
I'm happy we don't have Italian teams here, man. They'll be real mad about that.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, Game Lord doing really good. Talked about the top players. Got Victor, you got Narvalo that's doing really good, and we'll just jump it. But you had Robs that's been clearly improving, and Akashi in the third Super Weekend that's been also consistently getting up there. So I think that Game Lord have even more potential they're going to try and showcase in these finals.
Well, as we take a look at our second page, though, I mean, we have... I think the thing is, as we were talking before about this, actually about 10, 15 minutes ago, is that really any team here, if you take a look at their best 3 days of play, if you can channel that into these finals, any of these teams can actually go through into the next stage of the tournament. Any of these teams could probably win the whole thing.
Yeah, I think it's important when you look at this is that for an anomaly here in our 9th through 16th is Exquisite Décode UK. I think that, you know, obviously they didn't qualify for the last Super Weekend. They were kind of a little bit in flux because of that. But you think about what they're able to put up as well as some of the members on their roster. Guys like Alicio, previous MVP of the entire season. I think they're coming out to play. They're coming out to blast. They're going to be mad that they didn't qualify for that last Super Weekend.
Well, you got to take that vengeance out now. You take all that frustration, anger into these 3 days of play. Another team in here that I want to give a special shout out to, I would have to say it's Nexus. And I know they haven't looked amazing. They're sitting there 15th place. And you're probably sitting like, Jason, why are they on your minds? And I think for me, it was all about that last Super Weekend. It was all about Dexter coming back into the roster within the team. And you have so many heavy hitters on this roster now that they really could pull off an upset.
Yeah, but you got to keep in mind that when you look back at the first 2 weeks, when you had Dexter that left the team, that there was a very big issue with the team to actually try and get himself back on their saddle and hopefully back into the Super Weekends. But we have seen a clear improvement from two players in particular. I would say you had Bam that was doing really good. And Do, I mean, that was a player you were looking at quite a bit, Kalaris, from time to time, and him actually stepping up as the big frag of Nexus Gaming was great to see. But now Dexter is back into the team. I'm intrigued to see how the dynamic between Do and Dexter could potentially play out. And if it works out fine, this could be a team that could just make it into the top 5 at the end. So we'll see how it's going to work out.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they actually did it, but obviously it comes down to these next 3 days of play. It comes down to, I guess, the pressure that's going to be on their shoulders they have to deal with. Because not only is it trying to get through the finals and try to get to the next stage, there's still $150,000 on the line in the entire tournament for them to win. So actually get an idea of how much money they can win, depending on places when it comes to the finals here. And if I'm not mistaken, Kalaris, big 10K wouldn't suck for any of these teams out. A nice little bump going into the next stage.
Yeah, absolutely. You're not wrong. I mean, that 10K as well as becoming a champion is very important to a lot of these teams. I think up at the top as well, you're thinking, especially like at the start of the season, we were thinking about maybe 6 teams could quite try easily challenge for that. But now I feel like there are literally about 10 names that could challenge for that top spot. So it's still very open, even though Unicorns Love's going to take it.
Well, speaking of that little whisper we just heard from someone randomly who came into our studio.
Who was that?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. I didn't say that. I guess it was implied out of Max. But what about our overall settings? As you guys saw, there's some teams with 30 games played. There's some teams with 45 games played, depending on how many Super Weekends they qualified. But if we just looked at how many points that the teams would have gotten on average if they played all matches, or just in general, who had the highest average points per game would determine maybe how this whole finals could go. Let's take a look actually and see how the rankings would be potentially if every team did play all the Super Weekends, or more importantly, how many average points per game were they getting. I know I just talked like a really weird circle right there, but as we can see here, gotta compare their placings based off average points per game. You know what? One of you two just take it away.
Okay, I'll take it away. That's fine. We had that theoretical rankings, right? If we saw Unicorns of Love potentially play the first Super Weekend and where they would be standing, we saw they would be theoretically in that first place. In terms of average points per game, they currently have 11.6 throughout those 30 games played. Of course, you got to keep in mind that you played 30 games. It's a lot easier compared to the teams who played 45 games to retain such a strong average. The more games you have, the more it tends to potentially go downhill for Unicorns of Love. But it just shows how much of an improvement this team has made from the first week where they did not qualify, getting to week 2 and week 3 where they were even more of a powerful and threat to the rest of the lobby. So Unicorns of Love, this strong of an average, able to be from 5th overall ranking with 2 Super Weekends. The first was the best average so far in the entire league stage. That is what Unicorns of Love currently have to offer heading in the finals.
I mean, a smaller sample size, right? And as you say, kind of in inverted commas, it's easier to be able to potentially kind of eke out your averages there. But still, I think 30 games is nothing to scoff at as a sample size, right? Yeah. So the fact that Unicorns of Love and Conqueror, importantly as well, are able to do as well as they did across those 30 games against the rest of this lobby, which was, for the most part, the same lobby that they're going to be going up against here in this final as well, is very telling of what they're capable of. And I think that Unicorns of Love throughout this tournament has risen up. It's funny because we spoke at the end like, oh, who's our most improved team? And ridiculously, a lot of us, even though, you know, we didn't bring this to kind of the forefront, we picked Unicorns of Love, even though they're the team that we look at as the team that can be the champions here, because their start was so catastrophic compared to where we know that they can be. So yeah, for this, these numbers are very telling for the challenges up to the top for the championship, Jason.
No, you're saying, Kalaris, that 30 games, it's a decent sample size, but obviously 45 games would give you more of a true average. But I feel like with Unicorns of Love, it's actually going to take a look here comparing them up against Eastern Stars. I feel like this team has just continued to improve. So I think that average actually is going to continue to go up here as long as they can keep that composure, more importantly, keep that form going into the finals.
Well, that's what you said at the beginning of, I think last week, Jason, or maybe it was even earlier than that, where you feel like Unicorns of Love still hasn't fulfilled their true potential, right? And that is scary to think about. Here, we got our lovely flatline, they were dead. But now, like, they're constantly on the up and up, whereas Eastern Stars, again, it's that roller coaster fact that we've been talking about, where sometimes they can be the absolute best, but sometimes they've got to dip all the way down to start that recovery again, Max. And I think it's telling to see Unicorns of Love here, still on the up, still with that potential in their hands.
Yeah, it's been great to see that after they actually qualified to their first Super Weekend, it's been a slow but steady increase, showing that they are definitely, every single game, every single day, they are fixing a few little internal issues, potentially down communication, who's going to be the entry fragger, mainly around roles. We saw there were some changes around Raucus being the MVP and what integral role he played part of the team. So that's things they've been trying to change onto the other side. But then you can compare that to Eastern Stars. There's been not the most consistent teams with some very high highs and some very low lows, especially in that second Super Weekend. But if you want to look at Eastern Stars specifically, if we see Eastern Stars play at their peak performance in these finals, they should be first place by far, because they had some of the highest peaks in their entire first Super Weekend. Especially that was where they really stood out. We saw Kapahala, Octavian do really good from time to time, Bazzi being able to step up for the team and clutch out a few fights. But the thing that scares me for Eastern Stars especially, there was a small downward trend, and you know that when you finish on low, that can hurt the morale of the team heading into that 4-day break and hiatus. Eastern Stars got to be careful while they kickstart these finals, I would say.
Here's the scary thing about both of these teams, though, coming into the finals, is that every single one of the players on each of these rosters can have those individual standout performances. Sure. You're seeing in some of these highlights here, a guy like GK First holding off against the bridge on Erangel, against all these other teams that are trying to come over, trying to kind of encroach on their land. You're seeing constantly guys like Athis, as well as Octavian and Kapahala on Eastern Stars, who can have pop-off moments. And in a sprint like this, Jason, in the finals, any one of these teams that's able to have just a few of those individual standout moments can easily claim the championship.
But let me ask you this, Kalaris. Give me your honest opinion. I feel like Kapahala Season 1 versus Kapahala Season 2 is just so different. He's not been as dominating as Season 1, in my opinion. He's not been that player that we saw who, or as you coined the term, warlord out of him. I feel like he hasn't played as well, but I don't know if that's just the result of the rest of his team playing well.
I think there is probably a correlation between him not having the standout performances as much from Season 1 to 2, because the entire lobby has risen a little bit in terms of skill overall. Therefore, there is not that tendency to be exploited by someone who's a little bit more ahead of the meta, or maybe just better at gunplay than you, compared to Season 1. So yes, Season 1, he looked absolute standout because I think he was just ahead of everyone right then, but the rest of the lobby has caught up in Season 2.
Yeah, very good point. Actually, I completely agree with that one. But we got to move on. We got to continue along to get the show going, because the first round is going to kick off momentarily. But what about our most dominating teams when it came to our Super Weekends? Which teams picked up the most points across those 2 days of play, or 3 days of play? Let's actually take a quick little look here and get an idea of this one, because we have seen some consistencies out of one team in particular. Well, the only team to make it there twice, the team in pink.
Yeah, that's the fun part, and this is why this graphic can be actually so interesting. You only have one team that appears twice. That was in Super Weekend 2 and Super Weekend 3 for Unicorns of Love, taking second in Super Weekend 2 and first place with 191 points, by the way. That is such a huge gap between first and second in that final Super Weekend, showing how much ahead of the competition Unicorns of Love actually were in that last week of league stage. So this showing if they play at their peak, Unicorns of Love into the finals, that's an easy position not only for the EMEA Regional Championship, but there's also that race to PMGC. We'll have to see exactly how many point difference they have with Eastern Stars, but if they do that well heading into the finals, they're going to be so easily qualifying to PMGC and be the Western Europe representative. So that's pretty insane. But LMV, if they play like they did in Week 2, I think they could also be the big surprise of the finals here.
And I think from these super weekends, we got to quickly, again, really repeat this down. First week, dead. We beat that dead horse to absolute death in that first week. Second place in the second week. First place in that third week. The rise is insane. And this is why kind of we were talking about that whole, they're the most improved team, even though we came in with huge expectations. Yeah, they are. And they're probably going to win this as well, unless somebody can stop this careering unicorn crashing into them.
So at the horse races right now, I should say, I think it might be a little bit illegal, though, to have a unicorn there competing against just regular horses. But speaking of horses and speaking about competing for the top, let's take a look at those PMGC points that you've been talking about, you two, because it's important. And Unicorns of Love, as being the most dominant team when it came to Season 1 and now reclaiming that title into Season 2, I'm actually curious what you guys' thoughts about this. I feel like if I was them, I wouldn't focus on winning the entirety of PMPL Season 2 right now. I would focus on staying ahead of Eastern Stars, and that's it. Because if you get that #1 spot, you don't have to play in the European Regional Championship to then hopefully get top, I think, 7, I believe it is, or top 6, to get into the next stage.
Yeah, that's a very valid point, actually, Jason. You don't want to aim for that first place. I think that's fine for Unicorns of Love, of course, if you can do it just for bragging rights and say, oh, we got back-to-back wins from Season 1 into Season 2, despite Season 1 being Panda and being a different roster, but you still got to keep in mind it is still relatively a similar roster. It would be really strong. So I would say for them, aim is to go for top 5 and be above Eastern Stars. This is a 27-point difference. One really strong game from Eastern Stars, and that gap is reduced to nothing, to dust. So Unicorns of Love definitely not sure to make it to PMGC just yet. We're going to have to see this first day to see how things potentially are going to eke out for these two teams, but it is definitely not an easy one for the Unicorns.
That is an interesting point. Like, how far do you get into this finals where Unicorns of Love says, all right, we've played our own game, but Eastern Stars is looking kind of peaky. Maybe they are like that 30 points ahead of us. When do you then start the theorized targeted play against Eastern Stars? When do you start saying, okay, it's time to go screw up their plans and maybe even a hot drop, maybe kind of figure out where they're rotating and take them out on those and try and stifle their point gains wherever you can? Because you're right. I mean, what do you want to do? Do you want to win $10,000 here, question mark? Or do you want to make sure you're guaranteed PMGC? It's a big question.
I mean, the thing is, last season, they finished first in PMPL. They finished 12th in the next stage in the European Regional Championship. Yeah. You want to avoid that completely. You want to avoid, obviously, playing against those teams if you can to make sure you have your guaranteed spot, but obviously a massive learning opportunity for them if they do get to the next stage. But let's take a look, though, at the schedule for today. And I know we said over the Super Weekends, the entire, map order was the same, but obviously we go into the finals, it actually changes quite a bit, and we get a balancing across our 3 different maps. 6 games, first of all, as you just said, but we got Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, and then another go of Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok. So those teams who had a really good performances on Sanhok, like your Eastern Stars, can be looking at this relatively happy.
It's scary as well, though, right? Yeah. Because if you think about Sanhok can be a bit more volatile relative to some of the other battlegrounds. And of course, everyone has to thrive in that. Everyone has to, if they're on the same playing field, right? But finishing things off on Sanhok means a very scary time for all of these teams towards the end of a day where maybe they get tripped up a little bit. We'll see.
Yeah, well, we'll see indeed. Let's take a look, though, remind you guys, I don't know, I have to take a look at it, maybe just listen in about the Esports Awards currently still going on for you guys at home. You can vote for PUBG Mobile as the Esports Game of the Year and the Mobile Esports Game of the Year as well. Just head over to esportsawards.com/vote. And together, if you guys vote, we can be #1 and we can win some massive awards here. But gentlemen, it is time to get into our first round of the day, our first of 6. Thank you so much for joining me here on the desk, and hopefully you'll stick around and scare you away going into the next round when we do get to it. But it's time to bring our commentators in. You guys might recognize them from last Super Weekend. You might recognize them throughout the entire season. We got Copter and Imperium joining us once again here on the virtual world. Gentlemen, it's time to kick things off, to hop into it, so take it away.
Thank you very much, Jason. The very first game of the PMPL EU West Finals. Copter, there's so much on the line. You've got the race for PMGC, you've got that first place, you've got the European regional final spots, and throughout all of these games, the stories are going to be told. After the PMPL League stage, is there a particular team or set of teams that you're really looking out for to break into that top 5?
Well, I mean, looking at how the things played on the previous weekends and the weeks, I'm watching big. I know that they are not really on the race to actually to get the PMGC slot straight away from here, but still they were improving hugely during the weeks. So I'm definitely interested to see how much they will be kind of like affecting the battle between, for example, the Eastern Stars and the
That's true.
Unicorns of Love.
And I'm glad that you mentioned Team Big, because when you look at the order of maps, and we have 2 per map of every single day, across the 3 maps, Team Big are the most consistent team when you look back over the Super Weekends. 10.6 points per game in Erangel, 10.2 points per game in Miramar, and 10.4 points per game in Sanhok. When you take, for example, Conqueror, from a standpoint, 9.5, 9.2, 15.8, right? So that kind of volatility towards one specific map for a couple of other teams, whereas Big, they have a lot of positive foundations across all 3 maps that could really benefit them across these PMPL finals.
Definitely. I think what happened on the first week with Big, I mean, they had a good gameplay, but they were just not able to kind of like close out the end battle. So we didn't see them getting on the top 3 of the Super Weekend, but they still had a decent performance. I think on the second weekend, they found a way to finally get that like chicken dinner winner capability for them. And then they just fine-tuned it for the last weekend, and it really has been showing. So they have been definitely improving. But yeah, I mean, it's of course it's a question mark how the teams will be coming to the grand finals, but still Team Big, they cannot go unnoticed, so we'll just have to wait and see how they will be showing here.
The playing path was a little bit on the east. We have the circled, it's towards the southwest. It's not the best of circles, right, because it incorporates a good bit of that military island to the point where it really is a big threat to commit yourself so much towards that Gatka region. So I expect the Ferry Pier Hill to be really a big hot property for a good few of these teams.
Yeah, that is one good place to make your rotation. Of course, it's a little bit tricky area though, because there could be multiple teams, and we can see actually 4 Romanian Boys having a player on the compound, but Vodafone Giants, they will just pass along. They will not stop there, so probably they didn't have the information, or they thought that it might not be worth of engaging that battle. But I think that the player actually was going undetected because he hadn't touched the buggy yet. I think it was just like staying there, and they just didn't notice.
For Romanian Boys, he must have gotten in some way, yeah, just caught up in that area, and will be able to grab a vehicle and start joining back up with the rest of his team in their normal split drop around the Gatka area. For Romanian Boys, our team that have impressed us all across this PMPL, when they qualified through the European PMCO, we all know that there's a much bigger step up between the PMCO and the PMPL, right? It's a completely different level. And I thought they might struggle a lot more. I thought they might get a tiny bit drowned out. But across the PMPL, they've adapted, they've shined, and they really have put a strong name underneath themselves, and possibly one of those teams that can qualify for the European Regional Finals.
Yep, definitely. For Romanian Boys, they're kind of like a surprise factor, I would say. You know, sometimes they are playing like massive games, and sometimes they are just unfortunately failing at the start. So they haven't like found this the stable performance so far. But yeah, when they are playing well, then they are playing really well, and that's of course when it comes to the last circles. And if they are still in the play, let's say top 5, if they have more than 2, maybe 3 members, then they're definitely a huge threat to all the teams, because they have the firepower and they have a pretty good aim as well. So we have seen some pretty good gameplays in the end. I mean, they took a chicken dinner with 2 guys only, I think, last week as well.
Yeah.
So they can also do it with the lower amount of players, and I think that's one of the benchmarks. What is a good team? Because a lot of teams, they will, you know, the gameplay is somehow hurt badly if they have lost, let's say, 1 or 2 players. But if the team can still stay as a serious threat for the others, still only 2 members are alive, I think that's a sign that you can like make your team bigger than it actually is.
That is really true. That is really true. They did win the very last game of the PMPL Super Weekend with a massive 32-point win, so can't deny that away from them. But thing is, all of these teams coming into this finals, they're reset to 0. They start from square one, so it's up to them to set themselves up for a good finals with a good start. This game 1, this round 1 is so important. You have Team Doom. They dropped a Milta. They can up to possibly go down to Military Island for a potentially safer rotation, considering you have Nexus and Conqueror a little bit on towards that eastern side. I know Nexus have gone for an early rotation to that Fairpier Hill, but I wouldn't be surprised if Team Doom rotated a little bit earlier through the Military Island and across the western bridge.
That is true. LMV, which we saw in the pictures, they landed on the Primorsk area. They're still looting there, and that's one place that you might want to leave quite fast, because if there will be more teams like stacking there on the quarry area, you might be a little bit like shut down on that place, because there's only like one direction to get away from that place. And if the teams will just somehow take the more northern positions from Primorsk, then LMV, they might be just stuck on there before, of course, the next circle is going to hit. But still, I think it's a good idea to actually leave from that place pretty soon.
Excuse me, they're a team that impressed me on quite a number of games where they were able to close and control the circles, especially in the late game. However, the biggest thing, and I've mentioned it before, the biggest thing that hurts, excuse me, is their volatility. They will go from one really strong 25-point game to a 0-point game, back to a 21-point game, back to a 0 or 1-point game. If they can improve their consistency across these finals, because again, it's only 18 games, you have not got 45 games, right? If they can improve their consistency, I would definitely put them in that kind of dark horse category for claiming a spot in the regional finals.
There's a lot of dark horses. Yeah, ChasMac, yeah, I mean, they have had their moments of glory, I would say. Some good, very good gameplays, but of course, the getting those points steadily home, they have a chance. And we just have to wait and see. I'm not going to be calling it yet, but definitely I think that they have a chance still. But now the rotation, they will go from the northern side of their chopsticks and the picnic area, which is going to be held by, excuse me, Mango and the others. They're just watching the rotation from the windows, but they cannot really connect those shots. It seems that they will just let those guys pass without putting any bullets to their direction. The direction will be heading straight towards Romanian Boys, though, and they will not let them go, as the fire will be opened immediately. But it's going to be quite long distance, and they're lucky if they will hit a one shot, but maybe for Romanian Boys, they have definitely set up something here, because they have players on north and the southern side.
Yeah, it's a bit of a deeper rotation than I am naturally comfortable with from ChasMac, considering the time in the game that we're seeing, which is roughly 8 minutes in. I would like to have seen them stop a little bit earlier, do an amount of scouting, but the positive thing in my eyes is that ChasMac were rotating as a full squad, car by car by car, similar to what TSC are doing. So that does allow and afford you to make a tiny bit of a deeper rotation without being punished, because there's less focus on one specific vehicle.
Yeah, this TSC rotation is actually very interesting. They kind of like make a hook from the left side. So they just went straight past Romanian Boys, then they made like a tight move towards the side, and they're like hooked on their location, which is right next to the two other players from the Romanian Boys. But the circle is just about to close. LMV, they have left from the Primorsk area, so that is fine. Still a lot of teams coming on the blue. Unicorns of Love, they're still holding that northern, well, not holding, but haven't yet left from the North George Bowl, and the circle will be shifting straight around the TSC and kind of like the middle place, exactly that hill which you mentioned, Imperium.
Yeah, this really does open the door for teams to position themselves a lot more confidently in towards this mainland. You've eliminated pretty much all of the military island, just a tiny bit of water in play, so that northern side especially is a lot more effective of an area to control. And we see Nexus picking up an early kill onto a member of LMV. That is the benefit of Nexus's early rotation on towards the hillside. LMV is a big fan of that Ferry Pier Hill, but if you rotate late, that's the price you potentially pay.
Yeah. I mean, Nexus, they got a good place there. I think LMV, the approach, how they made towards that location, we saw that they got that one casualty. It was a bit like a little bit risky. They maybe think that there's no teams on the southern side that much, because usually I would say that if you climb on top of that plateau and then just, move towards the eastern side to kind of get more closer, then you scout the information. But now they were just coming straight from the road, leaving an upper angle for Nexus Gaming, so it was quite easy for them to open straight towards the LMV vehicles, and didn't go that well in the end. But it's just one player down. It's not like a huge problem problem for them yet, but of course it's all about the next circle. So if they are fine with the next shifts, then yeah, with the 3 guys they can hold that area. But if they will have to start moving, they of course have to make sure that they don't lose any more players on the rotation. And you know, every time they lose a player, they have a more of a difficult situation.
The 2 teams in the fight for the PMGC spot are still on the cusp of this circle between the eastern side, Eastern Stars, and the north of Unicorns of Love. Both of these teams do like to play a little bit of that edge of circle play. Unicorns of Love more so than Eastern Stars, but it is benefiting them with this kind of circle shift across this phase 2 as teams are centralizing in the middle. Big TSC, 4 Romanian Boys, they all hold those kind of very centralized locations in this phase 2.
And Unicorns of Love, they're still waiting on the northern side. They have just moved on right next to the Everest, and they're just waiting on the compounds on the southern side of it. So they're completely currently staying away from the middle of the circle. They don't try to do it. We of course saw this kind of gameplay on the previous weeks as well. Exactly. So it's nothing new, but still it's good to mention because they're definitely one of those teams that we are like very well eagerly watching how they will perform. Same as the for example Game Lord here as well. So they have a completely, well not completely, but I would say definitely a different kind of strategy. So kind of like how these strategies will work on this lobby, that is also one thing, and they need to maybe make some changes for the next days.
Getting towards the end of phase 2, 12 minutes into the game, ChasMac trying to control their position away from Unicorns of Love. Rokus suffers a tiny bit of damage, but nothing to really be too worried about. It's just sending that little bit of a message to Unicorns of Love. And it's important for ChasMac's positioning that they create that metaphorical bubble around them, because we don't know where it's going to shift. Is it going to stay towards them? Is it going to go hard shift to the east where ChasMac will have to move? It's a nice centralized shift, but it is predominantly to the east.
And Vodafone Giants, they have the high ground. So that's definitely a good place on this circle. Also for Romanian Boys, they're controlling the other hill there. So they have a lot of visibility on the southern side especially, and of course the west and the northern side, especially actually for Romanian Boys. They have a very nice place there currently. And TSC also, they can try to gatekeep the teams coming from the western side, and now Unicorns of Love, they will have to move. And that's of course one of the questions. Eastern Stars, they can just try to hold that eastern side. They will open fire towards Team Doom, but the Unicorns of Love, the move which they're going to make now, that's going to set the tone for the rest of the game for them, because if they will choose it right, they will find a place. If they choose it wrong, then of course they will have to have a battle, and they might lose some players.
They are opting to take a couple of shots towards ChasMac. ChasMac moving around, trying to actually move behind Unicorns of Love. So a very dynamic rotation from ChasMac, which I'm not sure how it's going to work out, but it does seem like they're trying to ignore the Unicorns of Love side, which I can respect. It's often at times we see teams get a little bit too distracted by another team and they forget about their own aim, their own focus of getting into the circle. But ChasMac, no, they know where they want to go, what they want to do.
Yeah, Conqueror is watching it was happening outside. Just going to be going towards LMV. Kind of some damage will be dealt. They are solo. 2 players basically could be taken down, but for now they haven't been able to connect those shots. The smokes are giving enough cover, at least for now. But the situation can change pretty fast, especially when you might have some more rotations coming to the area as well. But Conqueror, they can just hold that place. It's a pretty much in the middle of the circle, so it's a good place to fight for. And Unicorns of Love are big. They're having a battle as well.
Oh, it's a trade across the board. Beast into GK. And a return knock into the arms of Beast at the hands of Fresh. Now, as the low ground dip is going to give that little bit of cover for Unicorns of Love to pull that revive onto GK first. They'll have to rethink their approach in this fight. This is currently outside of the circle. TSC potentially going to get involved as a third party. So we won't discount that for the time being. But Beast was confirmed up. Big R down to 3 players. That's going to hurt them massively, protecting against both Unicorns of Love and TSC.
Yeah, Rock is going to be just doing a scout run with the vehicle, spotting down that the guys are leaving. So Big is leaving from that fight, and they will just move on the other side of TSC. So TSC will be definitely coming a factor when Unicorns of Love will get inside, because now TSC and Big are both like holding that side. So maybe they get to the northern building. So we'll just have to wait and see what they will decide to do, how they want to approach this. They can just take the aggressive approach as well. They can try to go and battle, but now it seems that they might be just rotating straight towards TSC, and that could be a huge trouble, especially when the Sega's going to shift that waterway all the way on the north and eastern side. So the Pochinki Hills, they're the place to be.
Yeah, Vodafone Giants loving that one. Now, I can't help but think that TSC maybe didn't have a big enough spread because Big were allowed to wrap around them so easily, but I also respect the togetherness from TSC because they're the kind of team in the past throughout the PMPL who have lost individual players who have been solo, so maybe sticking together, recognizing that they do need to have the solid teamwork on board. It's worth a team going past you, around you, if it means you're still up as a full squad and you're able to defend against the likes of Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, the spread is one thing, and of course they had a building, a hard cover, but now we do have a battle actually in the building, because we have a crash happening, Nexus Gaming and ChasMac, and we have two members from ChasMac inside. Nexus is going to be there. Oh, there's actually a third team as well, Excuse Me, is going to be battling as well. So it's going to be a three-way fight happening, and the Nox will be coming towards Nexus Gaming.
Bam is knocked. Roxon is on the top floor on his own. Trazen on the bottom floor on his own. The members of Excuse Me are outside the building. Mishi throws in a molly, I believe. That's going to burn him too crispy. Don't know if that came from the other side. Crater knocked down on his knees, though. It leaves Dewey, the last player up for Nexus. He gets knocked down. So there's one player in the back line for Nexus still alive, still going strong. Rana's out in towards the fields. And now, Excuse Me, going to go up the stairs. Trazen was able to join up. Roxon's going to be jumping down. It's going to be trade on up. Roxon is left on his own. It is 1v1, sorry, 1v2, should I say. And now the members of Excuse Me, Mango goes up on his own. He gets knocked down. Kosti's in this 1v1. Can Roxon come in to clutch it on up? This is so close. He's down to half health. Picking it up, the pre-fire shots. He gets the 1v3. Roxon keeps ChasMac in this game.
It was actually, I mean, it was 1 versus 3 definitely, and he got 3 very good kills there. Meanwhile, because Unicorns of Love crashing the shack as well, and there's going to be more players inside. So Big is going to be having a 1 player inside. That was just straight go inside. They're going to floor him down, but that's going to be traded immediately, and they will take the shack into their position. So Swerve is going to be taken down, and Big is going to be taken down as a whole, and they can revive the members still. And Team Doom, they're now battling with the super young roster, and also Vodafone Giants, they're not so far away. Eastern Stars are just watching it from a close distance as well.
Team Big being eliminated by Unicorns of Love. That is definitely going to give Unicorns of Love that little bit extra confidence. An angle of shot towards Zero does knock him down. Xtreme Slayers there on the underside of the Pochinki Hill, possibly able to third party, and just like that, Team Doom are wiped out of this lobby in the first game of the day. Now it's up to Super Young roster to defend against Xtreme Slayers.
And Unicorns of Love, they're at the same time having a fight somewhere else as well. They had 3 knocks now. They have 2 knocks currently. So definitely they are having a fight on the western side. But meanwhile, this is what we are seeing here. We still have 4 teams on the scene. Xtreme Slayers, they're trying to donate towards the Super Young roster, and there we go. Faker, oh, takes the molly, and it's gonna be Cadden connecting as well. Faker should be falling down, and there we go. Vito's gonna find that one. Fresh is gonna fall down from Unicorns of Love. Faker's gonna be taken down by Muzi. And Xtreme Slayers, they're definitely trying to build around the hill. Eastern Stars is just watching it from the building on the northern side, just on the other side of the Pochinki fields. And I mean, this southern side is going to be such a hard spot. There's a lot of casualties, so a lot of damage on this side. And Xtreme Slayers, they're actually holding it pretty nicely.
Credit to Xtreme Slayers. I think that was a fantastically proactive breach, using the utility in the right way, not too many smokes, and that forward-thinking movement. It's something that I've credited Xtreme Slayers on improving throughout the PMPL, especially on the super weekends. Didn't always go their way, but again, testing the waters that little bit more, it has allowed them to really carve a tiny bit of an entry point, but they're still not in the circle. Super Young roster are still up as a 3-person team. They have Vodafone Giants in front of them, and it is result to get the knock on the halls.
Yeah, I mean, Conqueror and LMV, they're having their own fight, and TSC and Romanian Boys have been fighting as well. And Unicorns of all, they're down to 2 players currently, so they have lost 2, and actually now they will lose 1 more. So they're down to 1 player currently. Just 1 player, GK first remaining, but the LMV Conqueror battle, there we go. Alice is gonna find laugh from LMV, so that's happening elsewhere. Perk still on the field, completely on the blue, has to move towards Conqueror, gonna be starting his run on the field. So there's gonna be still 4 players from Conqueror. Unicorns are not gonna be taken down, so they don't have, at least they don't have the top 10 placement on this one. And meanwhile, we can see the last player from LMV also falling down to the blue on the fields, and he's going to be taking down the whole team as well.
Just great for Eastern Stars, right? During the compound, down by the Pachinki field, outside the city, they're laughing their cotton socks at the fact that they've noticed the kills from the Unicorns of Love players in the feed going down to the ground, and they can pick up 10 to 15 points. When you're talking about that race for PMGC, increase that lead and continue the pressure into Unicorns of Love. Nexus are eliminated. Conqueror are eliminated. 9 teams left, 31 players. Still 4 Romanian Boys looking strong on the southern side of the circle, but TSC gets a knock on the Exo machine.
I'm just wondering, TSC, they don't have any kills, and they were actually holding the western side. There was all the teams, 4 Romanian Boys, we had Beak there, we had Unicorns of Law, so they were just able to dodge all of those fights.
Yeah.
And actually didn't get any kills of that, but as a result, they have 4 players still remaining, so impressive job by dodging all the fights, I gotta say. Meanwhile, super young roster watching what's happening with the 4 Romanian Boys as they are moving on the other hill, and they're still super young roster, they need to move inside, and that's gonna be definitely a problem when you have Vodafone Giants watching it as the Xtreme Slayers will be taken down from top of that hill.
It was always going to be difficult for Xtreme Slayers. They were proactive, but they weren't. They didn't shut down Super Young roster in the way that I would like to see them pull it off. It was a good defense from Super Young roster to try and disengage, but they meet their match. Now it's up to 4 Romanian Boys to pick apart the Vodafone Giant players from the side of this Pachinki Hill to north, shift on this phase 6 into a south Pachinki field finish. The only team currently inside the circle is Game Lord.
It's an interesting finish. There's nothing but fields there. So Game Lord and Exquisite Décode, they have taken like a building near the circle, but maybe the Game Lord building is actually just barely inside of it. But still like a very complicated situation. The circle is not going to be giving any cover. So teams, they want to stay on the edges as long as they can on the buildings. TSC is going to be, by the way, crashing on the Exquisite Décode building at the same time as the other teams. They are stuck here in the south, and most probably 4 Romanian Boys, Vodafone Giants, if they don't find some kind of a way to get away from that battle, and if they really need to take the engagement here, then there's going to be only 1 team getting away.
4 Romanian Boys might be looking to head towards the Vodafone Giants, take this fight head on. The circle is starting to move in, so they do need to think about prioritizing the entry point in this circle in some way, shape or form. TSC and Exquisite Décode starting to fight in the picture-in-picture. I think TSC are down to 1 player. 4 Romanian Boys, Exo Machine gonna get the shots on the Nano. Nano steps up though. He's 1 of 2 players left for Vodafone Giants, along with Ulysses holding on to the Pachinki Hill. The rock, the only thing in the middle that's holding them back. A 4 Romanian Boys gonna send in, but it's a double knock by Nano. The clutch comes in strong. Absolutely beautiful for Vodafone Giants.
There was nowhere else to go, so they decided to send it, and Vodafone Giants, they hold the situation very nicely, getting the players down, of course, getting a 1 knock towards them, but they can still save the situation, and we can see that they have the reach, and that is also a great thing to have the reach, but they are not on the zone yet. They will have to still move forward, so they cannot hold that place. TSC is going to be battling the 4 Romanian Boys, and the spray will be coming all the way from Red Ox towards Bujo, and TSC, they are down.
Oh my god, the sole survivor for Romanian Boys clutches it up to keep his team alive. Eastern Stars being calculatively inactive in this game so far. That's one of the biggest strengths when we look at Kapahala as an IGL. He's so intelligent on how he plays a game and how he helps position his team in the right spots at the right time. And now as they close in, they're still up as a full squad. Vodafone Giants to the south of them. They need to try and deal with the duo, even though they're separated. Sorry, as a trio, my apologies. They can still do work, but look at Game Lord. The elevated position on those buildings outside of Pachinki are absolutely vital to them closing out this game. Plus the circle shifting up the northeast, it is in their favor.
Yeah, that building was just barely inside of the previous circle, but now when the circle shifted towards them, they're on the slow side of the circle, so they can still hold that elevated position for a while, but not forever. And I gotta mention Eastern Stars, they're also the only team that actually has a form stack, because it's spray coming from Spicy, gonna find Ulysses, and Vodafone Giants gonna be taken down as Pogo's gonna go down with the explosion at the same time. Down to 3 teams and 8 players, and Eastern Stars, they are fielding half of the players, all the 4, game load with 3, and then only 1 member from 4 Romanian Boys remaining.
France v Romania. The Eastern Stars players have their eyes set on Game Lord. Despite the elevated position, I love the targeted play from Eastern Stars. They are not in the circle yet. Phase 7, running and gunning, trying to find that quick entry point. They utilized a lot of smokes and burning out their vehicles, getting into the previous circle. So now, for Eastern Stars, it's all about that crawl game, baby. It's all about trying to find that pixel out of place and making it into the edge.
Yeah, Eastern Stars, they survive from the situation where Game Lord had the 1 player with the elevated position because he needed to jump down, but there's no more players having the higher crown, and that's the most important thing, that Eastern Stars, they didn't lose anybody on that moment when there was a kind of like shooter or sniper having that top of the building. So now it's going to be just a crawling game, just like you said, Imperium, and of course we know that Game Lord, they have kind of like taken the middle parts of the circle. We still have 1 phase to go as well, so it's the 7th circle. We are still missing 1, and now teams are just, you know, crawling together, doing the snake, and we'll see how close they will get to each other and where the next circle is going to be popping as well.
Eastern Stars might be thinking that it's a 4v4, right? Because it can be incredibly hard to track the kill feed when there's so much going on, and there is technically 8 players in the lobby. So not realizing there's that off angle, that potential thorn in the side that is Redux of 4 Romanian Boys could be the reason why Eastern Stars don't win this game, but they do get the sidelines under Redux. Redux prone down, has a tiny bit of a low point to his advantage. He does get the knock into Octavian. The center of the circle is in the favor of Game Lord, and that might allow them to take advantage of that. Tracking it, knowing exactly what is in front of them is absolutely perfect for Game Lord. A nade, a molly, a burn into the crisp. Bazzi's knocked down. Athis is the only one left for Eastern Stars, and despite Rob being knocked down, it is a 1v2. Narvello, Spicy, either side. It has to be an absolutely perfectly coordinated attack from Game Lord, or they can wait it out. No, that's not going to be the case. And Nade comes in, and that's a Game Lord chicken dinner, baby.
Yeah, that's a well-played chicken dinner. I mean, they had their moments to, I wouldn't say close the game earlier, but they definitely had a moment to make a dent towards Eastern Stars already before. But of course, yeah, when they had the elevated position, they didn't find those players. They were hiding well behind those smokes and the flames and the rocks. And then Eastern Stars kind of like made it on the southern side. But then, of course, yeah, when they got on that, whatever, like electricity box on the middle of the field, or a small container, whatever you want to call it, then of course the utility damage was huge, and also the 4 Romanian Boys, they caused some chaos. Because what actually happened with the last player from the 4 Romanian Boys, he had a very good spray, and I think he connected on 3 guys on that situation. So yes, he got a 1 knock, but he made a huge damage to 2 other players as well.
It slowed Eastern Stars down, right? It allowed Game Lord, who, to their credit, already gotten the control of the circle anyway, so it was never going to be easy for Eastern Stars in those final moments. Redux just made it that little bit harder. The utility ended up being the game-winning play from Game Lord, and I gotta give them credit. Now, we do have to consider the fact that those circle shifts were quite unusual, in the sense of when you look at that phase 1, and if I had have told you that it was going to end in the South Pachinki Fields, you'd probably laugh at that, right? Even when it did go a little bit towards the Pachinki hill, it doesn't normally continue up northeast. It normally goes down south into the open fields where Conqueror held on for the majority of their game. So those circle shifts, those final 3 or 4, were very different in my eyes.
Yeah, I think that the Eastern Stars, they got a little bit lucky with the circles, I gotta say. It might not be the fans' favorite opinion, but I think that definitely they had a little bit luck with the circles. They hold the compound on the southern side of Pochinki, and we saw how many teams actually did die on those Pochinki hills when the circle shifted on the northern side.
Exactly.
If the circle shift would have been happening towards the south, I would imagine that Eastern Stars would have been one of those teams on top of the hill and having those battles, and they could have walked away, yes, with the 4-player and a lot of kills, but they also would have been a more significant risk to actually lose the team or just die completely.
One of the things we've always said about Game Lord is their ability to be very intelligent when it comes to positioning and being in the right place. They haven't always had these massive performances, but to me they've shown their consistency in their ability to really close out these games. They're not in the race for PMGC, but qualifying for the European Regional Finals and playing the way even they have in this Game 1, man, they are going to be a force of contender for all of the other teams, and I have no doubt that they have already set themselves up in qualifying for the European Regional Finals.
Yeah, Gamelot definitely is one of the teams that, like you said, they are definitely a team that can deliver. We saw that on the first Super Weekend, and I think all the time they have been having quite decent performance. So always when they are, battling, they are serious threats. So usually when I would say that quite often when Gamelord is especially holding a compound or an area, not really as an attacking force, but when they're holding some area or compound, I think they are like the favorite of winning that battle who's going to be coming there. At least on my books, that's what I'm calling here. But I love to see the different approaches. I mean, we saw Big, we saw Eastern Stars, of course, we followed the also the Unicorns of Love and how they approach the circle, and also the battle what happened there on the western side with the Big and TSC and Unicorns of Love, that also could have gone with a completely different way. But I don't think that it would have made a lot of a difference, because all those teams who actually came from the western side, they ended up battling on the Pochinki Hill. So even if Unicorns of Love have made away from the west, I'm not sure if they would have been able to make it to the last circles with that kind of a northern shift.
Yeah, there's a lot of variables and ifs in play. I'm a little bit underwhelmed by Exquisite Décode in the sense of they were coming into this as a team who hadn't qualified for the third Super Weekend, and I was expecting them to make a little bit more noise. They technically had a chance to play a bit more advantageous on towards a northern eastern side, but they ended up getting drowned out by, for the most part, TSC. It is what it is. We've still got 5 more rounds to go in today's games, but we are going to go for a short break. Afterwards, Jason and the crew will break all of the action down.
crazy way to start things off here for Game Lord. The nades raining in, and not to mention the chicken dinners as well. They take themselves first place, extra 15 points on top of that. Not the $1,000 they could have won in the Super Weekend, but at least put themselves to the forefront, the leader of the pack now for our push into the next stage of our tournament. JaceCap is still joined by Claris and Maxman. And gentlemen, let's hop straight into the match rankings and kind of go over all the teams and all the points they had to get for themselves, because we definitely had a lot of standout moments from quite a few different teams out there.
I mean, of course, we've got to talk about Game Lord first, right? They were one of the teams that saw all the scuffles happening towards Pachinki Hills. Like, we want to avoid that as much as possible, so we're just going to wrap around Pachinki and just play. They had a 2-2 split for the longest time. 2 players in church, 2 players also inside the warehouses over to the northwest of Pachinki. They stood there until the circle started going more towards the fields, and because all the action was happening down south, they had such an easy amount of control to take their way. It made it very easy, and the kill conversion rate also being very easy for them to get 9 kills on top of that game. It was not a complicated game for them, but they played it really well.
It's a bit of a gamble as well, right? If you're committing that close to Pachinki and then all of a sudden, say, for example, the circle shifts west of you or southwest of you, then you've somehow got across that field and it was like, well, oh no, we're doomed. But thankfully for Game Lord, it did go their way. What wasn't a gamble, though, Jason, is how they controlled that kind of field ending towards the end. Very nice, decent spread out against a bottled up Eastern Stars that they knew exactly where they were. They knew exactly how to execute upon them from their spread out positions, having great lines of sight. So yeah, goodbye Game Lord towards the end.
Gentlemen, Vodafone Giants, 14 points. Now, I don't know which one of you said it. I actually do. I'm just not going to call that person out.
Probably.
Kind of had, yeah, probably you. Had pretty much no faith in Vodafone Giants after what we saw in the league stage. But that is a damn good start out of them.
Yeah.
Still don't have the faith.
Also, go for it.
Let Clarence redeem himself here.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I still don't have the faith. I'm a terrible human, aren't I? I think that, yes, that's great. They got themselves actually up on the high ground that they had, which is that high ground southwest of Pachinki. I thought they were going to get collapsed on quite aggressively and kind of fall in that position, but Nano absolutely redeemed any situation there and actually like fragged out as he's driving down into the hills, Max. That was nuts.
I see quite a lot of teams too that play Pachinki Hills and unfortunately don't play it well when you get closer to the late game. They played a really good 2-2 split. It was amazing to get, of course, information, try and defend that position in the first place. But you had 2 teams that tried to rock up at the same time. It was Super Young Roster and Xtreme Slayers, if I'm not mistaken, that tried to breach that position together. And what they did, the Vodafone Giants, instead of being like, okay, we're going to fight in that 2-2 split, they just regrouped and let the fight happen and still owning a big portion of Pachinki Hills and facilitating that rotation into the next circle shift. So Vodafone Giants were not overly aggressive. They were not overly passive, just the perfect middle position to be in. I was really happy. This is the new Vodafone Giants. I want to see every game.
Well, we did see in week 1 a really good performance out of them, right? And we had high hopes for this team throughout the entire league stage, but we were unfortunately just let down as the weeks did go on. Maybe this is the resurgence they need. And again, this is the upside, right? You have that marathon play going into league stage, then you go into that sprint with just 3 days of play in total. But let's take a look at this. Our top players from our first round here, Navarro. He's coming back into the top, Max. You got to be happy about that.
It feels good to see Narvalo be on top. We're seeing a little bit less Victor as the weeks went on. He's been a little bit more silent. Narvalo's just been that big, consistent player, always towards the top in terms of frag, power, and especially in terms of damage. But Robs has been slowly and surely improving. Akashi did die, I believe, pretty early in this game at some point, so couldn't really do too much. But Robs has been the surprise of the French community, I would say, in PUBG Mobile eSport in the recent few months. So yeah, I'm happy to see him be consistent from the week 3 Super Weekend into the finals now. Hopefully they can try and retain that spot, but man, they are so high above the rest of the team in terms of kills and especially damage. 2,000 in that game, that is nuts.
It makes a lot of sense, right, when you look at these overall graphs, how the flow of this game goes. Again, that kind of natural barrier of that hill, which is that southwest hill that Vodafone Giants had control of. There's a lot of teams kind of crashing over that and trying to get across it. As you're trying to get across that, everybody is shooting at everybody, and there's gonna be that very even damage spread between them all. Game Lord's effectively the only team that has a decent vantage point to take advantage of anybody that is moving across there and somehow surviving. So yeah, these numbers make a lot of sense, Jason.
I did want to bring up really quickly, as we saw our top players, the fact that Will was there. You know, thinking back to last season, Alicio, he was the MVP of the finals. Alicio was pretty much the MVP of the team going into the league stage here, and it's nice to see that there's some other people stepping up. I believe Will kind of did that as well last season, but I still want to see like Daddy up there. We still need to see Alicio have a good start here, but then again, it's been one match. It's not too big big of a deal. But let's take a look maybe at our top 2 teams, our top 2 finalists at the end of that first round, as we'll dive into Gamelord up against Eastern Stars and compare their stats between the two. Now, obviously, damage and kills will be quite different, but just kind of give you an idea of, yeah, Eastern Stars got second place, but not to the same kind of extent that Gamelord did.
Yeah, Eastern Stars, and especially this is a big callback to PMPL Season 1, and I think you, especially Kalash, remember that because we did quite a lot of illustration about how Eastern Stars typically play these kind of field finishes. They like to spread out, take control, get those off angles, be very present in those finishes to be hopefully aggressive and get a few kills along the way and make sure they can confirm those wins. Here they got locked into that position behind the container, and it was so hard for them to move away of that position. You had Redox onto the offside, it was creating an off angle, it was helping Gamelord, and Gamelord, all they had to really do was rain nades, molly, smokes to block out visibility too. It was really hard for Eastern Stars to have that breathing space they desperately needed, and Gamelord just hit where it hurts hard, and every time they were able to get those kills, get the knocks, and Eastern Stars just couldn't get back up.
I will say that it might look a little bit when you look at Eastern Stars and only have like 3 kills or something like that. But I think for a salvage mission, considering the nature of the circle and considering that it ends in this field ending and you're kind of bottled up behind a crate, you're not really able to do much, and you're just trying to survive all of the chaos that is that kind of southeastern mishmash of teams that's going on. I think this is a good result for Eastern Stars, regardless of only 3 kills.
Yeah, and again, like for Eastern Stars, we talked about the like peaks and valleys that they were having when we took a look at their moving averages right across the League Play and Super weekends. This is a good start for them. Yeah, you don't get a ton of kills, you don't put up the typical Eastern Stars performance, but you get a second place. Like you get your points rolling, you get that gap again. More importantly, closer between you and Unicorns of Love. I think you said Max before was 27 points between them two, and obviously at the end of the finals, the #1 team in points will go through straight into PMGC. So a good start nonetheless here for Eastern Stars, and a good start for us as well here so far in the day. Take a look at the schedule, get an idea of what's going to be coming up next, and I can tell you from memory, it's going to be Miramar coming up as match number 2. We're heading over to Sanhok for round 3 right thereafter, and they're doing one more repeat throughout the day. And gentlemen, as we do have about 1 minute 20 seconds until we head into our second round, predictions time. I know how much you guys love it. I know how much Kalaris likes to be correct. I know how Max Man gets frustrated that he's always cursing teams, but Kalaris,
Me.
what do you got?
This is scary, actually, for the rest of the lobby. Gamelord starts with a win, and we've seen, as Imperium has mentioned before, they're really good on Miramar. We could see a back-to-back at the start of the finals here. I'm going with Gamelord.
That's like the 3rd time, I think, for them if they do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, they definitely showed some consistency on that one. I'm going to go with Exquisite Décode UK. They've had some good moments, especially on their last few games in the Super Weekend, so I'm going to go with the boys from the UK.
Well, it sounds like, unfortunately for you, Kalaris, it's not going to be coming home, as Max predicted them. But gentlemen, thank you so much.
He picked UK.
Yeah, that's weird. Are you guys feeling all right?
I don't understand.
Swapped. Yeah, I don't know.
All right, let's bring our commentators back in then, because the next round is ready to go. As you can see, 30 seconds until we head into the next map. So, gentlemen, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Imperium Copter, welcome back to the show. We start things off strong for Gamelord, Eastern Stars as well. Also for Romanian Boys. I'm curious, maybe you guys have some predictions as we head into Miramar.
Hey, you know, I love backing based off a couple of stats. Unicorns of Love, the most dominating team in the PMPL when it comes to Miramar, over 15 points per game. So for me, Copter, I'm backing the Unicorns of Love.
Well, I was gonna say the same because I thought that the Imperium was gonna strike back because I mean, Eastern Stars, they got more points, so kind of like they are now leading the two battle with the versus the Eastern Stars. But I'm gonna call Peak this time then, because I think that they have been playing quite decently in Miramar as well. We have seen some great endings from them on that map as well, so I'm gonna call Peak.
It's a good call. It's a good call overall. Again, I've made note of how consistent across all 3 maps Big have looked, so they are a safe choice without a shadow of a doubt. Now, I do owe a tiny bit of an apology to Exquisite Décode from that game 1, because I didn't realize that they'd gotten as many kill points as they did. They went a little bit unnoticed, and I thought they were drowned out a lot more heavily, but still 11 points is a good base mark for them. I suppose, again, like I'd mentioned, because they hadn't qualified for the last Super Weekend, maybe I was expecting to be a little bit more noisier. But again, a good start for them, and apologies for not noticing that so much. But in this round number 2, I noticed the playing path. It's once again on the east. Going to be a little bit trickier for the teams that want to land on the west.
Great performance by Exquisite Décode, but they cannot win this one just because of the fact Max called them. So they just
that's
can't
fair.
win it, unfortunately. So, I mean, it's got to be either yours or mine or James's pick. I think that those are the chances. Like, Max's picks, they're always, like, out of the picture completely. Anyway, as we can see, teams just landing. They shouldn't have any major problems, like, finding the places. Eastern Stars, of course, they will play from the east. And, they got few kills. They got a second place on the previous game. Kind of like, leading that current battle with the Unicorns of Flow, and they're paddling from the PMGC points. But nobody called Eastern Stars for this game, so that's an interesting one as well, because they kind of like had the best start compared to teams that are actually battling for the PMGC points. So we'll see how they will do. But I'm still going to stick with Big, so I'm not changing. That was just a note.
Team Doom, do you not realize that Exquisite Décode are in these finals? In the third Super Weekend, Exquisite Décode, and the Exquisite Décode weren't in the last Super Weekend, so Team Doom, as far as I remember, dropped in Al-Azhar, as far as I remember at least. But it seems like they've gone for a massive kind of split drop around the Tierra/Al-Azhar region, and that's a bit risky when you have Exquisite Décode dropping pretty much as a full squad into the city. So I'm curious how that will potentially work towards or against Team Doom.
And we also had our first kill. We saw Super Young roster actually losing a player, so Ali went down. So Super Young roster, they're playing with 3 now, so they lost 1. But that is the early game. Sometimes these things happen, and sometimes it's just more than 1 as well. But now just 1 player falling down, so they can continue as a 3-man stack for now. But the Vodafone Giants, I mean, excuse me's location is pretty much on the middle of the circle, so they're currently having a very good place. They can just spread on the compounds there and wait for the circle. Hopefully they will get all the loot they want from those places, because it's quite risky to actually leave from the middle of the circle while more and more teams are coming to the scene and kind of like rotating, and there's already like a decent amount of teams on the scene.
Oh, shots by Mango of Excuse Me to AKM with a 4X. Not the easiest gun to control recoil-wise with a 4X on it, I'll tell you that much. So it was a spicy for him to try and pull out those shots. But it is, again, trying to separate Vodafone Giants to create that little bit of extra space. Right now, at least, both of these teams are pretty much in the center of this phase 1.
True. Well, we'll see. Definitely, excuse me, Vodafone finds they want to build something. Prada's going to be moving on the long buildings. They will just actually go for it, because excuse me coming to the scene, and Vodafone finds going to be hurrying to get on the vehicle and leave from the scene ASAP. They don't want to stick around at all. They want to find a better place. They will notice that excuse me will be just making a move, and there's going to be shots coming from the backside, but they might be just getting out of the situations. Minor damage has been dealt, but they are already so far away, so I don't think that excuse me they can do anything about it. And they have more players towards the western side, like we said, Ulysses holding that warehouse compound. So, I mean, getting away, that's a smart thing to do if you're going to be really thinking that you cannot win that battle.
Yeah, exactly. And Vodafone Giants set a really good base in this PMPL finals by picking up 14 points, so they can really work with that. I think outside of even statistics, I think Miramar is a map for Vodafone Giants where, at least last season and 4 to 5 months ago, they tended to look quite strong in, but they've really slipped down in that regard. But you don't want to slip down on the opportunity where you can pick up the PMPL 2021 fall special crate. It's on sale, so go back to the PUBG Mobile store after you finish watching these games, of course, and you can get the same outfits as the pro players. It might not make you play as good as the pro players, but it certainly will allow you to look as good as the pro players, as well as, hey, look, you watching the game live in the game from the esports tab. Like, that's what I love about PUBG Mobile, to be fair. They have an esports tab. You can watch the PMPL from in-game, so after you finish watching the game, you can go straight into a game yourself, feel the flow of the players, and try and get a couple of chicken dinners while watching other teams getting them.
Yeah, the skins might not make you, play like a pro, but at least you look like a pro. And I can just only imagine when you get on the lobby, before you get on the plane, people are like, yeah, I want to get your skin, I want to get your skin, drop it on the floor. But anyway, go to the store and you can get it from there. But yeah, we can see rotations happening big. I mean, they are right around the, well, on the southern side of La Pendida crater, quite far away. And we can see ChasMac making a move as well on the same area, so they're not so far away from each other. But it shouldn't be a major thing. They can easily dodge each other. And we saw in the last game how ChasMac was able to also dodge the Unicorns of Floor. There's been a huge rotation from the northern side of them.
Yeah.
Got away from the fight. And I think in a way it was a right move, because in the end, TSC, Unicorns of Floor, 4 Romanian Boys, they battled on that side. And there definitely could have been casualties happening. So I think the rotation was a good move on the previous game. But that was the last game, and this is now. So might be a completely different call. But there's a lot of space. So I think that they can definitely dodge that fight.
Now, I've really learned to accept Unicorns of Love's later rotations in the majority of these games. But I think there are certain games where you really have to recognize and adapt what is a natural late rotation playstyle to the other way around to take advantage. Unicorns of Love, they loot Valdemar, the circles down on that southwest. If they can control as a full squad the kind of Minas, the Val Hill, maybe La Drillera have a possible 2-2 split in the early parts of this game, that could really set them up for a massively successful Miramar game. They already have Rokas on his own in the Minas Deval area, but 2 of the other players are looting up Valdemar, and another one is in Los Higos of all places. So 7.5 minutes in, the split is there. I think they need to just join up a bit better.
This is an interesting battle. So TSC, we saw Vodafone Giants like withdrawing from the previous situation, and they actually came towards this compound. Cost is going to find, by the way, one player, and Nano's going to fall down to be a Tony's nade as well. Tendo's going to find Nano. The flush will happen, but that's going to be one player falling down from Vodafone Giants. Are they going to leave for the second time? That's the question. But the strange thing about this fight is the fact that this is held on the western side, and the play was so much on the east. So teams were rotating from the northern side all the way to the west. And of course, they think, yeah, there's a lot of space, there's no teams, but they will suddenly find themselves on the same compound, and I don't think that they actually scouted it that perfectly, because I mean, you come with the 4 players on the same compound. Maybe they had an idea, but I think it was a more like that they were just thinking that there's nobody here, because there shouldn't be. But both teams made a huge move towards the western side, and now they will find themselves on the same compound. And by the way, just one thing, the east side is completely free. All the teams are either middle or west. Of course, not the teams on the blue, as we can see Exquisite Décode, Eastern Stars, and Team Doom. They are coming away from the blue, but otherwise we can see lots of them are completely clear.
Chumacera and around that area is a haven of teams right now. You don't really want to stick inside the city. Superior and Roster kind of have it, but around that area, as Phase 2 centralizes up, it is a benefit to see the majority of the teams in the circle, just Doom, Exquisite Décode, Eastern Stars, LMV, still in the blue.
Yeah, Eastern Stars, they were holding that kind of like Eastern Highway for a while. Team Doom actually rotated right past them. Unicorns of Love didn't come, so they were like trying to get some kills, trying to get some points from the eastern side, but that just wasn't meant to be. And here we can see the replay of the situation. Temtem's great reaction times on that situation. Pocos had the advantage from the angle, kind of like surprising the players running on the fields. But in the end, Temtem didn't hesitate, did the right moves, and of course knocked the player down.
Knocked him down to the ground. Game Lord, the winners of Game 1 in these PMPL EU West finals. They are getting quite close to Xtreme Slayers on the underside of the Picado Hill, moving down in towards a deeper area of this Phase 2. You have ChasMac potentially able to third party should these teams get a little bit closer together.
Yeah, Game Lord definitely watching what the Exquisite Décode, Xtreme Slayers are doing here. We can see meanwhile Big is going to be having a battle with the Nexus Gaming, and there we do have an knock happening. One nade knock towards Wave. He's going to be taken down. It's going to be falling down to Mishi. Mishi we saw with a great performance and great individual stats on all of the weekends, more or less, and definitely one of those key players for the team. Big Bam is going to fall down as well. Beast is going to find that one. Rana has the battle, gets a knock. Mishi fall down, and now do they still have more players on top of the Rana, like defending it from the distance, and times he needs to do something because Beast is so far away and he has a battle with UB on the background.
it's 2 1v1s. And if you can disengage and run around with Beast to go for the 2v1, that'd be much more effective. But we do see that 1v1 happening between Beast and Dewey comes out on top, and you see Rana instantly responding. He's lower in health, and that's going to be a squad wipe. And for the second game in the PMPL finals, Team Big are out early.
Okay, I'm gonna cancel my words. I said something about Max's picks, but it seems that I have even worse luck with my picks. So, sorry, Max. I'm really sorry.
Like, that was to me, that was very weird between Times and Beast, right? They had way more of an ability to join up together, being on the kind of lower part of the hill. I get why Dewey and Rana couldn't join up because there was a bit of a flatter terrain between them. But it was so much easier in my eyes for Times and Beast to join up. But Beast went for the 1v1. Unfortunately, lost it. And then Rana came in and got the final kill on the Times. It was some kind of slightly disconnected decision makings from the final two players at Big, but good for Nexus.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there was the first knock towards Peacock with the nade, and then Rana got 2 of the kills from the same position. So, well, okay, the other one was a push more like. But anyways, a great performance from Rana, can like save the team there. And of course, they had the second player on having his own battle as well. But meanwhile, circle has been closing. Teams are still in the middle to around the Chumanch area, which is like very stacked. We can see LMV, TSC, western side. Something might happen in La Drillera. It all depends from the next circle. And also on Team Dream and Eastern Stars, they haven't been able to, get away from each other. So they are still on the eastern side. Circle's going to be favoring the eastern side though. So this will be interesting because Eastern Stars, they can quite easily get inside. And all the teams who were actually, battling on that western side, they're quite fine.
Except for TSC and the LMV. TSA came in on towards the members of Vodafone Giants earlier on, now having their own little battle. The M24 line, pew pew, from Jaja is rocking it up, and he's able to get first aid off in time, just behind his stairwell. Has to step back up off getting a first aid, gets one knock, looking for the second. It is going to be that trade, but Talon, he's left on his own. Vitoni joins in time to pre-fire with the UMP. He's going to have to try and reload, and they being cooked up by Vitoni. Will that be able to be worked out in towards the doorway? No, it's not. Talon comes in to clutch up, and where is the rest of TSC? Just one player left, Bujo. He's now coming in for a swing, and the miss will stop Talon from getting the revive. Now he's going to have to step back out. Indeed, he does go towards the other side of the hill. He is going to be once again this 1v1. The pre-fire shots, it doesn't work out. Talon saves his team, saves the game, and will help put them back up as a full squad.
Yeah, he can revive all of those players, and definitely the teams that I said on the western side that they are not fine. They will have to battle their way inside. I don't know what was I thinking there, but yeah, of course the pressure is a lot on the western side, and the teams on the east, they can chill. So it's the other way around. But anyway, great performance. I mean, I gotta say, that how Talon played the situation. He put a nade there, and then he like flanked from the other side with the pre-fire SMG spray, kind of like making sure that the player cannot move away from that position. That he knew that he's gonna be on that corner. That was the key. It was a great play, and of course saving the team, and of course getting that fourth player who can like arrive to the scene late as well. Great defending, and Bujo just, well, I mean, he could have been able to take those 4 points, but didn't have any chances to revive anybody. So it is what it is. But LMV getting those kills and continuing as a form and stack. So great performance from them. For Romanian Boys, meanwhile, they have spotted Excuse Me, and they're going to be, well, not battling, but shooting towards the Church of Chumachera. That's a high ground, and that has a lot of visibility also on the eastern side of the circle. So all the teams who actually went towards the middle, the Excuse Me, they have the angle.
Unicorns of Love have so much space on the southern side of this circle. Like, based on this next circle shift, so much exit potential, so that should benefit them massively, still being on the high ground as well. So I'm excited to see how they can pull out a big result from this game.
Well, circle's going to be closing soon. I mean, these circles, they just fly so fast. And one battle, and then we're going to be almost seeing the next circle. And LMV, of course, they have a long rotation to go, but it's a decent one. Unicorns of Love holding that southern side. So the usual strategy there, like, chilling and grilling, and then later on jumping on the circle. But now it's a northern shift. And one thing that I have to mention here is the fact that a lot of teams there's a lot of elevation when the teams are moving from the west and also from the south. So they will have to like climb up a little bit and maybe get down as well. For example, will have to get down from the church hill. There's a huge dip and then another hill. And also when we're coming from the southern side, it's like a hill that you have to climb. So they can find some cover, but it also makes the gatekeeping, denying the entry to the circle, very easy for the teams that are actually inside.
Yes, it does. And Exquisite Décode have the potential of gatekeeping Eastern Stars on this eastern side of the circle. Scrambling away, Eastern Stars might try and find a tiny bit of an entry point. Athis is currently the one player that's closest to the edge of the circle, rocking an SLR. Very tough weapon to control recoil-wise, but it does hold a lot of power and strength. 2 to 3 taps, and you're looking at a clean knock towards your opponents. And yeah, the entry point that Eastern Stars are looking for, it's going to be made a tiny bit more challenging, Copter. The fact that Doom have been able to send at least 0 into the edge of the circle for the time being.
There's 5 or 6 teams that still need to get inside from the southern side, so that is definitely complicated.
Oh no!
Spray towards Zero. He's gonna fall down. Great spray from Athis, and finding that initial knock at least, that kind of like opens the rotation towards the zone. But meanwhile, the other's gonna be trying to shoot from the distance, as Zero is gonna be taken down finally by Bazzi.
Didn't you hear the sound of the vehicle? Didn't you hear sound of shots? Why did it look at least like Zero was just kind of scratching his behind and minding his own business? If you're going to be the anchor player, you kind of need to be looking all around you, whereas it didn't seem to be the case. The rest of Doom are going to be going towards Unicorns of Love. GK the first, along with Fresh, getting the knock on the action is absolutely perfect. The 1v1, Rokus wins that one out, and that is Doom out of the lobby.
Yeah, Unicorns of Love. I mean, the whole gameplay of Team Doom, I think it just, went upside down when they got the first knock, because Zero was kind of like the player who was supposed to hold what's coming from the south and maybe scout some information as well. I mean, he didn't have the high ground, but he had a lot of area that he can actually look from there. So I think that, when he was taken down, then the rest of the squad kind of lost the anchor inside of the zone, and then they were an easy target for Unicorns of Love. But now Unicorns of Love, they will head straight towards Eastern Stars, as we can see. And Eastern Stars, they're kind of like holding that same place. They have the whole stack sitting on the same place, as we can see on the picture.
Yeah.
Of 4 players, and Unicorns of Love, Eastern Stars. I mean, this is the battle we have been hoping for to happen, and also 4 Romanian Boys on the other side. That is an interesting one. So 3 very good teams holding 4-man stacks on the south.
And it's also a little bit more important than you might think, but Eastern Stars were also able to pick up an extra vehicle after taking down Zero from Doom, because he was there on his own with a absolutely beautiful looking vehicle. So that is free for Eastern Stars to take. So it's a free knock for Eastern Stars into the loving arms of Unicorns of Love. Lane is confirmed up. Rokus is knocked. GK first is knocked, and Fresh all on his lonesome. Barely a cover inside 4 Romanian Boys. One side Eastern Stars, on the other it's a Romanian Revolution, baby, and Unicorns of Love, they are the victims, and they go down.
Yeah, both sides. I mean, 4 Romanian Boys jump from the other side. Eastern Stars, of course, from the eastern side. I think both got 2 knocks and 2 kills from that situation. Maybe even actually 4 Romanian Boys getting 3. But anyways, it was definitely the death of Unicorn of Love. And now Octavian in trouble. Redjog's gonna find Octavian. It's gonna fall down in an explosion. And will 4 Romanian Boys go aggressive with the Eastern Stars as well? Because the Attis with that nade, there's nobody hiding on those smokes though. So there's nothing to be found because the 4 Romanian Boys, they're quite far away. Now Machina with the spray towards Attis. Oh, does a lot of damage, but doesn't get the knock.
Man, it was like a tag team heel turn, right? They helped each other, and then it was just one turn heel, one turn face. 4 Romanian Boys seem to be the heels in this case, but Eastern Stars still surviving as a trio. There's a little bit of space for them to enter. However, I'm pretty sure they are aware of Exquisite Décode being a lot more predominantly on the eastern side, which is why they were a tiny bit afraid to enter in this area, which allowed for Romanian Boys to pick up that initial knock. Nexus, another Romanian team, will be gatekeeping both of 4 Romanian Boys and Eastern Stars in the southern entry point of this circle.
Yeah, it's a very time-consuming fight, and that's gonna be very costly with the zone like that. So definitely for Romanian Boys and Eastern Stars, they will somehow have to get inside, and we can see already also, excuse me, they know that they will have to get away from the Church of Chumajera, and they have came it down. They have spotted down ChasMac Gaming. The utility is gonna be shown. ChasMac kind of like, I would say, a little bit pinched in a corner, and definitely having a problematic situation unless they can knock down Prada or Mishi on that situation. I think that's what's gonna be required if they want to get a like safe rotation. Well, not the safe rotation, but decent rotation.
Yes,
they're gonna find Mango, and that's a start.
It's a start, but it's been traded up. Prada now has the time to pull the first aid off. Slows ChasMac down, but it certainly does not end their run. And Nade goes a little bit too far forward. Mishi with the M249-4X. Job done. Happy days. ChasMac burnt down to the ground.
Yeah, there was no way to get around without getting the initial knocks from the 2 front-runner players who were kind of holding that area and focusing all the sprays towards them. But anyway, excuse me, they will find that they will get a place on the zone. That's completely fine. Meanwhile, the southern side, it's not yet settled as Eastern Stars and 4 Romanian Boys, they are battling, and Nexus is still waiting. We can see 4 Romanian fighting on the smoke, to spray the fire with the machine gun. Gonna be losing that battle though. Redbox gets him down. Kappa House gonna fall down, and Eastern Stars, they are gone.
They are gone, but they're also kind of getting third-partied themselves by the beautiful, loving team of Exquisite Décode. That circle shifting up the northeast in their favor. Elicio with a nade onto create. Tor leaves Bam and Rana left on their own. Rana, once again, by the way, he's actually playing from America, so his ping is automatically a little bit higher. It's also very early in the morning for him, but you know what? It's never too early to game, and these players are ready to pick up a fight. Nexus pinched by Exquisite Décode, and 4 Romanian Boys are still not into the circle. Game Lord holding the dip, but they now have to move across as Xtreme Slayers are in their way. We haven't talked about Conqueror. Jammaz is the last player left up, and just as I say I speak too soon, he gets taken out by Sebi.
Yeah, now the circle as it's shifting back towards the east. All these compounds battle, they need to be done. Game Lord versus Xtreme Slayers, 3 versus 4. Let's see what's going to happen here. Victor's going to be trying to get a spray there. It's going to be shown towards him. Wolf fall back from that situation. Kashi kind of like playing a little bit more as a front runner. We can see the Xtreme Slayers are moving the vehicles as well. They're going to be trying to leave with the buggy, at least some player on the other side. On the other side of the road, that's the complicated rotation that you have to do. And Happy tried to connect something, but it's gonna be like a waiting game more or less. Now we can see Collins taken down. Also damage towards the secondary player. So I mean, both sides are actually getting a lot of casualties. There's a huge risk of getting third party from inside of the circle as well.
Robs is knocked. Hulls is knocked. Narvello was across the road, but then he joined up, and that he's allowing the revive to be pulled off. Either side, time is ticking, and they being cooked up. I think they have a bit of an idea where Xtreme Slayers players are. Another smoke being deployed. Victor around by the van will have to now move away because this blue zone is starting to encroach so much closer on these players. And outside the compound, it's all flat. There's a little bit of a tree that one of the Game Lord players could get hold of, but excuse me, on the side, the third party, this bad boy of a fight, and they pick up a knock. But they only have 2 players left. 8 kills currently for, Xtreme Slayers may be able to find the opening. Bardo sends it all in, very important. And Xtreme Slayers are just extremely rising up. And that is a squad wipe on the Game Lord. There's really nothing they could do.
Yeah, I mean, it is so tricky to get away from that situation when you have, watching it from the inside of the zone. And also Xtreme Slayers, they are definitely struggling to get in the zone. Circle's going to be shifting away from the Xtreme Slayers as well. So kind of like the Exquisite Décode, they are definitely having the circle. I mean, they definitely have what it takes. They have 4 players alive. They're the biggest team. They're holding the circle. So it just might be that Max is actually right.
Max being right? A miracle can happen in this world. Nexus, Dewey, the last player up, pre-fires in towards the smoke, gets a couple of shots, finds one knock, has to switch over, he gets a knock, it's a two-piece, it's a Dewey, baby, but now he has to turn around, focuses on towards Exquisite Décode, only so much he can do, and Exquisite Décode takes him out.
And just 2 players remaining from Xtreme Slayers. So it's going to be 2 teams, 8 players, 4 versus 2. And I think Exquisite Décode there, just where the guys will go with the buggy. The spray is going to connect first, but it's going to fall down. And we can see only Muzi remaining. So that's going to be solo. It's going to be dealt with it as well. And that's going to be an Exquisite Décode chicken dinner.
Exquisite Décode played that game extremely well. They moved into the circle from the east, played from El Zahar. The Esther circles did shift over to the east, but they did enough in the early parts of the game, and this is why I talk about it so much. Creating that little bit of a bubble, them pushing Eastern Stars away from the east down to the southeast, created a beautiful domino effect where Eastern Stars battled with Doom, Eastern Stars battled with Unicorns of Love, Eastern Stars battled with 4 Romanian Boys, Eastern Stars battled with Nexus. That automatically made it so much easier for Exquisite Décode to control that East off one simple suppression. It's such a huge difference maker, and it's why I talk about it all the time. Very well played, Exquisite.
It's a funny fact that it was actually Eastern Stars who were holding that Eastern Highway. They had Team Doom and Unicorns of Love also on the eastern side. Both came from the same region, from the blue, and then they ended up like right next to each other on the southern side of the zone. So they have a pretty similar rotations. Unicorns of Love just made a little bit longer hook and actually took a position a little bit more on the western side, but still it's a very similar rotation. And of course, I mean, when we had the setup that we had 4 Romanian Boys, we had Eastern Stars, and then we had Unicorns of Love, so that was definitely a very exciting situation how they will play it. I really thought that they will actually try to move forward a little bit, try to do the fight a little bit later, but then they just decided that, okay, let's kill these guys, and the craziness started.
Excuse me, they had a good game. It was a pretty good game. I think over 8 kills, maybe 9 kills into the top 4. Top 4, I believe, or top 5. Nothing to be sniffed at. And Game Lord, look, it wasn't the prettiest of games, and I think they could have played that team fight against Xtreme Slayers a little bit better. At times, it felt like they were too slow, and when they traded up against Xtreme Slayers, I would have preferred, and this is where I think at times Game Lord lack, just ignore the revive and go for the fight, right? Most teams don't expect that to happen. So when you do that, you are able to surprise your opponents. We all knew that the blue zone was closing in, time was ticking down, right? But despite to me that being a mistake, it was still a good result off the back of a chicken dinner from Game Lord.
I think what really made a difference there was, first of all, Xtreme Slayers, they moved 1 player away from the compound with the buggy. So he moved there right next to the reach, not on the zone, but kind of like having an angle that he can actually shoot towards the Game Lord. And then also, it could have been a little bit unfortunate for the Game Lord because they all were also holding the western side of the compound. And that was the side where Excuse Me actually had the angle. We saw she shooting, and basically the window and the door was blocked by the Excuse Me. If they would have been playing on the other side of the compound, let's imagine that the Xtreme Slayers and Game Lord would have had swap places, then probably the damage from Excuse Me would have gone towards the Xtreme Slayers.
Yeah, exactly. I know hindsight is 2020, but that's where maybe an extra level of awareness, plus just a potential risk factor, does come in to play. It really does come into play. We saw a couple of solo clutches as well, whether it was Nexus, whether it was LMV, and those 2 individual team fights, by the way, allowed both teams at those points in the game to get their squad up as a full squad. So Nexus definitely benefited more so, obviously, with Dewey putting his team into 4th. But for LMV, Talon getting that clutch onto TSC, again, allowed him to keep his team up as a full squad.
Yeah, that was a great battle, definitely great performance. The only thing what catch my eye, which we actually didn't touch on the broadcast because it was happening at the same time as there was so many other things happening. Also, LMV, when they moved away from that fight situation, when they left with a performance stack, they actually lost 2 players on the blue, so they didn't have enough heals. So they actually came to the zone only with 2 guys remaining, and then in a way, yeah, they were able to revive the whole stack, and I was expecting that, yeah, they gotta come strong. 4 kills, 4 guys, they are ready to kill, but then unfortunately they didn't have enough meds, and that 2 guys only made it to the zone.
Okay, that is very well observed. To be fair, I didn't notice that myself. Team Big, though, they've had 2 rounds, 2 poor results, and it's not only very unusual to see that happen from Team Big, who proved to be one of the most consistent, if not the most consistent team in the PMPL League Stage Super Weekends. They've really got to kind of dig a bit deeper now and look at how they're going to approach the Sanhok game, a map that they have proven themselves to be quite good on, and really pull something around to help turn it in their favor.
I gotta say that I mean, we have been talking a lot about Max not getting the right picks and being bad on the mat and everything. But I think I have a even bigger jinx factor. It seems that where you said biggest, having very steady results, and the first time I'm gonna call them, they're gonna die as a first thing. So I don't think I'm gonna do picks anymore. At least the players don't like me doing it.
Well, look, it is what it is. Exquisite Décode pick up a very much needed victory and a good bounce back off the back of the Super Weekend number 3 lack of qualification. We're going to go for a bit of a quick break, and once we come back, the analysts are going to go through all of the action in Miramar.
Hello everyone! Today we would like to introduce to you Banpan's Investigators. The Investigators are the first line of response when confronted with cheaters. After a player is reported for suspicious behavior, the investigator will then verify whether cheating has occurred. Up till now, investigators have been hard at work every day resolving player complaints, establishing themselves as a key component in maintaining a pleasant and fair gaming environment. Without further ado, let me introduce the Investigator. How to become an Investigator. Investigators consist of in-game players and official security experts. To become investigators, in-game players must fulfill certain requirements. Be passionate about PUBG Mobile and have a strong sense of justice. A clean in-game record free of penalties, no bans or warnings. Be firm and resolute when dealing with cheaters, and report any suspicious behavior. Must have a high tier. Skilled players are preferred. Experienced players that have achieved a higher rank are better suited to judge whether cheating has really occurred. Players that have met these requirements can apply by tapping the Request Investigator access button. We hope more players can enlist in the Investigator ranks and stand together in protecting the integrity of the game. How investigators review and report footage. After becoming an investigator, they may review footage of reported behavior. Footage found to contain violations will be sent to the official security team for a final review. You can check your submitted video review statistics under My Reviews. See details for the results of corrected judgments. For our dear investigators that uphold the integrity of the game, we are constantly improving the investigator function. To thank all our investigators for their hard work and effort, Banpan has added Investigator Challenge rewards. Investigators can complete challenges to claim their corresponding rewards. There are rewards for daily challenges, weekly challenges, and monthly challenges. We've also prepared an exclusive investigator outfit, titles, and rank. We've introduced the requirements on how to become an investigator and the responsibilities it entails. We hope that many new investigators will join us in our fight to maintain a pleasant gaming environment. Fairness for all. We will never give up.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Season 2 Finals. And right now, I bet you, I almost guarantee you, Exquisite Décode are rocking their 1+9s because that 120 hertz refresh rate helping them get that chicken dinner, helping them get one step closer to getting to the European Regional Championships, and of course, taking home $10,000 for that first place prize. I'm Jason Kaplan, your host. We're going to bring our analysts back in with Kalaris and MaxBan because there's going to be one very happy Frenchman here on the desk. Take it away, Max. The floor is all yours.
I have no words. I got something right for the first time in my life. This is something out of the ordinary. I don't know. He went for Game Lord, I went for the UK team, and they won. But it was a really good play too. But I got it. I'm going to remember this. I'm going to tell that to my kids, to my grandkids, for generations. They're going to remember this day.
You know the funniest thing is,
I got correction.
By Floof, so it's okay.
Yeah, you know what's funny thing is, I didn't hear a word Max said because I was staring at Floof.
Yeah, she's got a little jacket on for a walk. She's got a little coat on. How you doing? She's actually like very color themed with me, so I'm okay with that. But yeah, Exquisite Décode UK. Why didn't I go for the UK boys? It was coming home, Max, and Max got it right.
Can we go back to the first page actually? Because there was like so many things you wanted to talk about there. Not only
it was a lot
getting the chicken dinner, but Nexus. Okay, I guess we're gonna brush over for now. We'll come back to it later. Nexus putting up, was that 12 kills? Like that was a phenomenal game. And Dexter has not been playing today. Just to update you guys at home. So somehow this team, I mean, as we heard Imperium talking about, putting up big kills.
The thing was Nexus, when you're looking at this game, the circle centered on them a lot of the time. They were on a high ground position just up north of the road, so teams that were trying to move away from the south were in very, very deep trouble. You had Unicorns of Love, you had Team Doom, you had Eastern Stars at some point in time, Excuse Me also. All of those teams just got fed in the general position that were held down by Nexus Gaming, and do had some amazing clutches from time to time in this game. So yeah, they had a strong position. They had the teams coming their way. They picked up the kills. It simply executed from them, and it was very well played at the end, but not quite enough to close off the game because those fights made them lose quite a few players.
All right, we're seeing team stats for Nexus last round, and we can see 1600 damage, 12 kills. Like the survival time, I think the impressive part was in like the final moments for Nexus is that Dew was like still picking up kills when he was all left alone. Like he was still looking aggressive, still trying to get as many points as possible. And I did say at the start of the day, albeit I thought Dexter was going to be playing for them, that this could be a team when he was on when I thought he was playing that could easily challenge for the top if they just have those good rounds.
You're a prophet, Jason. I didn't really, again, I'm such a naysayer today, aren't I? I didn't really have that much faith in them, but I mean, they're producing the goods. What they did down in the south here, and kind of, it wasn't the usual thing that I would look at Nexus of and think to myself, damn, they're doing well, which is kind of holding in a compound and being able to kind of play it from there. No, they were having some good kills, as dealing with some of the terrain down there is very annoying. So impressive. And gee, look at the damage coming in. Jeez.
Yeah, really good damage. I mean, I know we've mentioned Bam and Rana. I know we talk about Rana quite a bit. Also, Creator, previously known, I believe, as I'm Bot, if I'm not mistaken, from last season. Yeah. Like, this team does have the potential. It's just whether or not they can kind of fire on all cylinders. Again, it's just 3 days of matches, just 18 matches in total. You got to be able to perform here. And, I mean, you can't technically have 1 or 2 bad rounds, but you can't have much more than that. But let's get a quick update on our overall standings. We've had only 2 rounds played. I know it's a little bit early to go to it, but we want to at least keep you guys in the loop of who currently is sitting in that first place position, as we do have Exquisite Décode, 33 points. Gamer coming into second. And even Nexus off the performance in that last round, getting 22 points, I believe it was, out of their 24 in total.
The thing that's interesting is for Romanian Boys, Redox has been absolutely popping off these games. They had one of the best entry points when it came to the first game on Erangel. They were trying to avoid that big altercation happening with, I believe it was Xtreme Slayers, super young roster, Vodafone Giants. They're like, okay, we're going to avoid that, get into a position where we could actually third-party that entire altercation and maybe pick up a few kills along the way, which actually ended up working out towards the end. And yeah, that rotation in the field that got a little bit tricky for them. But for Romanian Boys are trying things compared to the last 2 Super Weekends. They had a little bit of a resurgence in the last Super Weekend, but this feels like the 4 Romanian Boys we saw in week 1, just not scared to get into strong positions, not scared to go for fights, and especially Redox stepping up like we saw in week 1. They're coming back to where they were at the start.
And interestingly, all of these teams in the past 4 days have been scrimming against one another in very kind of official scrim settings. So some of that I've seen from those scrims seems to be kind of carrying through here from 4 Romanian Boys. So it's nice to see.
Max, This is where I need to teach you. You need to embrace things. You had the perfect opportunity to rip into Conqueror saying, oh, you know who we're not seeing on this first page? Unicorns of Love. They're currently sitting in 13th place at 7 points.
Look, I know how it feels for Conqueror to be in my shoes, so I just don't feel like it. Because I know potentially next game I'm going to be back in that position. So I'm like, I don't want the karma to come back after me, so I'm taking it chill. But indeed, Unicorns of Love are low.
Well, not even just them, but Conqueror is big. 0 points.
Yeah. Talk about a upside down, topsy-turvy situation, but they can bounce back. They will bounce back. We'll see them soon.
Okay. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much, Maxman. I'm still going to teach you more ways to be mean and to rub it into Claris's face, but you got your first prediction of the finals correct. We'll check with more later on. I'm not going to make you do any just now. Let's bring in Copter and Pierre, though, as we're going to get underway with our third round, and it's going to be our first Sanhok of the day. But I am curious, though, gentlemen. Unicorns of Love, not looking too good so far. We also have, like I just said, Big not looking too well, but then 4 Romanian Boys, Nexus performing. It's all topsy-turvy, it feels like.
It definitely is. Let me just... Yep. I just pinched myself because Max got a prediction right. But it was great to see that turnaround from a couple of teams. And this is the product of the finals, right? Copter, where everybody starts from square one. And it's about outside of that little bit of circle look here, that right decision there. It is about kind of bringing the wealth of experience from the PMPL and applying it to these final games and doing everything you can to just seize the moment, carp the M, baby, right? And for Exquisite Décode, for Romanian Boys, to an extent, Game Lord, they've all done that.
Yeah, true. I think there's like 2 different battles going on. So some teams, they know that they can fight from the PMGC points and, you know, be on that top position, kind of guaranteeing their slot. But then the other teams, they're also fighting for money. There's a lot of money on the line, 10k for the winner, etc. So I think that, yeah, definitely all the teams, they want to do their best. So even some of the teams who are performing today, they're not really in a position to be getting that top position when we are looking at the PMGC points. Still, of course, they want to take that money. So it's an interesting battle, definitely. So we have 2 different battles going on. And regarding those picks, like Max actually getting something done. So I kind of like found a new level. I was thinking about this for a while because I'm now clearly proven to be even worse than Max. So maybe I'll just take Max's prediction next time. So then I'm going to take him down with me.
I don't know if it works that way, but I do like the theory. I do like that theory. Practice of how it works out is a different story. Time's looking for a bit of a kill onto Octavian. Bit of a weird drop in towards a shotgun blast. Octavian is in that 1v2. Is able to get one. Actually, no, he wasn't able to get any of the knocks. I thought he got a knock onto one of the big players. It didn't work out. Times cleans that one up. And I don't know whether that was just a bit of a mistake in terms of the drop area for Octavian, or whether it was just good awareness from Team Big on the parachutes and recognize, wait, us 2 are dropping together. There's one player dropping on his own. Let's see if we can pick up a free kill.
What we have seen on the Alpha Island happening on the past, because I think when we started the whole league, actually, I think we had like 2 teams still dropping on the Alpha Island, but the other team, like Eastern Stars, they were pretty much like going on the eastern side of the Alpha Island, and Big was going very much on the west side. So we only had 2 teams, a lot of space. And what we have seen happening during the past couple, 2-3 weeks, they have been just, you know, spreading and gaining more area because they have like noticed that there's not a third team that often jumping on that place. And now they just found the spot where they're going to be actually meeting each other. So I think it's all about these teams like spreading their area on that island after the initial drops and finding a better drop locations, looting wise, of course, for the players. And now they will just finally find that that they have spread so heavily that they will find each other. But anyway, that was a battle happening, and Big, well, at least they got a first kill. And Eastern Stars, they are gonna continue with the 3-man stack. The circle, as it popped, it's a pretty fair one. It's not completely on the Bravo Island, it's including the most parts from all the islands. So it's a very fair one. We don't yet know into which island it's going to go. Of course, the Bravo has the majority, but all the options are still open. So definitely, I think all the teams, they should be able to make inside of the zone without any huge casualties or losses. If some team is going to, let's say, crash or find another team with this kind of a zone, then there's definitely something that they will have to, you know, look in the next Sanhok, because it shouldn't happen.
So the pop-up of the PMPL 2021 Fall Special Crate is on sale now. So once you're finished watching this PMPL EU West broadcast, or even beforehand, if you can look into the future, you can go into the PUBG Mobile store and look to get the same outfits as the pro players. They are definitely nice looking outfits, of course. What's also nice looking is Exquisite Décode having Daddy on top or towards the top of the boot camp. He'll throws a molly, will send Vito down onto his knees, and that's some good play from Daddy. I know that there was that bit of back-end support from Conqueror, but still well played by Daddy to stay composed on his own and get that knock. And most likely Vito will bleed out, so an initial kill for Exquisite Décode.
I didn't see the utility situation for Vito, but getting that molly and just running straight down from that hill, he must have known that Daddy will be peeking from that rooftop and getting an angle. So he was just trusting that his teammates from inside of the bootcamp will actually get that angle and drop down the player, but that just didn't happen. And then he was like a easy kill, I would say, more or less, while he was running there completely wide in the open without any kind of a cover. And it's not that long distance either, so the spray from Daddy, of course, it was straight on point, but it wasn't the most complicated because of the distance.
Join the game. Go watch PMPL live together at the PUBG Mobile Event Center and the Esports tab. Invite your friends to watch together as well, so you can get a lot of tokens to win gacha. That was the pop-up that you just saw, which, hey, you know what? You can turn into special permanent items and more rewards. So why not watch live via the Esports tab and get yourself a couple of free items in game. Lots on offer in the PUBG Mobile store. Exquisite Décode. Yes, they picked up the kill, but they really need to recognize that as we get through this phase on circle, the likes of Eastern Stars, despite losing a player, could hear those shots, try to have a tiny bit of a third-party opportunity right now where Exquisite Décode hold is in the center of this phase one. It's a very good place to control. Just don't get tunnel vision by Conqueror and Bootcamp.
Yeah, some teams are still outside, but most of them are inside. Big is still holding, well, not holding, but enjoying their time on the Alpha Island. So they are just, chilling. Maybe they found a great, like, a cocktail place or something that they're going to be just enjoying it for a while there. On the beach, having the sand, having a nice umbrella and everything. But, yeah, Sanhok, it's like a tropical atmosphere, so it's going to be very enjoyable to chill there on the beaches. But meanwhile, as they are chilling, we can see, of course, teams, the bootcamp area. So still we have Gamelord, we have Conqueror, and then we also had the Exquisite Décode. They have moved a little bit away from the bootcamp, so they have moved almost on the other side of the river as Eastern Stars. And now Super Young roster from the Charlie Island, they are making a move on the backside of Eastern Stars. So definitely that kind of like the river intersection area is like getting piled as well, because teams are also understanding that it could be still on any island.
As far as I know, Conqueror aren't used to dropping bootcamp. I really tried to think back on who dropped in bootcamp during the PMPL league stage, and for the life of me I can't remember if Conqueror had gone there before, but it does seem like there's a level of maybe or lack of experience dropping in bootcamp as a team. They got pinched by Exquisite Décode losing Vito. They're now pinched on the north by Gamelord to an extent. For the time being, yes, they're safe in that area. A hard shift down south could definitely benefit them in a big way, because it'll force Exquisite Décode Gamelord to look in another direction. We'll have to wait and see how it pans out. For Romanian Boys had a fantastic start to this PMPL finals, and right now they're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they are, like we mentioned at the start of the first game, we spoke about them briefly, and I think we mentioned that they are a team that can actually get a very good results. But then I think the biggest question, at least for me, is that can they continue on this level? Can they replicate this performance tomorrow or on Sunday, or even like later today? But we'll just have to wait and see. That is, of course, like, completely unknown. We don't have that. Well, maybe Imperium actually has that magical crystal ball that will tell it, but I don't have it.
I can tell you so far they've kind of followed the trend when it came to their stats in the PMPL copter. 8.3 in Erangel during the Super Weekend games, 9.7 points per game in Miramar. Sanhok was their weakness, 6 points per game. So they do need to break that mold in this Sanhok game if they are, in my eyes, to really set themselves up for a spot in the European Regional Finals.
True. Well, now they have a decent place. I mean, excuse me, on the southern side, I mean, not so close, but not so far away. But I would say in a safe distance, and then
Yes.
Game Lord and Conqueror also right next to them as well. But it's a tricky situation. There's a lot of teams on that area. So, for example, if let's imagine that Conqueror would like to do something about Romanian Boys, then they have to worry about excuse me.
Exactly.
And also from the Exquisite Décode. So there's so many factors. It's the famous domino effect that we would be seeing here. Now the circle's going to shift, and it will be mostly on the Bravo Island. So still all the islands are included in a way, but of course currently it looks that the Bravo Island is going to be the place. And regarding, for example, the Romanian Boys, they have the advantage.
Ooh, LMV, ChasMac. Between the blue and the outside of it, it's been a double knock from ChasMac onto LMV, going in a little bit late. They pay the price, LMV down to just a duo, and they'll look to move away. But ChasMac, they might be looking for more blood in this area. They're not too far away from the edge of the circle, so they can afford to spend a little bit more time hunting for the two last LMV players, and the variability of them being able to use the northeastern edge of the circle is great outside of the Paradise Resort region.
I'm just wondering what LMV was still doing here, because the two guys were still like inside of Lakavi. Were they still looting, or what was the case here?
Well,
Because
no, because LMV dropped the Mong copter, so what were they doing there?
True. I mean, maybe they just thought that they can play the hill and, scout the information from that hill, and somebody will be rotating and maybe set up something there. But it just didn't work out. Now they have more casualties, only one player remaining. So ChasMac, they will walk away with 3 kills and only Perks remaining. And of course, he wants to leave ASAP, and will be just moving there on the southern side. Maybe gonna try to get past Quarry on the, play some of those buildings on the western side of it. But that's a solo play anyways coming, so they cannot have like huge hopes for the rest of the map.
Eastern Stars have held on to this trifecta compound as a trio. It can be a little bit tricky. I think they're kind of positioned a little bit too passively. The building in front could be a bit of a bait in a good way for Eastern Stars, because Super Young roster could be thinking, okay, maybe there's nobody there, or maybe there is somebody there, and they slow down a little bit more and allows the Eastern Stars players in those backline buildings to get a knock or two in their favor. But in my eyes, with the wall in play to the side and the fact that Eastern Stars are only in one linear line, there's very little they can do. The best they can hope for is a third party from Exquisite Décode.
Yeah, this is a complicated fight. We saw Super Young roster, they were like slowly moving towards these buildings from the western side. And I mean, this battle of course needs to be held. And but like you said, the third parties, if somebody will come on the other side of that river, and they can probably hold both teams. So when these teams, they will do the casualties towards each other's, then third party can take the remains out. So it could be very well that none of these players will be crossing that bridge.
Super Young roster can use the side of the wall to stop a potential third party from Exquisite Décode. That's why I feared Eastern Stars being where they were and allowing too much space to use Super Young roster. The breach has come in. 3 players from Super Young roster forcing their way into the building that Kapahala holds onto. The nade does not really connect. Faker down to half health. Atlas onto Ulusha towards the other side. Instantly finished up. A bit of a mistake for Super Young roster. If we're going to have one breaching on the side, and Atlas was aware of that. That's why holding on towards the outside of the wall with the rocky area, it's absolutely perfect for the side of Eastern Stars being into this 1v1. Kapahala, the Warlord, doesn't swing, doesn't miss. He gets a pre-fire shots once again, dropping down, and now his teammate Asis, or Bazzi should I say, is there to save the day What a throw from Super Young roster, but what a turnaround from Eastern Stars.
I mean, they will get 4 kills out of that situation. Great play from the outside of the compound, of course, falling to that nade, but a very fast revival happens, and then, of course, Kapahala with a great individual performance inside of those buildings. Meanwhile, we have Xtreme Slayers, and we can see 4 Romanian Boys. They are battling here, actually on the middle of the circle. LMV is going to be taken down as a whole, so they will just fall down to 13 teams and 49 players, by the way. But the Xtreme Slayers, they are just... Well, they're holding that place right next to the boot camp, but it's not a bad place to stay currently.
No.
See that they are just, they have 1 player on the compound, 2 guys on the hill, so they are not like putting all the eggs on the same basket. And if there's going to be somebody crashing that building, for example, then they can hold it from the hillside.
In my opinion, it's the strongest place in the circle to hold on to. It can be at times the toughest because you've, to an extent, multiple areas around you, to an extent looking in your direction, but also affords a great balance of high ground and low ground, along with the hard compound that Doran holds onto is absolutely spot on for. Excuse me, they really need to focus on what's going on behind them with Vodafone Giants. Nexus, it's a 2-2 split for, excuse me, they had a good game in Miramar, but I need to follow it up. I talked about their volatility, right? I talked about the fact that they can go from a 20-plus point game to a 0-point game just like that. They need to break that mold.
Well, at the same time, on the eastern side, as these guys are battling here, we have Eastern Stars finally thinking about crossing the bridge, but also Big, they have moved on the southern side of the Alpha, and they're right there on the other side of the water. So Big, they can maybe try to do something regarding the Eastern Stars, but definitely an interesting situation with these teams that have been both like topping the scoreboards during the past weeks. But excuse me, still just holding and watching Vodafone Giants. They have the quarry on the side, so that's going to limit their options on the movement side. They're kind of like pinching a narrow corridor, I would say, where they have to get inside of the zone. And excuse me, have spotted that situation. They have 2 players watching it. 2 guys are more concentrated towards Nexus Gaming on the northern side of it. And now what we see is, excuse me, they will see when Eastern Stars will be crossing that bridge, and they are still holding that hill.
Exquisite Décode looking very healthy. Daddy still in the compound looking right down towards boot camp, so he holds that kind of anchor point. And to be fair, these first 3 circle shifts have been very healthy for Conqueror, sticking in the boot camp city for the time being. ChasMac now carving a point in this circle off the back of getting 3 kills onto LMV. It's around the black hole area outside of boot camp, but phase 4 is a big shift, and it shifts right towards 4 Romanian Boys.
Yeah. Also, Xtreme Slayers, they have a great place on the middle. So there's a couple buildings. Of course, the Xtreme Slayers and 4 Romanian Boys, they have to watch out each other's. I think 4 Romanian Boys, actually, when they have the hillside, they have a lot of angles there. Xtreme Slayers, they're kind of like forced to, well, not forced to, but I would say the angles they have from those windows, there's a lot of rocks on the side of those buildings, which means that it's actually quite easy to approach those buildings with a cover. But Nexus and ChasMac, they are, nice nade coming from Tracing towards Creator, and Dexter's going to be trading that, so we can see Dexter, by the way, on the server as well. So there's going to be both sides having casualties, and somehow I do have a feeling that they will go all the way with this battle.
ChasMac were slowed down as a third party from Game Lord. One of their players got knocked, Azar, but it doesn't take away from the fact that Trazen was kind of on his own, so it was always going to be quite difficult for him to survive in that moment. Well spotted with Dexter playing for the Nexus side in this game. He is down to half health. Let's hope he can stay alive for as long as possible to help his team get another good result. Dewey clutched up in the previous game, getting a 1v2 against Excuse Me, but now Rana is knocked down to his knees. He has to once again continue to try and clutch up for his side, and nade being thrown up by Roxon, knowing exactly where Dewey is to move around. That should be putting him down to slow. God, low health. There you go. Find my English. Good job, Imperium. And now Nexus, they need to find their feet against ChasMac because the blue zone's closing in. It's only going to get harder.
they have one player on the southern side, kind of like quite far away, Dexter. So I think he's the key, what they can do with the ChasMac, or if Creator or Doobie actually feels comfortable, like going with a full offensive versus the ChasMac players with only with 2. But they seem to be definitely Creator's going to take that damage. Groxin deals the damage, will be just moving up at the same time, have to be running away from the blue, definitely, because they cannot stay just statically. And he might be spotting down Doobie, but Doobie's going to be hearing those footsteps. The spray should be coming right now. And can that be the huge one? Gets one at least. Will he get the second one? That's the completely different matter. Chadham's going to spot it down, but the spray with a 3-time scope not going to be connecting for now. Chadham using those rocks as a cover, tries to hide, but they know where he is. And the spray from Doobie, but the blue is going to deal damage. He's solo on HP, and he's falling down on the blue at the same time. And now we'll see if they can actually still save the situation, but it's going to be both teams getting a lot of casualties.
Dewey is such a good player. My lord, he's such a good solo player. Blows my mind. Absolutely picking players apart left, right, and center. ChasMac go down. Nexus are still standing tall. All the while, the circle has shifted up. It's in the hands of Xtreme Slayers and Vodafone Giants. Unicorns have opted to shift towards that western hillside, taking the fight against Team Doom, with Big being involved. Exquisite Décode got absolutely drowned out on that bootcamp hill by Team Big and Doom together, I believe. And now Eastern Stars has Bazzi left alive.
Yeah, it's a good comparison. We had Big Team holding the Alpha Island, kind of like coming from there, and then we had Eastern Stars. So Exquisite Décode, they actually managed to shut down Eastern Stars, but then Big, they kind of like, you know, just sneaked in.
Yeah.
Right next to the boot camp. So they actually had a pretty decent cross off the river. They came just there on the western side of the boot camp, just behind the hills there. I think that they actually swim, and nobody spotted them down. And then they just completely surprised the Exquisite Décode as they were trying to hold down the Eastern Stars and the others. But now, meanwhile, Team Doom was going to be spotting down Big, and the spray will do the damage. Sheshi gets that spray on point, but they will have to move. The blue is like pushing all the players, and we can see how much stacked the west side is going to be as Big is waiting there. And Team Doom, Unicorns of War, having that battle. Frost is going to find Yuli, the Rock is going to fall down as well. Pappy is going to find Swave, so Big also jumping on that compound next to the Xtreme Slayers.
Team Doom are taken out. Unicorns of Love down to 2 players. Big trying to hold things down, but Conqueror now wrapping in from behind, gets a backstab. Reeves, the Irish god, steps up to the plate to help his team get the squad wipe. Xtreme Slayers still holding on to the compounds, just about inside this circle. Unicorns of Love are outside of it now as the circle shifts over to the east. Reeves is knocked down by Muzi. It's going to get finished off. That's the pain of going through the open hills. The Sanhok pushing towards that late game. You have the hard cover. You have the advantage.
Yeah, what I'm really loving here is how 4 Romanian boys are actually playing this. They are holding a northeast corner, so they just climb up on top of that hill, and they're not really like, you know, third partying. They have some teams on the sides, and all the pressure is on the middle. So 4 Romanian boys, they can actually come to the circle late and maybe do a sweep at that point. But yeah, we're not so far away yet, but there's definitely a possibility. We can see the damage happening on the background. As Conqueror, they will have to move, only 2 members remaining, so we can see Jamas and Kaling trying to get inside, but there's going to be a knock coming towards the Extreme's going to be taken down, so the teams are dropping like flies. Vodafone Giants still wondering on the southern side what they will do, because they will have to move, so they're just waiting as well. Eastern Stars, there was probably a healing strategy actually going far behind the scenes, and the last player falls down on the blue.
Xtreme Slayers, like I said, holding on to the hard cover, but that's a lovely spray from Redox. Might allow a bit of an entry point into this circle. It will, but it's just Redox. Sarah is knocked down. He's bleeding out. Vodafone Giants, they've got absolutely unnoticed. They played from the east, a little bit on the southeast, came through Quarry. Off the hard shift, I believe 2 circles ago, they went into that compound, and they've been able to play it out from there. Conqueror are out of this game. Unicorns Love still has 1 player up, healing in the blue. Ulysses cooks up a nade, looking for Redox, pinched in between Xtreme Slayers, Nexus and Vodafone Giants. It still has been an absolutely solid first 3 games from 4 Romanian boys.
I'm just wondering what actually happened there. They had 4 players like 2 minutes ago, and now they are down to 1. So they have been having some huge casualties on that side, and there was only Excuse Me on the side. So probably Vodafone Giants or somebody found the angle from the longer distance and was able to spam towards them. But anyway, Circle's going to be shifting on the southeast side. So Vodafone Giants, they have the advantage from the Circle with the Foreman stack. So definitely they are looking very strong. They're going to find the last player from the Romanian Boys as well, and he's going to fall down. So 1 team less, and now it's just the Xtreme Slayers and the Nexus Gaming with 1 solo versus the Foreman stack Vodafone Giants.
Unicorns of Love lose their lives. Full squad of Vodafone Giants pick apart the final players, and it is a giant chicken dinner in Sanhok for the Vodafone boys. They made a call. They said, "Hey, can we have the circle look?" And the PUBG Mobile gods answered. It's a Vodafone Giants chicken dinner in Sanhok.
You sure that it was actually the PUBG Mobile gods? Maybe it was the Imperium buff once again.
Well, I didn't mention anything about them, to be honest, so I'm not going to take credit for a buff that isn't mine. I appreciate it, Copter. I definitely do appreciate it, but it was one of those things where, to me, Copter, there was a certain point in that game where both Unicorns of Love and Vodafone Giants were down towards that south side, and the circle shifted over towards the east, having the compound in play that Vodafone Giants moved to. I couldn't help but think Unicorns of Love, so many... They make it hard for themselves. It's like they're afraid to go into compounds. It's right. It's like they look at it as a sign of weakness. Well, in Sanhok, sometimes the play is the compound play, and that's how it worked out for Vodafone Giants.
Yeah, I mean, the whole ending actually happened so fast. Xtreme Slayers, they got away from their compound, and, you know, just a couple nades, couple shots coming from the distance, and that's the end. So almost seemed that Vodafone Giants didn't have to do that much of a work, but they did a lot of work. They got some kills earlier. They made their way with the Foreman stack on those buildings and then hold it all the way till the end. There was, of course, a lot of other opportunities as well. I mean, I think Xtreme Slayers, they maybe could have had maybe a little bit better chance to challenge the Vodafone Giants, but there was just so many teams coming from the western side, and they were all coming towards the Xtreme Slayers position because, of course, the south maybe wasn't the place where teams wanted to rotate on the previous circles. So that kind of like, you know, Vodafone Giants, they were just chilling there on the south, waiting what's going to be coming till the end, and of course they got the circle. So then that kind of like, well, I wouldn't say that sealed the deal, but of course make it like a significantly easier for them.
I was really impressed with ChasMac through this game. Don't really know overall why, but I love the proactivity against LMV. I love the attempt of controlling Nexus despite them overall losing it. I think ChasMac are really kind of testing themselves, not in a bad way, but I think they're finding that level of confidence that they weren't really showing throughout the PMPL.
Yeah, but the LMV situation was a very strange one. I don't have the answers for it. Maybe somebody else does. But yeah, having those guys like chilling in like RV area, you know, right on the edge of the blue, and then
it is weird.
And then also, I mean, ChasMac, what they were doing there as well. They found the team. Maybe they spotted the team quite far away, but still the fight was I think it was a one that shouldn't have happened at all.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I agree. It's one that shouldn't have happened, but you take the opportunity you can get, right? And that's what I liked about ChasMac. I think in the past they wouldn't have taken that opportunity, and then they go down 4 minutes later on the edge of the circle. So that's why I kind of complimented it. But once again, a good win from Vodafone Giants. Nice to see them coming into this finals looking somewhat stronger, and off the back of a good first game will set themselves nicely in the overall standings. 3 games down, 3 more to go. We're going to go for another quick break. Jason, the luck god himself, Maxon, and Calaris will bring you all the analysis.
I really have to ask Kalaris and Maxman here, and probably you all at home as well watching, is today Freaky Friday? It is Friday, of course, because we've had, I think it was Kalaris say Vodafone Giants don't expect them to do that well here in the finals, but they get themselves now a chicken dinner. Also, Maxman got the prediction correct in round 2. I don't know what's going on here, but this is weird.
It's right.
Month. Yeah.
I am now the Frenchman of the duo. No, I don't know what's going on, man. It's been a weird one. I mean, it's kind of all over the place in terms of the winners we're getting, how things are playing out here. One consistent, I suppose, is for Romanian Boys doing pretty all right for themselves. But yeah, it's not the most normal day for me relative to the rest of the league so far.
I like how he said you're the French boy now of the duo. Like, was it because I'm French? Is this all because I'm French? Maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe it's down to my roots. I don't know. But yeah, for Romanian Boys, been really consistent. And Vodafone Giants get himself 2 really good games. Like the teams that we were not sure what to expect going into the finals actually get himself some really good results. So I would like to see the rankings at the end of the day because they should be relatively high.
Yeah, well, obviously, we'll check in with those at the end of the day, Max Spence. You have to worry about that. What I am scared about is what kind of juju or voodoo have you been working on the last 4 days to get your predictions to become correct? It's very, very odd indeed. Let's take a look at the rankings, though, from this last round that we had played. You can see here Vodafone Giants, 23 points, but Xtreme Slayers, again, 22 points for them. Like, we're having... Well, I say again, but Nexus, I mean, they're there again. We're seeing so many teams that we didn't really expect, who didn't really perform so well in Super Weekends, just come out the gates swinging. Flying? Yeah. Come out the gates running, sprinting, flying, swimming, whatever you want to call it. They're doing well. Yes.
Yes.
Typically, when I stop talking, one of you start talking.
That's how it is. But there was so many things to break down there. But the Unicorns of Love have a little bit of a rough start of the day. They got themselves, I believe, 4 points so far in that first game, and then they had a little bit of a rougher Miramar game. This was definitely a good performance, though. They were getting gate-kept a lot. I believe there was Nexus Gaming at some point, and some teams, especially Vodafone Giants, being in a really strong compound. It was hard for them to maybe try and cross over. But Vodafone Giants, people might be looking back on this game saying, oh, there was circle lock, they had a compound, and the circle went their way all the time. They dropped, especially in Lakawi Kampong, and they had a 2-2 split, and they sensed up really quickly. On the map like Sanhok, that is a very good playstyle that I would always recommend. Center up quickly, like that, you're going to try and reduce those rotations to a bare minimum. You want to rotate as little as possible on Sanhok, and it worked out fine. Of course, there was a circle that then started going their way, but they aimed for it very early on, so it was rewarded at the end.
Speaking of rewarded, I mean, actually, sorry, not speaking of reward, I did want to mention Dexter is playing for Nexus now. I just want to go back to them really quickly. So the questions I had initially of like, is he playing with them? Is he not playing with them? Well, I guess we have our answer, but we do have Big finally getting some points here, get up to 5 in their first showing of the finals. But Game Lord, a little bit of a tank here.
Yeah, I think it's funny because I've seen a lot of Sanhoks in the past couple of days since we've not been on the air, Jason, for this tournament, and almost all of them have centered around this area. It's a bit weird. So this was a bit difficult for some teams to get on the board with. I mean, yeah, as you say, Big finally getting on the board is good. Likewise, Unicorns of Love, I think bagging 12 points for this situation is decent too. But for when you see these kinds of circles play out, it's always going to be those guys in the compounds that are going to win out the majority of those situations.
All right, taking a look at our top players. See, Azur going to be there. Bardot as well for the first time, I feel like, for Xtreme Slayers. Actually, I feel like we haven't seen him ever in top 3, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh.
We've never seen him. It's always been, a lot of the time, has been Musi. Pappy from time to time would be up here, but Musi was the bannerman of the entirety of Xtreme Slayers. He was up there a lot of the time. So good to see a different name being up there, but Azur's the one that really stands out to me. I'm happy to see Azur back up there, because when you look back, when they were Clash back in PMPL Season 1, Azur was one of the players that was maybe not always getting all the kills, but he was doing a lot of the work. He was there to try and set up rotations for his team, get the off angles to create better opportunities for them. Azur is an integral part as to why you see ChasMac Gaming do so well in that third and final Super Weekend. So I'm happy to see him actually being the top player of this game. He has definitely been a standout player for the French scene.
Yeah, definitely keeping up. And I mean, obviously they still have some work to do if they want to break through into our top 6, top 7. But you know what, ChasMac, they've done it before. They could probably do it again. But honestly, guys, I feel like it's unfair that we don't give Vodafone Giants their time here as they've finally shown up in the finals. So we're going to actually dive into their stats from the finals so far across the 3 rounds they played versus their stats across all the Super Weekends that they've played in as well. Because I really want to show the impact or the increase that they've been able to have within the team. I mean, I think the damage, not that big, but the kills for me is what it's about, as well as the average survival time at the bottom.
Yeah, they put stuff up here from this one. I mean, I do like the position that they had here on Sanhok. I think that if you've got a position like this, the compound like this, you've got an opportunity to be able to turret down whatever you can. And they're looking better in these first couple of games, which is nice to see. I mean, especially since we kind of gave them the chops at the very beginning of this season of PMPL and know that they are capable of great things. And so far, they are showing it at the start of this final.
Yeah, getting back into form slowly, increasing the average survival time of about 3 minutes. Of course, that's over the course of 3 games. You might expect that to get a little bit lower if their tendencies do tend to reduce over the next 3 games to come. But they've been making this to the late game a lot more than what we saw at the start. So I'm happy to see Vodafone Giants stay like that. But this is the first day. We said Vodafone Giants, they can have a really bad day like they can have a really good day. I just hope that this is now what we can expect of them on a regular basis. And if so, a top 5 and making it to the European Championship after this isn't too hard of a feat for them to achieve. It's definitely a possibility.
The only thing I worry about, though, is Max. My heart can only be broken so many times by this team. You know, we keep rooting for them, we keep seeing them, we keep having faith, but they seem to let us down. But hopefully, for their sake, this time they're going to continue to build themselves up. Let's drop into now the player stats actually from all the Super Weekends played for this team. Because I want to look at who was their standout player, who was their star, and we are seeing it's kind of an odd thing between Pocus and Ulysses here of the damage versus kills between the two.
And it's actually been Nano that's been clutching a lot in recent times. He was the MVP, I believe, of the last day of the Super Weekend. So we've seen Nano quite a few times being present for the team and Pocus. I always like to call him the clutch, the French clutch master. He's been since PMCO when the first PMCO happened in the French region. Pocus was the top player of that region a lot of the time, was, for example, Victor, and now they're actually making it part of the PMPL. Is always good to see. But 32 kills so far throughout the tournament. It is definitely a really hefty amount to get.
I think you mentioned just before this, we went to this, Jason, with the idea of heartbreak, and we're back here for this finals day. The thing is that I'm still in that world where the heartbreak is, I still feel it, right? We kind of pick this team up and they don't quite produce the results in a consistent manner. I'm still there, even though we've seen them do really well at the start of this day. I want to see it happen 2 days in a row, and then, faith will be restored for me.
Yeah, as you were mentioning, or here, with this graphic came up, I just wanted to kind of show you guys who was staying out the Super Weekends, who's staying out the finals, and Nano and Ulysses both being pretty consistent. Pocus hasn't really lived up to the kills just yet, but the fact is we're seeing 3 players put up 5 kills apiece. We're seeing Pocus put up 3. It's like a team effort, right? It's not just 1 or 2 players who are staying out so much for the team. It's the whole team really improving. And again, I'm really curious to see if they can make it through, because they, as we talked about last season, are one of the few teams that have so much deep international experience. And we saw that lack of experience in the likes of Panda, now Unicorns of Love, when they went from PMPL into EMEA last season.
Yeah, this is now a Vodafone Giants where I would say that the shackles are off. They're like, okay, you know what? We're not going to get too much anymore. We're going to go a lot more aggressive. We're going to aim for central positions. You look back when they were not performing that well in the league stage, they would play edge a lot of the time, and they would try and push themselves into the circle and play reactively instead of trying to be proactive. And this team is trying to be a lot more proactive now, taking strong positions very early on in the game, keeping teams away. This is an aggressive team, and as you said, they got a lot of personal experience playing together as this 4-man roster. If they get into fights, their synergy should normally be ahead of a lot of the other teams in the competition. So I'm happy. I personally have hope. I know you guys are heartbroken right now, but I have hope that Vodafone Giants can remain pretty consistent here.
Okay. All right. Well, gentlemen, I talked about predictions when it comes to our rounds, but I'm going to ask you for a different prediction. Who is currently our kill leader in the finals?
Oh, kill leader.
Final.
I would say
Tough.
Do could be there. I would say Do, yeah.
I do not know. I'll go with the same.
Okay. Well, you can't lose that in that case. Let's actually take a look. Who are our top 10 fraggers so far within our finals? Remember, MVP is very important, and it's going to actually be kind of a joint. Yeah, so you guys technically tie there. But the tiebreaker, I guess, is damage. So Redox in first, Do in second. But we are seeing, unfortunately, no players from Big. I mean, it's understandable, right? They haven't been performing well, but considering Mihi was our top player, they're having a tough time so far. But we're going to be heading over to Erangel next as our next round played. But we have some new commentators coming in. Imperium and Copter, taking their contractually obligated break now. They're done for the day. So you two, you take your contractually obligated break as we'll go chat in a few minutes backstage. We'll bring in John Allen and Blake, though, to talk about the next matches coming up. And gentlemen, as we get you in the first time, what's your thoughts on the finals so far?
Yeah, it's starting off kind of unexpectedly for a lot of things. I'll have to go back and reassess the numbers that I had coming into this one, certainly.
Come on, you don't need to reassess any numbers, John. Just go with the flow. For me, it's all about Vodafone Giants. I always believed them. I know they could do well. You know, seeing them back on UDR Killers. Look, the league play wasn't stellar. It wasn't fantastic. But come the finals, that's a 4th place right there. Vodafone Giants once again decide that it's time to get a gallop on during the finals itself, and I think they can continue to do well. I think what's interesting to me is Sebi's currently doing quite well for the team, continues to do well, but the rest of the team all putting up similar performances. I like a team like that with a bit of synergy, John.
Just a little bit of give and take, making sure that they're all on the same page. Fantastic stuff. Hopefully they'll be able to demonstrate into this game. A pretty kind plain path to see us into Erangel once more, fairly central. In general, the circles have been quite central today so far, Black.
Yeah, very central in fact. It's been a bit odd. We were discussing it in the green room, saying, you know what, this is very weird getting all these central circles. I remember just last week we were complaining about all these circles heading towards the river on Rozhok every single time. So it feels like the circle gods have disapproved of us, saying that, you know, they have no creativity apparently. Although they are staying with the same trend, we're just going somewhere slightly different. Still frustrating for me, but things can change. It was just the first 3 games of the day after all, and we'll see where the circle does end up. But like you say, John, very kind playing path. Everyone get where they need to go. I think the Unicorns are love, again, for Erangel. It's still that late rotation that they need to nip in the bud. I don't know if they think it's a problem. I think it's a problem. So, you know, I think there's maybe time to evaluate. Not that I am like the all-seeing, all-commanding voice of PUBG Mobile, although some might say I was.
Just saying. It's one or the other at a time. You know, you can either be all-seeing or all-commanding. Can't be both.
Exactly. So I'm either really overbearing or just some very strange psychic that you're not sure if to listen to. We'll get this circle that heads up towards the northwest side. Thank you, Circle Gods. You know, I'll sacrifice another broccoli for you in the kitchen. Don't you worry. I'll cut its stalk right off.
Fair enough. Is that how one sacrifices broccoli? I have to remember that one.
Yeah, Max has been teaching me.
Has he? Has he been chefing you? He's been chefing you, hasn't he?
Oh, not chefing. We've been partaking in some weird curses in the kitchen. That's where he does a lot of it, though. You know, it stems from French cooking. You know, so that's just how it works. Lots of candles involved.
I said Julien, not mise en place.
Exactly. It's very scary working with Max sometimes, but at the end of the day, excellent chef, but we do have to sacrifice some vegetables from time to time.
It's true. You know, we lost some good carrots along the way, but
we did.
We'll remember them fondly, and onwards we'll go to the parsnips. The parsnips of this game at the moment, it's going to be a northwestern shift on the circle. That's the parsnip.
It is, you know, I mean, specifically the parsnips will be Super Young roster and Unicorns Alone, because these guys love to plant themselves in position and just stick around towards South George and North George for a very long time before they are plucked back out again and sent on their way. In this case, though, with this kind of circle, you know, that late rotation isn't going to be such a big deal for them anymore, particularly because they don't have to move too far. I think for Super Young roster, this is a game where, you know, they can really take advantage of their position down towards the south side and punish Unicorns Love a little bit more. Usually on the rotation, Super Young roster are able to cause a lot of problems for Unicorns Love. They're kind of like their cactus in these games. A little bit prickly, a little bit spiky. Can be avoided, you know, can become quite the nice little house pet, but honestly, most of the time you do not want to be getting close to those guys. So I think for Super Young roster, we have even more time on their hands to set up, get in position. Unicorns Love, I'm a little bit worried for them. So let's see how they circumvent this. On our screen, Team Doom haven't really been doing too much today. They've doomed, sadly, for us. But we'll keep watching them. Keep watching them closely.
Yeah, well, keep that eye out. I think another team that I will be watching a little bit closely is Xtreme Slayers. I mean, you look at this team and you sort of think during the league stages, during the super weekends, maybe not spectacular, but they really had an upward trajectory towards the end of the tournament. I think because as the numbers guy, I was keeping track of the moving averages of all of the teams over the super weekends, and towards the end, they were really on form. They were like the 4th best performing team in that final super weekend, which in general is pretty phenomenal, right? Like they are up there with the people we're considering for that win spot, for that top spot, and they have led out today very, very well. So I'm excited to see what more they could do. Of course, it could be a 3-game anomaly. Of course, the sample size is small, but being in second place this early on and on form from your carrying over from league play, I feel like it's a team to watch, Xtreme Slayers.
Look, man, you don't have to explain yourself. Believe in yourself. I believe you. Believe in the me that believes in you, John, because honestly, you make some good points. And for Xtreme Slayers in particular, like, I am thinking back to previous Super Weekend where they were able to hold out the guys from Destiny. And it was a really big game for Destiny, probably the biggest game for Destiny, honestly. And they had to win it. Unfortunately, Xtreme Slayers, under the big amount of pressure on their poor shoulders, they were actually able to hold out, get some really good plays in, some great smokes, and make it happen in those final circles by the river as well, which is not easy. So I think Xtreme Slayers have the chops on them to make it happen. And in the finals, you know, 15 rounds remain. It's getting, I don't want to say it's getting close at this point. You know, there's still a lot of games to go for first day, but it really does feel like time's ticking down, right?
Yeah, it's very much up against it, and they've got to look good for these next couple of games. I'll tell you why they're looking good, Blank, is because they've got those PMPL skins. Of course, if you want to get your hands on those, you need to jump over and grab a PMPL 2021 full special crate on sale. Go back to PUBG Mobile store and get the same outfits as the pro players.
I agree. Yeah, I like the way you said 2021 as well. 2021. It felt like a bigger number, and realistically, the bigger the number, the better the prize. In this case, those PMPL outfits, they are the biggest prize around. Other than the prize pool we're currently fielding for this tournament, of course, which is ginormous, by the way. There's a lot to play for these guys. There's a lot to play for, that's for sure.
Absolutely, a lot on the line. And that's why we're talking about a lot of these teams and seeing where they can sort of get towards. Because it's not only the prize pool that they're playing for, right? It's the qualification spot. And I feel like that, to be fair, is almost more important to a lot of these players.
I think it's bigger prize pool.
Because there's
the placement points and PMGC.
Yeah. Just going to say that. I was just going to say that, Blank. Yeah.
I know you were.
You stole the words right out of my mouth. Oh,
I plucked it.
Oh, you.
Like a parsnip.
You little word thief. Oh dear, maybe you can be assuaged by some gacha. Of course, join the game, go watch PMPL live together at PUBG Mobile Event Center Esports tab, and invite your friends to watch together so you can get a lot of tokens and win gacha, which you could change to special permanent items and more reward items.
Exactly. I'm a sucker for gacha, so you find me hollering at that little gacha page after these games conclude today.
What a tap! What a tap!
Take a quick. What a tap, what a tap. Let's take a quick stock. Let's take quick stock of the map at the moment. Super young roster headed down towards the southeast side. So they're directly in the path of unicorns. I love if they want to come down towards Everest. Great news. Love that from Super young roster. Vodafone Giants, similarly, lovely rotation from Pachinki immediately into a very, very strong position underneath Everest. You know, this is an area that's kind of encapsulated by a nice tree line. Also, it's practically all incline up towards that area as well, so it's like almost stages and shelves on the way up to Vodafone Giants' actual compound. So there's a lot of opportunity to dissuade some of those attackers before they actually get to your position. So up with spears at the ready. Vodafone Giants looking very nice and steady.
Conqueror, they're right on the edge around Potato Hill position right now on the southeastern side of the current circle, and probably one of the teams that are going to have to move past that Vodafone Giants bastion. But ChasMac Gaming, they've come a cropper a little bit around the Eastern Stars outpost of Bazzi. Very, very isolated, Bazzi, at the moment. Needs to be careful. Goes down,
I love this. I love that angle. Sorry to butt in there, John, but I just love that angle from Bazzi. I mean, yeah, I apologize. I love that angle I watched from the spectators. That was beautiful. Very nice to see. Yeah, he kind of looked like a god in his own right up on his top of his hill, just shooting down on the poor players from ChasMac. Similarly, the rest of Eastern Stars coming down from their hill up on high. And oh my lord, how has this happened? You know, we had the northwest shift, but back to the river we go, I guess. I'm sorry, Circle Gods.
Been a little bit.
One broccoli, not enough.
The River Dryads are out to play today, apparently. They've been perfectly tricksome. and yoinked the circle back for us. Unicorns of Love, they've exited Georgiaport, and they have a pretty solid position on the northern coast right now, holding around that sort of cube area, around the areas of the bridges that you can cross out to the east of Georgiaport and east of the crates positions, so they're going to be controlling a lot of that ground. Super young roster stopping a couple of those bridges towards a little bit further east in that island position as well, potentially looking to have that opportunity to cross later on should they need to.
Yeah, I think this is kind of good from most teams. Excuse me, also not taking too many casualties towards Rozak. I think that's something they've struggled with before. This time, actually being able to hold up with 2 players, 2 of those players actually being very close to the bridge should they need to cross, or at least take shots at people flying across the bridge in the process. Oh yes,
there you go.
Look at that. We get the replay as well. Mwah to you spectators. We love you right now.
Oh, c'est magnifique. Bazzi.
Yeah,
it's going to certainly draw the attention of Chef Max on the desk on that one. Fantastic stuff.
True. It's true. Good kind of attention as well.
Yeah, it's the right kind.
Bake up a tasty little risotto. But we are starting to get a little bit of a simmer on in this game now, John. As things start to come to a boil. We are getting a lot of teams trying to look for some positions. I'm mainly looking at big here though, John, because on this north side towards shooting range, it's a little bit rough for them, and it has been for quite a few times during these games at Erangel, because I feel like they just struggle to know what to do in this situation. I know that they love to hold the back from shooting range because they know that Exquisite Décode UK, they more than likely will make that rotation over the top of Yesna and Pollyanna, and Eastern Stars also come down from that location as well. So I respect that, but I think far too much time is spent for Big trying to control this northern side, and more often than not, to be honest with you, it hasn't worked out yet.
Not yet. Being the operative part of that sentence, Blake. Maybe this time, if we do the exact same thing, they'll have a different result, you know? That's always a good idea, right?
I know.
That's what I've heard.
It's always that's a great idea. I do that all the time with all of the things that I try and put effort into.
Like opening collectible,
it's not working.
Collectible card packs. Just keep going.
Stop it. No. We're not getting into this, all right? We discussed this beforehand.
Oh, dear.
All right? You stop that, right? don't even direct me towards the PMGC card packs, which are very, very cool, by the way. So if you got your hands on some of those, congratulations. Ooh. There were some lovely cards in that pack, but I've had to steer very clear because I'm the type of guy who just want to finish that collection, and there would be nothing to stop me until I did. So I've opted to just, get a couple that I liked, but no more.
They didn't put me on a card, so for that reason, I'm out.
Yeah, I think that me and you have very different ideas of what makes good collectibles. And for myself, I'm not out to collect myself.
I just want pictures of me that surround me my entire life. That's one of my life goals.
That's fair enough. I actually do have.
Yeah, we both have that one.
Yeah, I actually have in the room with me a painting of myself done by ESL, or at least commissioned by ESL. Thank you, ESL. Papa bless. Back to the game though. Eastern Stars still all the way on that northeast side. They're struggling a little bit to get in. You can see here ChasMac Gaming obviously taking a quick knock and flush earlier from Bazzi, trying to get a little bit of revenge from them. It's actually posted up, but Eastern Stars now have to make an awkward rotation down towards the south side to even have a hope of getting to this circle. But Exquisite Décode UK, they're being very cautious. They know that Big is going to be around in this area. Mickey, massive forward scout for them. This guy is like a yo-yo on a string for Big. They just fling him out, and he comes right back again with all the information he might require. But Big's already left this location, so Exquisite Décode UK trying to think of a different approach into this circle. But it's got a lot of Everest in, so weird, unplayable area towards the west side. You've got the river on the east. There's really only like this triangle chunk towards the south. So any team coming in from the northwest side, John, it's going to be awkward, to say the least.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult. And I mean, you mentioned it earlier, right? This Vodafone Giants investment that they made into their position, it is paying dividends right now. They have such an incredible spot, a stronghold, really, across a lot of this circle. 4 Romanian Boys probably have an equally strong position, but the top of Everest is notorious for sort of those lateral wipes where another team will crest on one end of it and sort of try and push along there, whereas Vodafone Giants' position very isolated. With Super Young roster flying across the river early, Unicorns of Love lagged a little bit behind, and now they have to fight big.
Yeah, they do, and again, this is this weird approach to Unicorns of Love. Though it could work out in their favor, they can take down big, and they can put themselves in a strong position to start taking down the guys from ChasMac Gaming, hold a strong side on this northwest, and then hope to God that the guys towards this triangle on the southeast side actually take each other out. But we do have this on our screens. Rollkiss always seems to be driving around so casually in the vehicle as these fights start. GK first, hits a nutty one. But it won't be enough to finish.
Sends it back, return to sender. The nade goes boom, and GK first hits the deck. Rollkiss also unlucky. As Lin tries to hold the line, and Fresh as well. ChasMac Gaming sailed straight on through this fight, and they're going to get ahead of the game here. Do they want to cross, or are they going to try and guard out big and stop Unicorns of Love as well in the process?
Yeah, very, very weird fight from Unicorns of Love there. I think that, to be fair, it's one of those cases where you're in one area for so long. Like, you know the guys on the northern side, at least one or two teams, but at least one is going to try and come down through here into Everest, because not all of them can make that rotation down towards the south side. In fact, it's ill-advised to do that. We do get our next circle come straight on our screen now, and Vodafone Giants, by God, are they happy. They only sent out Sebi for a little bit up towards Ruins to scout it out, see if they had a position to go to later on in the game, but they hold on to this very, very strong spot underneath Everest. I'm loving this from them.
Nades blotting out the sun from Team Doom and take Kepahala down. Eastern Stars down to 2 now. Octavian and Bazzi try and crawl their way forwards, probably looking to get out of this situation. You've got Team Doom just over the hill, Conqueror across the way as well. You are not in this next circle, and the real estate is losing value fast.
Yeah, the problem with this is just so much ground that is so difficult to pass through. I mean, coming down for Ruins for super young roster, yeah, you might think that's a nice little funnel you can come through, but it is exactly that. It is a funnel. Like, people will be watching over towards that location, stopping you from moving in. Game Lord, on the other hand, though, hitting some beautiful nades over onto TSC, taking them down pretty sharpish.
ChasMac Gaming, they tried to get right in the middle, and 4 Romanian Boys, they're cutting them down as they step up. 4 Romanian Boys still holding the top of Everest, but Xtreme Slayers looking to try and challenge them for it. Eastern Stars still caught in this pinch now, as Game Lord have the bead. Octavian low behind the rock, and Game Lord are just suppressing bullet after bullet, sent hailing towards Eastern Stars right now. And Bazzi, the last standing. First aid started. No way you get Octavian back up here. Bazzi might just fall. No, able to get the first one. And Victor actually quite low at risk here. Game Lord now on the back foot. But Bazzi takes initiative and nails the shot over to Victor. That might be 3 from Game Lord down and out. I don't think Akashi can even get back out to them.
That is a classic Akashi move right there, though. Man is the assassin in the wings every single time. I thought that was it, down and out, but Team Doom, similar situation for them. Not quite out just yet, though, still tagging in.
One more player to go. Zesh looks to hold down around the sides of the smoke. Conqueror pushing through, pummeling against the door here. Not quite giving, but finally they swing it open. Team Doom, that's the close of their game.
Sadness comes through there. They got quite far too. Unicorns of Love, they'll be finished on that northwest side. Big take a little bit of a beating, but not too much they can't handle. I think Big's been a little bit more reserved on this northern side, and you know what? I appreciate it. It looked good, but they're under the cosh from Xtreme Slayers now. The hammer is coming down. It's coming down hard. 4 Romanian Boys yet to join in on this fight. Happy to let other teams crash against them. Another beautiful nade from super young roster. Result landed that one right in his gob.
Yeah, I was going to say, it felt like he ate that one. Bully.
I mean, yeah.
It was just
showing
quite
down.
Literally. Goodness me. High explosives, not the best for your diet. Game Lord Akashi, last player standing, remember, looking to try and move on forwards, and he goes down. Conqueror able to wipe Game Lord.
That's unfortunate, but again, Akashi, my man, I love your playstyle, and I will forever respect it and remember it. It's going to be a reference that I'll make many, many times in the future of PUBG Mobile.
We're only going to remember it. It's not going to be there anymore for too long, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully. Vodafone Giants, still in that compound. They got to deal with Conquerors, as well as Nexus and Super Young roster. But if anything, this works out for them.
Wow.
Oh, yes. I believed in the Vodafone Giants. There's no David in this lobby. No one's taking a crack at them. But to be honest with you, having Conquerors, Nexus as well as Super Young roster all in the same place, it kind of leaves like Vodafone Giants to be, you know, the actual emperor in the Gladiator Wars. You know, they kind of decide who dies and who lives as they watch these little battles unfold from up on high.
The thumb teeters up or down. Only time will tell. And in the meantime, all of these teams are going to be biking out towards each other and trying to zone away their own control of this ground, which means that none of them can really push over. Really, really interesting dynamics there. But over on the top of Everest, you've got Xtreme Slayers and 4 Romanian Boys still vying for control. And it looks like Big are going to try and enter into the fight. Mihi looks for something, but just gets knocked straight on back. But Muzi does go down, as does Pappy. 4 Romanian Boys could be dynamic here, but it looks like they want to isolate Big.
Big still on this western side. Swabe's just driving away though. He's left the entire team and Redux will happily pick up some kills, but John, still this 4v4, one player getting back up again. 4 Romanian Boys taking their time with this one, John, but the Molotov will open things up, a little bit of charred flesh on the plate.
Pappy going very, very low. I think that's going to be a kill there for the 4 Romanian Boys. They're able to get one, and Bardo goes down as well. The rest of the Xtreme Slayers just get on out of dodge, and 4 Romanian Boys stay alive, but they have to descend the side of the mountain now. The firing squad from the top trying to pepper on down, and boom goes the dynamite. That's Xtreme Slayers going up in smoke.
That was some fantastic coordinated fire coming out from 4 Romanian Boys. Redux coming back online, to be honest with you. I'm pretty happy with this. I mean, he was fairly quiet for a long time, but here in the finals, 4 Romanian Boys feel fairly strong. Aza with a nade, just trying to destroy the buggy, but Redux is up on top.
Oh, he does go taken down. Aza answered immediately. Doran hits the deck on the swivel. Manages to keep them alive. All 4 of them still standing. Resible positions as well. As the fight over by the Vodafone Giants stronghold continues. Nexus, Conqueror going loggerheads. Conqueror squad trying to move down, but so are Nexus, so is Exquisite Décode UK on the backstop. LMV just so glad to be out of it.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they always come down from Primorsk. This has been probably the most ideal turn of events from them, just like sauntering into the circle with a swagger in their step. Nexus still trying to find something, make it happen. Creator off in the distance. Will has to drop behind the tree. Jammers is like, that man is fast. He is becoming the tree at this point.
And it's unfortunate, but he is going to stay planted for now. Jammers stays alive, but finally gets to cover. Potential to res there. Exquisite Décode UK taking shots from the off. That's LMV starting to chime on in as Nexus rampage through the position. Conqueror down to 1.
I think, yeah, Will has actually managed to grab Reznov, who is currently on death's door. I mean, he's come out and he's asking for the soul. K-Link.
Oh my goodness me.
Beautiful shots coming through.
M249 absolutely giving them hell. Nexus Gaming want the final player from Conqueror. You can see Rana cooking up the nade there, looking to try and send it back. Sends it right into the middle of those vehicles and an off angle, but look at the reposition coming through from Klink. Excellent work there from the last remaining Conqueror player, but the nades are going to isolate the position again. First aid popped. 4 players from Nexus rolling over these hills. Green as grass, but Klink looks to turn them red.
Oh, Will.
Not quite there yet. And in the meantime, LMV are taking damage. More knocks going over towards Exquisite Décode UK, and I have no idea how, but Klink has stayed alive.
I know he's hidden in the grass there, like a little snake. Managed to make it in there. 4 Romanian Boys could take this opportunity to move over towards Vodafone Giants' position after that knock does go through, but they ought to stay on that western side again. We're playing gamble here. Either we hit that eastern shift or the western shift, and it's up to the 4 Romanian Boys of Vodafone Giants, and by God, these 2 teams are doing well in the finals so far. No dumb luck so far. This is all down to skill from these guys. Beautiful stuff, but not the teams I expected towards these final circles.
Oh, and he's still there in the grass, fades away into the smoke, and he's gone. The guy's a ghoul, he's a ghost. He's spooky, certainly, for Nexus Gaming. As Dude Creator Dexter looking to move on forwards. It looks like they're not even going to go for this res. Vodafone Giants, now is the hour.
Oh, so close.
Oh, goes up, goes down, and finally dealt with, but not before getting another knock. Well, certainly doing a lot of damage.
100%. Vodafone Giants, though, now they have to face off against Nexus, who currently are fielding a 4-man roster despite all that action on that southeast side, sorry. But they do have a really good compound to work with. 4 Romanian Boys dealing with LMV in the process. Very difficult cross for LMV at the moment to get up to 4 Romanian Boys' position. That's a long-range nade, but very good at it is the 4 Romanian Boys.
Go on. Go on, get in there. See if that nade goes. Not sure if it will. Don't think it's going to quite make the distance. Nexus Gaming, all four of them shimmying around the side, and their nades start to go out and just devastate the lines. Look at this. So much damage. Cryptic goes down, out in the blue. And Nexus, they can't move forwards here. Vodafone Giants successfully guard them out, but they have their own long trudge to make ahead of them.
Yeah, with this next circle shift, you know, getting across this road is probably the most difficult part. Luckily, Vodafone Giants, with all these fights going down, without having to do too much, you know, one thing will be in abundance, and that's smokes. Still making his way through, though, as the final player for Nexus, looking to get as many points as possible.
There it is.
Oh, that's a nice nade. There it is.
Landed on in.
11 kills.
They have been fragging out from the top of Everest. They've been controlling a lot of the grounds around here. Vodafone Giants a little bit more passive. 3 kills, you can see that, but now they're looking to strike out towards the circle.
I mean, getting this position behind this rock with the double vehicle as well, it's a really nice little compound, or at least impromptu, but if you see Pocus' position, he's outside the circle, whereas for Romanian Boys, they're creating compounds of their own within the circle itself. So again, still further to go, but despite all that, Vodafone Giants making it in during that chaos is nice. They do lose one player in the process. Big Swave on board, very, very good player. You know, I remember on Team Umbro when this guy would be the last alive so many times. Nice to see him now on Big doing the work, putting up those points.
Big do need the performances, remember? They weren't doing so well so far today. How on earth has Nano got away with this? That is insane that he was able to just run around like that.
Yeah.
Chicken without a head, and he's had it.
And he's had it taken off as well from the off, and that's 2 going down. Do from the off. Nexus stay alive, but 4 Romanian Boys turn their ire. The eye swivels, and it will claim another victim. Finally going down, but not before Vodafone Giants are severely hampered, leaving Pocus alone.
Yeah, I know it's just Swave and Pocus, and Big knows his position, but for Romanian Boys, they only realistically know Vodafone Giants' position, so he's going to be costed pretty quickly. Unless Redox spots out Swave, it's really right now the job of Pocus to stay alive as long as possible. Clutch Maestro #1 according to Max. Let's see if he can do it in these final moments.
Looks like Redox will be looking for the shot. Swag gets spotted, and it's not even for Romanian Boys. Pocus ladders up to second. He's done the job, but 4 Romanian Boys have a job of their own. Completed, signed, sealed, delivered to the top of Everest. Reigns supreme. 4 Romanian Boys with a chicken dinner.
A very nice chicken dinner as well, and you're right, John. Reigns supreme at the top of Everest. They kind of let the other teams do a lot of the work for them whilst picking up a lot of kills in the process. You know, it was smart the way they played, slowly making their way down during the chaos. Very nice knock that went through over towards Vodafone Giants towards that end of the game as well to give them a little bit more room to play with. You know, all in all, a very well-coordinated game for Romanian Boys. Again, this is one of the places where it comes into their hands as well, though, because they play around Gatka. This was a perfect position for them, and if there was any game to win, it would probably be this one, because, you know, it had so many of those river finishes, John. It was only a matter of time before we head back to Gatka, and 4 Romanian Boys can show us just exactly what they can do.
That's the thing as well. I feel like nobody challenged for Everest earlier, and maybe if they had, that might have been a different story, because the fight with Xtreme Slayers was really compounded by the fact that, you know, you had really very little ground around to worry about. They only had one direction to worry about on Everest. If maybe Xtreme Slayers had gone there a little bit earlier, might have been a different story. If Big had managed to sneak through to get there a little bit earlier, ChasMac Gaming, Unicorns of Love even, who were in a position to be able to take that spot, maybe it would have been a different story. But they held out on the top of Everest really very nicely. And as you say, they just found those kills time and time again. But Vodafone Giants, I mean, the story today for me has been their just continued strength.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I said right at the beginning of this this little cast here, so, you know, I believed in them all the way. It's the time, you know, they've got that UDR killer's blessing where they suddenly turn on the rampage when they get into the finals. They just need to make it there first, apparently. I'm pretty sure last season UDR killers made it into the finals in 16th place as well, right?
I
could be wrong.
I'll double check on that for you.
But I will check that, but it is a hilarious story if it's the same. Either way, you know, Unicorns of Love still a little bit disjointed on this northwest side. Unfortunately, doesn't go their way. Eastern Stars similarly looked a little bit lost within these circles towards the end game, but again, coming down from Kameshki, not an easy rotation. Coming back to the Vodafone Giants, though, very, very nice selection of compounds who have also given themselves enough room to play around with towards the beginning of that game by pushing out some sentries towards ruins just in case they did head up towards river. So they kind of covered their bases regardless of what happened. So it was less luck on that building and more a case of, you know, just making sure they controlled like the key spots within that circle.
Yeah, it's very crucial to have that sort of oversight. I mean, can't really do anything about information, right? It's the most valuable commodity in the world, Blank, needing to get those scouts out. Nexus Gaming, I feel like they fought very well during that game. They played from a difficult position, and they held up pretty well.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll put a caveat on it because I don't fully disagree with you, but I think that, you know, a lot of these big plays come down to Do at the end of the day. I think he's head and shoulders above this team a lot of times, putting in massive amounts of work for this team in particular. And just look here, like the almost double spray. You know, if he'd held it down a little bit longer and he hadn't been shot, you know, it could have been a very, very different story for these dudes.
Yeah, I just had a look up, and UDR Killers qualified in 11th in Season 1 for the Western Europe for their finals that they went on to get into, I believe it was fourth place. Fourth place in the end, which meant that they obviously were able to qualify for this one around, and now we're seeing them here. So hopefully they'll be able to continue form. Of course, a little bit shorter of a series. We've got 18 games total, and we have now played 4 of them. We're getting into the sticks of it, and making sure that you're consistent is the name of the game. We're going to head to a short break. We'll see you over on the desk.
Welcome back, everyone, to some more PUBGMOBILE action at the PMPL Western Europe Season 2. Thank you, Blank, for coining that term, as we do have our 4th round of the day now done, and we do have Romanian Boys taking a much-deserved victory. But also, just want to remind you guys that OnePlus, our sponsor here at the PMPL, with its 15-minute recharge rate, you can get back into the game, back into the action, and back into the battlegrounds here to continue playing all day long. And we'll continue to go all day long here as we have our 5th round come up in just a few moments. But before we get to that, we need to bring back in Kalaris and Maxima to break down what happened in this last round.
A lot it went down, I would say here.
That's
Max.
All. Yes. A lot.
I mean, for Romanian Boys, this is such a rise to the occasion from this team. It's really impressive to see. They go for the strongest position, and we were talking about it, right, Kalaris? Not the easiest one to hold on to, and especially to move away from, but every single move they've executed this game not only rewards them with kills, but gives them the best opportunity to get information and move into the circle. 15 kills on top of those 15 placement points, 30 points total. They're in the swing of things, and if they stay like this, top 5 and making it to the European Regional Championship is definitely possible.
Yeah, definitely. A few important moments really for them, not only taking Everest and being able to scout from it, but also, how do you even start breaking all this down? Aside from everything that goes on in Everest and some teams not moving up there, which we can talk about a little later on, the fact that they're able to make the transition off Everest and recuperate their losses for Romanian Boys at every stage in this game absolutely deserved this win, with where they were covering angles to then that transition and holding down on the base of Everest. It was a great game by them. Great.
What did you do, Kalaris? Unicorns love 0 points. What
I
is
don't know.
happening, man? Is this an unlucky shirt?
It's not going well, is it?
Take it off.
I think, yeah, well, maybe later. But it's really not working out. I am not sure. Actually, I am kind of interested and a little bit curious about what's going on, because we were talking about it before. I do feel like Unicorns of Love and Big are running into each other quite a bit, and that early on in the game is not working out for really either of them.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to keep our eye on that as the days progress, because we still have, 3 days in total, still 2 days left to go. We can see our top players, though, in the last round. We got Door in there yet again, Exafragger as well. Do going to be making his position another time. And we're starting to see, I think one of the best phrases we talked about while watching this last round was this is all topsy-turvy. We have teams who are at the bottom of the leaderboards, now at the top, the teams who are at the top, at the bottom. We really don't know what's going on here anymore within the finals.
You just take the rankings of the Super Weekend, just flip them, and you have the rankings that we have right now coming into this tournament.
Put it on its head on a swivel.
Insane. And hit the deck too, don't forget about that one. But a lot was going down, and these teams being able to step up after these 4 days, and you talked about it, right, Kalaris? You had some community scrims / some of the official scrims that were happening before this tournament, and there's a tendency to see these teams doing good in the scrims and transferring that success into the finals. So, I mean, they worked for it, they trained hard, they've done the research, they checked the VODs, so it's definitely been, it's not like it changed for no reason. There has been a lot of work set by these teams before the finals, and it's paying off.
I almost feel like some of the top teams, they don't benefit from those kinds of 4 days worth of scrims as much as some of the teams a little bit lower, right? Some of those teams a little bit lower, it gives them opportunities to kind of warm into kind of the strategies some of the bigger teams are using, analyze them a little bit more. Whereas the bigger teams, they've got all the points beforehand and they've come in strong. They're the ones that are giving away a lot of that information, and they don't have much to gain from some of the teams towards the bottom. So yeah, it's a weird juxtaposition that you're kind of caught in the middle of here, Jason, but I mean, for Romanian Boys, they're blasting with it.
I've always been hesitant using those scrim results to have any sort of base of analysis for actual events. Thinking back to last season, where you had Clash be the #1 team by a good margin at an event that happened right before PMPL, and then they went on to just tank the rest of the event, unfortunately. Obviously, they're performing better here, but yeah, I definitely think you're right. There's really not much benefit to the top teams there, but there is benefit for us to take a deeper dive into 4 Romanian Boys and their player stats over the course of today, because this team has really replicated, I want to say, the performance in that first week we had happen in league play.
Yeah, 4 Romanian Boys have now become 4 Romanian men. They've evolved. This is definitely their final form, and you've seen how good of a day we've seen from, especially Redox. This guy's been getting clutch after clutch, especially that Miramar game was a very big step up from Redox on an individual level. I've been really happy to see him do so well. But Durin, he's back in full form. He's getting himself some really good performances here. Those nades were absolutely fantastic in that finish day. He was keeping LMV away at some portion of, I believe it was Nexus Gaming, even some players at some point of Vodafone Giants. Dorian was making sure he was creating space for his team this game. If he wasn't there with that amount of utility work and being so efficient on those nades and those mollies, his team maybe would have not been able to get the win. So Dorian, sure, maybe not the one getting the gun kills a lot of the time, but he's creating that space that his team desperately needs in those finishing moments.
It's a good time to peak. I mean, if you take a look at some of the moments from this game as well, one thing that kind of is highlighted is that, actually this isn't from this game, it's from the overall games from today, or just in general, I should say. The thing is about Everest, is that they were on top of Everest throughout this whole game, right? Getting information, blah, blah, blah. They get a team rock up on their west side. Now, when we're watching it in the back, I'm saying to you guys, the Everest can house 3, maybe even 4 teams. No team took an opportunity to take the east side of that. And if that does happen, For Romanian Boys is in a completely different scenario where they're potentially pinched, having a problematic time, etc. But nobody presented them that challenge that gave For Romanian Boys massive amounts of room to sweep the West, come back casually, and then eventually transition down, which I think is a mistake of the lobby here to not take up that position.
I would say if you're talking about teams that could have potentially contested Everest away from For Romanian Boys, you had, of course, Xtreme Slayers trying to push onto the side. T-Big didn't have an easy rotation entry point, so it made it very hard. But super young roster, they were playing Cube very early, and instantly when the circle upon phase 2 or phase 3 went down south of the river, I thought, oh, super young roster, go onto the eastern side of Everest. You're going to get a lot of early scouting done, and you can get the intel on where teams stand. But they didn't tend to pull the trigger, and because they were the closest, no teams were really ready to go that position. So I think super young roster had a potential there, but just weren't quite ready to go the entire way.
Well, I think one question that's going to linger in my head as we kind of move past this is, where are the teams currently standing at our overalls? I mean, we talked about how it's kind of been topsy-turvy, everything's been turned on its head here. But I want to actually go over our overall standings and get an idea of where they're currently sitting, because we're seeing, again, Vodafone Giants and Nexus, they were, what, 15th and 16th place team at the end of our 3 super weekends, and they're currently sitting in 2nd and 3rd place.
Jason, did you have some insider information on Nexus? Because that's a rise. That is a rise, and you called it at the start of today. That is
I'm not taking credit for that. I just thought, I mean, we'll see. I mean, I thought Dexter would be playing all the matches. He didn't play the first one, but hell, like, if they keep this pace up, it's going to be interesting. But the thing that's always going to stand out to me, and I think we already mentioned this a little bit while we were watching the matches, is that if we think about the grand scheme of things, the teams at the moment who would potentially qualify into the European Regional Championship, can they actually compete against teams from CIS? That's going to be like a very, very tough one, I feel like. And Turkey as well.
A lot of success. Yeah, that's it. So you got the Turkish teams, you got the CIS teams. Not gonna lie, when you look at the Western European region, in the last event, there was the EMEA Regional Championship for Season 1, there was not a lot of success. Every once in a while, you'll see a good game coming out, but when it comes to competing at the same level with the Turkish teams and also the CIS teams, I say the teams that are here, sure, they're doing well, but competing against them, I would say that they're not quite there yet. We're talking about the Unicorns of Love, the Eastern Stars, the Game Lord, that seem to be the closest, but they've just not been present that heavily today. Game Lord got himself that 1 win, of course, but when it comes to the European Regional Championship, that's a completely different ballgame. And if it's all over the place right now, I'm a little bit scared coming into that event to see how things are going to pan out.
The thing is, right, is that if we talk about like Unicorns of Love, Big Conqueror, etc., they're running out of time to climb back up the leaderboards. I mean, I know it's not that massive a gap at the moment, but the thing is, you can't have too many bad days, and the amount of pressure that gets added onto your shoulders every single time you have a bad game or you have a bad day just makes it tougher and tougher.
I do think we'll see the shake-up. I mean, as you say, like one big game, if somebody just like a big or Unicorns of Love or Conqueror gets a 30-point bomb from here, then they jump right back up into the contention, Jason. So yeah, well, it's early days.
Okay, well, our at least first day isn't so early anymore. It's getting quite kind of late as we get into our 5th round, heading over to Miramar once again for the final time of the day. You two can get out of here, but for the people at home, I want to remind you again that the PMPL Fall 2021 special crate is going on sale. You go back into PUBG Mobile store and you get the same outfit as the pro players are currently using. So if you guys like what you see, go on, check it out, and buy things up. Let's bring our commentators in, though, to get this 5th round ready to go. We got John out and Blank joining us once again. And gentlemen, like we've been talking about, it's all topsy-turvy on the rankings. What's your thoughts?
I like standing on my head. I'll keep doing it. Sounds good.
Okay. He likes to be on his head. That's fine. We respect it. You know, if that helps get that blood to the brain, get that noggin of yours thinking, John, that's absolutely fine. I respect it. But honestly, what I really respect is my call of Vodafone Giants. You know, I called it. I'll keep calling it. You know, it's the Vodafone Giants train right now. It is what it is. I'm excited for it. Honestly, though, it does feel like the underdog day. You know, we've got 4 Romanian boys. You've got Vodafone Giants. You've got Nexus. 3 teams who, you know, I personally think have the most potential within this lobby, right? To be towards the top. Barring maybe Super Young roster. In fact, not barring maybe. I think Super Young roster, realistically, if we're talking underdog day, they should be up here towards the top side in that top 3. But honestly, right now, Nexus, 4 Romanian boys, Vodafone Giants, extremely impressive. Let's keep up the good work, guys. You know, on Miramar, a little bit easier to maneuver. So teams like Big and Unicorns Love Super Young Roster might not have that issue. So as they did before, it's like trying to figure out where to go. Same with Exquisite Décode UK. We saw last map they were, you know, chopping and jiving, trying to head up towards Kameshki, coming back down towards the south side. It was awkward, but here you got a lot more room to play with.
Need a bit fancier feet to be able to navigate the more rotational paths, as you say, over on the other maps, but Miramar gives you a wide blank canvas. Unicorns of Love out early, of course. So they head for their split drop around the Chubasada Hills, Valle de Mar, trying to keep themselves as much territory as possible. No one going to vie for it, so they're going to be perfectly safe. Eastern Stars over in Impala. Nothing too spectacular right now in terms of drop locations. For Romanian Boys, fairly close to Nexus, though.
Yeah, I would imagine that Via de Mar, you know, it's probably going to be slightly contested by the guys from Super Young Roster, but right now you're having Unicorns of Love drop out very early down towards the south side of Jumasera. This could possibly just dropping onto vehicles, moving up towards Via de Mar, I said before, John, but we get this northeast shift, which LMV are going to be very pleased with. The same with Exquisite Décode UK. This could be the map to really garner some more points. El Azahar, great position to start from. Lots of beautiful high ground surrounds this location that you can drop into, start looking down towards teams, take some shots, you know, even just gather some information nice and early on. Eastern Stars similarly in a decent spot right now, down towards the warehouses just outside Impala. But already, Vodafone Giants. Impress me, boys, impress me.
Further than that, Ulysses on the off as well. Very players to contend with, excuse me, want to push in on this position, and a nice off angle catches it. The Vector from the window, Mango plucked.
Oh, beautiful.
On the top of the tree, Mitchie though wants a little bit more, goes in for it, goes around the corner, the micro Uzi, good spray, holds the staircase. Ulysses peeks around, bobbles the head, but another push from Mitchie, and there's work being done right now. Excuse me.
Oh no.
Gonna be flushing at least 2 here. 2 points found for the cost of 1. And the Mango ripens.
Stop it. Stop it right now.
You've cursed them.
It's my team, that is.
You've done it now.
Oh dear.
We're out of there.
No. Oh, I've too many parsnips and broccolis. It's all over for me.
Oh, the veg has come back to
Louise.
bubble in the gut, unfortunately.
Want us.
Not ideal. Far from
Oh
ideal.
well.
Vodafone
Players is more than enough on Miramar.
The Vodafone middle-sized Giants right now. So they're getting smaller by the second. But they'll be all right. They'll be all right. They'll get a little bit further. We'll see how far they can go. Circle popping. Going to the northeastern side, and most of the teams already in it. A couple of teams on the southwest, though. A pretty tricky time for those outside.
Yeah, well, you know who can go? Mango. Ooh. That guy, you know, ruined my day.
He's gone.
Honestly, though, great play from Mitchie overall. I actually really enjoyed those pushes. You know, he isolated targets. They kind of let him get up the stairs. A little bit awkward. I don't think it really should have happened in that instance, but whatever. These things happen, and realistically, excuse me, played that fight very, very nicely. 4 Romanian Boys down towards Los Leones. Nice little spot. I mean, they play around this position quite a fair few times and then just hold out on the outer skirts of Los Leones towards the end of the game. A lot of nice high ground play around here, getting up towards the top of the buildings. You are a little bit more visible because, you know, on a hillside, it's a bit harder to spot the dude peeking over a ridge, but when you see like a nasty pair of eyes spying in from a window, you know about it. Everybody knows about that. We see you. Stop it.
Find out about that. Excuse me. What do you think you're doing? You got a permit for those eyes? Didn't think so. Oh, retribution. Potentially here for Vodafone Giants. Mitchie does go down, so he gets the flush. Now it's an even trade between the two. Hang on a minute. There's a third player that's died. Costi fell as well. Now, the duo, look at isolate Prada. They found him. Vodafone Giants standing a little bit taller now.
Oh yeah, well unhappy with what happened earlier. But like I said, you know, 2 players, more than enough for a cheeky map like Miramar, which we like to see. We like to see it indeed. But at the moment, you know, just taking some pot shots. That little ridge side, very difficult to shoot from. You know, you can peek from either side there with the little spike towards the top, perfectly blocking the head angle. So I think it's going to require smokes and or retreating from this fight.
I just need to get out of there. You can see Sebi holding the line. Keeping nice and safe, just staying behind the fence. No reason to really peek this one out. should be fairly secure. Nano actually going on a wider rotate to potentially get a little bit of an off angle here. A reposition, but it feels like he's just falling back, moving away, not wanting to engage. They will have to move further to the northeast right now, Blank, because they're not in this circle, and eventually this fight will be moved.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, realistically, at some point, the guys from Super Young roster, Unicorn to Love, they're going to make their way up. Right now, Sebi is just kind of playing jailer at the moment, warden to Prada's retreat at the moment. So, good stuff. I like this as well. Nana's dropped back a little bit to pick up a vehicle, should bring it in towards Sebi, and then they can get out of dodge, as we see on screen. Again, spectators today, you guys are on point. We love you.
This is the off angle. He's not even going towards Sebi. He's going right up top. Nano wants to shoot down towards Prada, and there's really nothing that Prada can do about this here. Sebi isolating the position, forcing it to happen. What do you do if you're Prada, right? You can't even look up towards this angle. You can't move around. I mean, he's managed to find a little plateau to play from now, so there's potential to isolate one of these fights. But if Vodafone Giants play this right, there's no chance.
Yeah, the big pincer action's coming in here. Nano swinging around the side, running up. It's a little bit difficult to see down there, unfortunately. I think Nano wants to remain at a distance where, you know, the footsteps aren't audible. And Prada's just getting ready to leave. But I think Sebi's done a fantastic job of holding him in place. Now throwing nades as well. Actually, as a fake play, God, this is good from Sebi. You know, he's just holding him down, makes it look easy. I love that from Prada as well. He just swings from the 180, shoots up the hill. He had no idea what just happened. What a play from Vodafone Giants. I always called them. I knew they were the best. These things happen, excuse me. You just got to let it happen, though, unfortunately.
All right, well, Blank lets his ego simmer down for a second. 4 Romanian boys have to deal with Big crashing into the position. This is fairly south. This is south central on the circle. Minas Generalis. Romanian boys, they're not actually going to go for the full fight. Big retreat, fall back to their buildings. They want to hold this compound, and probably rightly so.
Yeah. This is probably the most awkward social gathering, in my opinion, between Big and 4 Romanian boys, because both these teams are so hesitant to fight towards the beginning of the game. You know, they both see one another, and it's kind of that awkward handshake and then to leave. Yeah, oh, goodness me, he took a good old dinking to the head there. That's unfortunate. Not like that.
Yeah, he took a shot as he dropped as well, which was immediately turned away from, but the damage numbers came up. It was just a sliver of HP. Still, it's damage. The 4 Romanian boys are going to isolate a position as well. Get rid of that, they move through, and they're now a little bit ahead, closer to the center of the circle than Big are.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's nice, right? You get a fair bit of damage down onto a team who thinks they've got a good spot. Then you can move up towards the high ground once you hit that damage through, and they're really in no position to find Mickey's out of position. And now Redox just taking... Oh! He wanted the wheels, but he clipped his heels, and now he's not going anywhere.
Yeah, it's unfortunate on that one. So it finally goes down, and now 4 Romanian boys, they have the high ground, they have the angle. Very difficult position for Big to deal with here. The circle shrinks, it's right on top of them. And only LMV really have to move.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking cheeky. Looking very nice and cheeky. Unicorns I love, super young roster. Doing the dance outs in the blue, you know. Hoping to make their way in. If they hit Los Leones, they don't have to go anywhere anyway, because, you know, they're right on the edge of the circle, this being a very hard shift down towards the southwest. I think for most teams, they're happy, though. They haven't had to move too much. Team Doom coming up towards Impala, Eastern Stars. They've already vacated that position, trying to get a little bit closer into the circle. And fair play to them all, to be honest with you, because, you know, La Bendita, not the most easy to play around. This was a Décode UK really only playing around this position because they still have high ground available to them up on the northeast side, just the south of Al Hazahar. But most teams opting to take central compounds purely because, you know, outside Hacienda del Patron, as well as towards the west side of La Bendita, very open areas. It's quite difficult to play edge here.
ChasMac Gaming in a pretty strong overlook position. They've got that crow's nest up there they can just pilfer from. Only one player up there by the looks of it, though. Needs to be careful. Does not want to get shot here. If you go down, it's unlikely that you're going to get rezzed. I mean, it's possible, sure. I mean, you can get up there, but ChasMac would have to invest quite a lot of time and energy into getting up there, getting another player and staying safe.
Yeah, you'd have to pull out the spider car, honestly. That would probably be the most efficient method to get up there in speedy time. Athis just on the back of the buggy. Let's see if anyone takes shots. I mean, a couple of Harlers just trying to shoot out towards Xtreme Slayers on this northeast side. You know, they're a little bit further out of the circle than Eastern Stars, and you know, this would be a good point in time to start, you know, stopping teams from making their way in. That vehicle is now blown up, so Xtreme Slayers, no more vehicles to really work around. Exquisite Décode UK coming down from the northeast. It's an awkward position for Xtreme Slayers at the moment.
Yeah, it's not maybe ideal, but still, they're in the circle. What can you hope for? Yaya took one or two shots and then just allowed Pappy back around the other side of the RV, around the shack. And they'll be safe. I mean, fair enough. Xtreme Slayers hiding out in the smoke, Eastern Stars just ahead of them. No one wants to take these fights yet, Blank. I mean, fair enough. 15 teams remain. You're only into phase 2. You don't want to be losing players early, but Xtreme Slayers might not have a choice. Just Bardo left.
Huge congregation of players over towards this eastern side at the moment. LMV swung down. You can see them in your bottom right side of your screen there, just towards the backside of Eastern Stars. So a lot of these teams starting to get crushed together slowly but surely. Exquisite Décode UK do take a nice long shot over towards Pappy, and I imagine now they're going to start taking out the vehicles on that side of the hillside too. So this could be, you know, it's bad news for Xtreme Slayers. I'll put it that way. It's very, very bad news. No good news to be heard either. You know, I got some bad news and some more bad news. It's the worst thing you want to hear. It's
just rubbish news. Honestly, it's just the worst. But ChasMac Gaming, I feel like they probably have one of the strongest spots in this circle. You can see there's almost this ground to their northwestern side that's almost entirely clear. That is a fairly hard shift over towards Graveyard. Blank. We're in for a little bit of death and despair, and what better time to have it around Halloween?
Oh, 100%. You know, we're getting real spooky, real booky. We're happy to see it. But realistically, you know, you see all these teams towards the eastern side, and fair enough to them. You do not want to be playing around Graveyard. It is a hellhole, we'll put it that way. So teams wanting to find a position in it, you know, you can hide out towards Lavendita, try and take the low road really here, and not really get too much done, but at least get away with your life. Now, so many teams all in their vehicles. On the other hand, Vodafone Giants got 2 players still on that western side. Sitting pretty, but Game Lord right in the center.
I mean, fairly good news for them. Unicorns are low. Rolkis trying to get through, and Creator doesn't quite stop the pass. M249 not quite landing the damage. Rolkis a little bit split, but in comes Fresh. Try and get this off angle here with Do already knocked here for Nexus. This is a real bad spot for Creator to be in right now. Isolated, you can see the rest of Nexus very close to Super Young Roster on the western side of Lavendita Crater. Love still have to move, but LMV to their north.
Yeah, you imagine Creator would like nothing more than get back to the frat party, because at the moment, like, he is stuck out in the open, sleeping in a bush outside Basingstoke train station. Just god-awful situation for himself. But we'll see if he can make it out alive. Not many people do from Basingstoke, I'll put it that way.
Well, you know, sometimes you just have to go there. It has to be done. But hopefully not for much longer. Rolkis rolls right up into the crosshair and dies.
I feel like Rolkis is really starting to take the mickey with these vehicle plays. Every time I see him die, he's just rolling around in a vehicle. Like, I feel like he's got his big toe just tapping on the accelerator. DK first, terrible position as well. Unicorns are loved, does not look very, very nice today. I'll put it that way. It's a little bit unfortunate. I did expect a lot more from this team as well. You know, I was very much appreciative of how they were playing throughout those past 2 Super Weekends to force themselves up the ranking, and force they did. You know, they were really paving ways.
I mean, Unicorns Love were the top team in terms of average score on Super Weekend games. They did phenomenally well, right? Like, they just aren't showing that here so far. I mean, and on 5 games, you need to have at least one good result, I feel, if you want to be in those top spots, if you want to be playing with the big dogs. But right now, you know, at the beginning of this game, they sat on 19 points, finishing 15th. They've got no kills, just Fresh. They're out in the blue. if they get no points here, it's kind of disastrous for one of their qualification spot dreams.
Yeah, you put it very, very well there, John. Right now, the Super Young roster taking a fight between them and 4 Romanian Boys, but LMV is currently on a screen. Eastern Stars, Athis, oh, playing peekaboo.
I don't know about Ross and Rachel, will they, won't they? Nobody knows. Athis, low HP, has talent. Plays footsie over the top, falls back finally. Hide behind the car, gets in it, just takes off. Ooh, set down by Perks across the way.
Oh. Athis goes down. He will get back up and hopefully they'll resume Season 3, which, you know, does answer a lot of pertinent and lingering questions that we had from Season 2 of that fight. So, we'll see the continue happen. Zero. Ooh, Fresh gets taken down. Spine looking like roadkill right now.
Unfortunate. Conqueror on the side of the chapel. 3 players from Game Lord holding on the inside. Big moving through this hillside as well, but there's Eastern Stars to contend with and Creator as well on the back lines for Nexus Gaming. Split entirely from the rest of the roster and everybody's on the swivel. Big taking heavy punishment, but the blue envelops the fight. And the pace taken up a notch. Sway finally taken down, but Bazzy's trapped. He's out. Is he going to be able to get these heals off? Is he going to be able to survive? This is the only first aid that he has, the buggy, the only hope. Is he going to hop out? No, I don't think so. Just wants to get into the zone.
Yep, he's got a... it's an awkward decision to make there because you kind of want to pick up some meds. Game Lord currently playing with just the 3 and Narvalo from probably one of the most important positions in this building. Gets immediately knocked and this fight is really now opened up for Conquerors.
Ito.
Need to continue to pull away at those bars.
Ito
make their way in.
In through the window. Spice doesn't take damage for it. Game Lord now all back on their feet. They can figure out those angles again, get the healing done. They can put themselves back to fighting form and then open the doors to the garage when they need to move. You can see they're ready to roll out. Call them Autobots.
Oh yeah. You know, it's Optimus Prime time to get back in that building, in my opinion. On the other side of the map, though, Vodafone Giants just are whistling away. Absolutely no one's coming towards their position. They're
2
just
players,
like,
by the way.
Where is everyone? Where is everybody? This is the most silent our games have ever been.
They've got half their team and half the circle. I mean, it's working well for them.
Good. Team Doom are rocking up on that position very shortly, though, so we should probably recheck in with that fight. Super Young roster still a force to be reckoned with on this southeast side. Zero, stop just short of the hill. Got to use that peek over. Ooh, nice shot.
He spotted it. He got Nano, and Sebi really needs to get this res. If they want to have any chance of holding this western compound, this is a crucial res.
Yes, he needs the res coming through right now because, you know, realistically they were holding the 2 sides of the compound, which is fine and probably the most ideal thing to do in this situation, but it does cause you a bit of problems. Once again, Nexo comes through, and honestly, I do think, you know, Vodafone Giants still in this with a shout. Exquisite Décode UK, though, biding their time towards the north side of the map. We're able to make their way through, but it's ChasMac and TSC currently still going at it.
The crucial presence on both sides of this road that splits the next circle as well for Exquisite Décode UK. They could have a good time of it, but all of these teams on the eastern edge, not quite so lucky. You can see LMV trapped here as Team Doom swell around them. Talon looks to pop the first aid, still down in the dirt, eating sand right now. Another smoke pops. Talon not even wanting to step up, waiting for the smoke to bloom, gets up, goes for the res. LMV trying to stay alive.
Yeah, washing his armpits. Ooh, with sand.
Ooh. Oh my god.
Very painful. Shadowing, get in, you madman!
God, how on earth did he stay alive? Okay, finally tapped down by Tam Tam.
Yeah.
ChasMac Gaming down to 2, but 2 might be the magic number here.
Yeah, it's small enough. Small enough. Exquisite Décode UK still on that northwest edge. Do make themselves known in the circle. Good shots from Tam Tam. Damn, Super Young roster will lose sick. Both these teams Losing players of the wayside as they try and make their way in, but Vitoni's not done just yet. Bujo moves up to the backside of the tree.
Young roster swarming around their compound, but the shots echoing back as well. Bujo, there we go, pushing on up to the position, finds a knock on Super Young roster, slows them down, and now TSC might just look to try and crash straight on through. 2 players from Nexus dead ahead as well. They sailed straight on in a little bit earlier, and they're trying to stay alive as long as possible.
Yeah, they ran down Batty and now just take Residence's position. Bujo, well, that party bus can take a fair bit of punishment. Don't get out of it.
Fortunately, there's a swift end to that party, broken up. Parents have come home. Crikey, Scarpa, the Rozzers are around the corner. Got to get away. Game Lord from the top have had to drop down, but Tam Tam again putting suppressing fire down. This guy's been so good at stopping these teams to the flanks of TSC, stopping them from moving towards the circle, slowing them down if nothing else. And that has been so crucial for the squad.
It's been a pretty amusing movement on this southwest edge, southeast edge, sorry, because it has just been a case of TSC goes forward a little bit, Super Young roster takes shots, get a knock. Super Young roster moves it forward a little bit, TSC runs out, gets a knock on them too. So it's just backwards and forwards, but now finally Game Lord are joining the fray. Now Narvlo knows he needs to move out. Good shots from Conqueror. K-Link on the brink of death.
He's alive, for now at least, but finally goes down. Trazen able to get that flush. Shots back in towards ChasMac Gaming from Exquisite Décode UK. Circle shrinks to the opposite side of the road. Finally, we're coming to the close side, so these teams can slow down just a little. But Nexus Gaming are still in it. Vodafone Giants across the way, they're going to have to cross, but Nexus Gaming have had massive payment come out from their move a little bit earlier on, away from the fight that they took on the hillsides.
Arvelo, come on. Show us what you got. We're absolutely popping off. What was that league play? He does go down, sadly, though. Spicy in the back wings. Throws the pan. See if you get anything done with it.
It's not going to pan out quite as he planned. Trazen low. Spicy spotted. Faker nails the shots, but spray into the smoke, and the damage is good. It's Snap249. Victor taking damage from across the way as Faker can't quite find the rest of the bullets in the mag. Hits the deck, hits the dirt, and Victor stays alive for Game Lord.
Oh my lord, Game Lord coming to this game as a 3-man, showing us how it's done. Realistic, very good. Vodafone Giants finally make their way into the circle. Nexus are just taking shot after shot over towards the guys on Exquisite Décode.
Keeping the suppression going and crossing this road now, the main obstacle. Vodafone Giants, they have made it. They have put themselves into this circle. Into this next one, Alicio leads the charge across the way and makes it relatively unscathed, but now Vodafone Giants can start to chime in as well. Team Doom struggling to move through. Everybody looks for their slice of the pie and no one quite can find it. Team Doom up to bat against Super Young roster, low HP, and the nade will find it. 2 players from Team Doom survive on the south side.
Second place would be gorgeous for Vodafone Giants. They would be raving about that kind of result. Exquisite Décode UK still have to cross this road though, which is very difficult, but considering the amount of teams that are ahead of them, it could be very easy to make it happen. Alicio goes down, was trying to get that off angle through. We'll get the explosion. Exquisite Décode UK once again look over the top of this lip and see what they can get done.
The Vodafone Giants staying alive yet again. The res comes through to boot. Most teams in tatters. Most teams in tatters right now. Only 2 players on the most.
Honestly, shoot the wheels out. Oh, Lord!
Don't particularly.
I don't think he doesn't get it. He doesn't get it.
I don't. It's Exquisite Décode. They don't get across. They don't get across. They don't get the shots. They don't make the way through. And the Vodafone Giants, with that team eliminated, they don't even need to burst those tires.
No, they don't. I mean, the vehicle's broken, to say the least, so it ain't going anywhere. But it worked out in their favor. They played the tire game. Rana on the hillside. Spicy final member remaining for the guys on Game Lord and Vodafone Giants to make a break for it. Oh, Lord. This is spooky. See if anyone peeks out of them. Not quite yet.
Action up to the top, first to the bat. Spicy gets the side swipe. Nice interference play coming through from Game Lord, but that gives Nexus the information. Vodafone Giants finally eliminated, but another strong game from the Giants. 14 points so far. 3 teams now left standing. Game Lord with one of their players. The last for the squad. Spicy moves through underneath the rock, but is spotted out. And that's one to go down. Team Doom now finding the first knock. They know where Dexter is. Would need a miracle. Nexus with their returning top fragger. Nade over the top. Looks for the knock, but Frosty only takes a little bit of damage. Not quite going the full way, though. Not just yet. Not sure if he can get out of this one. Has to jump up. Risky business. But stays alive. Rana not even flush just yet. This res would be a miracle, and I'm surprised it got that far, but Frosty gets the flush.
Yeah, it will be stopped. Action tries to move up. Dexter's got another nade in hand. Could get it behind this rock, see if he can make it happen.
Oh, perfectly placed.
Oh, dear.
Frosty is put on ice. Action now needs to get this recovery, needs to make it happen. The cross is crucial, but another nade placed well slows down the res. Behind the crate, they're going to be moved, they're going to be pushed, they've got to know what's going on. Needs to just make the presence known. Dexter out, goes for the fight. Wide action swings, but he can't make it happen. And Dexter deals death from above. Beautiful return there from Nexus. They were cowering in the bunker for so long, but they strike back out, and it's Nexus Gaming for a chicken dinner.
Oh, Lord. Nexus Gaming. These guys are on a tear recently. I mean, them and Vodafone Giants, it has been a gorgeous day so far for these teams. I mean, Dexter being thrown back into the mix. I mean, it's nice. I mean, Dude gets a little bit of a rest, then Dexter comes back in, and then Dexter goes back out again. You know, these two guys, you know, they're just tag teams. They're tag teaming it. And they're both, in this case, wrestling giants. It's nice to see. And I think that, you know, Vodafone Giants, they didn't have to do much that game. I'll be quite frank with you guys at home. They didn't really have to do too much. But the fight with Excuse Me, to make that happen and to come back and finish the fight, yeah, that was incredible.
Absolutely. I mean, and now with that chicken dinner as well, they were pretty close, I think, to Vodafone Giants before. And Vodafone Giants, sure, they got 14 points that game, but that's going to close that gap between the two. And I feel like that's sort of where I'm seeing a lot of the fighting happen right now. The teams who were sat towards the top during the Super Weekends, I mean, they just have had a complete change of heart. Unicorns of Love, where are they? Big, where are they? I mean, even LMV, who had massive weeks before as well, not putting in that performance anymore. And quite frankly, Eastern Stars haven't wowed me either. So I'm still waiting for those teams to really have an entrance here. It is absolutely, as Jason led us in with, it's topsy-turvy. It's head over heels.
It really is. And I think the funny thing for me is that, you know, there was a graphic we showed earlier on the desk. You guys probably don't remember it. Don't worry about it if you don't. But we essentially just went over the top teams from the Super Weekend. And I remember talking to the boys. I said, you know what? None of this will matter because none of these teams are going to be in the top 4 by the time day one's finished. And that's exactly where we are right now. And that is just finals for you. Finals are the craziest thing that happens. And it's just so strange because we do have so much money on the line here. And you have these teams that do so well over 3 weeks. And then suddenly finals, you get some cheeky little guys that come out of nowhere and they snatch up all that money from you.
I feel like maybe it could be a little change in playstyle. I mean, obviously, because now placements really matter in terms of it's not just get top 16 and you'll be into the next phase. It's not even get number 1. It's get number 5 over get number 6, right? That's also the ladder ups that you're seeing. So everybody is really trying
losers mentality.
Well, quite frankly, only one team can win. And if you're one of 16, you know that unless you are hitting big, you're not going to be hitting hard enough to get to those spots. So you're trying to eke out as many placement points as possible, which means that there's going to be a lot more teams who don't feel confident that they're going to be able to win the whole thing, playing spoilers in these circles to just get as many placement points as they can.
Look, John, I need you to believe in the me that believes in you, that believes in these teams to get that number 1, okay? That's what I need you to do here.
That would end up with me believing in the teams.
Yeah, well, don't you?
I believe in a lot of these teams. There are some teams I have questions about right now, I'll be honest. But to be fair, the quality of the gameplay that we've seen over the course of this tournament has greatly impressed me. So maybe I should
okay.
have a little bit more faith. But you know what? Someone has to lose.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. That is fair. That is fair. But at the end of the day, if you get this far into the finals, you're not really a loser. You are an absolute champ. You know, you've got very, very far. This is a very rough selection process coming through PMCO, PMPL. Even if you got invited back to make it to the top 16 again, you know, it's no easy feat. Like, this is a long format tournament that we have going on, which leads into several others. You know, if you made it this far, god damn, you are good.
Nexus Gaming looking pretty good themselves. We'll see you guys in a few over on the analyst desk.
Hello everyone! Today we would like to introduce to you Banpan's Investigators. The Investigators are the first line of response when confronted with cheaters. After a player is reported for suspicious behavior, the Investigator will then verify whether cheating has occurred. Up till now, Investigators have been hard at work every day resolving player complaints, establishing themselves as a key component in maintaining a pleasant and fair gaming environment. Without further ado, let me introduce the Investigator. How to become an Investigator. Investigators consist of in-game players and official security experts. To become Investigators, in-game players must fulfill certain requirements. Be passionate about PUBG Mobile and have a strong sense of justice. A clean in-game record free of penalties, no bans or warnings. Be firm and resolute when dealing with cheaters, and report any suspicious behavior. Must have a high tier. Skilled players are preferred. Experienced players that have achieved a higher rank are better suited to judge whether cheating has really occurred. Players that have met these requirements can apply by tapping the Request Investigator access button. We hope more players can enlist in the Investigator ranks and stand together in protecting the integrity of the game. How Investigators review and report footage. After becoming an Investigator, they may review footage of reported behavior. Footage found to contain violations will be sent to the official security team for a final review. You can check your submitted video review statistics under My Reviews. See details for the results of corrected judgments. For our dear investigators that uphold the integrity of the game, we are constantly improving the investigator function. To thank all our investigators for their hard work and effort, Banpan has added Investigator Challenge rewards. Investigators can complete challenges to claim their corresponding rewards. There are rewards for daily challenges, weekly challenges, and monthly challenges. We've also prepared an exclusive investigator outfit, titles, and rank. We've introduced the requirements on how to become an investigator and the responsibilities it entails. We hope that many new investigators will join us in our fight to maintain a pleasant gaming environment. Fairness for all. We will never give up.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Season 2. It seems that not only has Maxman taken some of the blessing that Claris was giving all the teams, it seems I have been able to do that as well, as Nexus take themselves a chicken dinner and rocket up the leaderboards yet again. Let's just dive straight into the match rankings, get an idea of the points they got, as well as the other teams out there, as it's myself, Jason Capital, with Claris and Maxman to break this all down for you. But gentlemen, this is looking pretty good for Nexus. Dexter,
what's going on?
Showing why we talk him up so much in that 1v2.
Is this a fever dream? Did somebody pinch me and wake me up? Is this the real first day of the finals? Nexus Gaming is blasting up towards the top here. 21 points coming in from them. I mean, just in general. Yeah, of course, Game Lord's up here, which is nice. Kind of, we expect that. But
3 people.
Vodafone Giants is up here. What's happening, Jason? What's going on?
I think, you know, I think it's just the universe balancing things out, because you put so much of your energy into the universe, you know, with the teams that were winning, and it's just kind of the way to balance it. Yeah, it's like, all right, well, now we got to get the other teams to get some victories here. But I mean, honestly, Nexus, like, the turnaround is phenomenal out of them. I don't know how they're doing it, but credit to them. And if they maintain this, we could have them representing us in the European Regional Championships.
Yeah, I mean, that nade at the end from
that was nice.
that was chef's kiss. Perfect nade, perfectly cooked, hits exactly where you want it, go for the push and then take the 1v1. It's a fantastic way to close it off. Almost got runner back up and it felt like a vengeance play almost from Dexter to be like, kick down my teammate, taking you down next. But Nexus Gaming, they had a really good idea actually when we were getting to the point of the game when you're going from mid-game into the late game. There was those big altercations happening into Graveyard. I think you had 4 or 5 teams that are like, screw that. We're just going to go center circle. There's some really good dips to play in that kind of terrain, a few good shacks, which is where I actually ended up going towards the end. They just took that position very early. The circle kept going over to the western side and then centering up. They had the best position to fight from, and they played it really well. So yeah, Nexus, it seems like so much better compared to what we saw in the league stage initially. So they've improved and worked on specific things, and it's paying off here.
I mean, I'm not going to throw this question out there just yet. I'll save it for another time as we take a look at our other 8 teams. You see Unicorns Love on 0 points, Conqueror on 1, Big on 3, Romanian Boys at the back of a victory down to 2. Like, I just don't know what's happening. I really don't know what's going on right now.
Don't worry, Jason. Unicorns Love is still going to win. But yeah, beyond that, Dexter, just absolutely looking amazing. Result. I don't know what's going on, Jason, but you also, I think Super Young Roster was one of the teams that you were like, maybe they should be showing up here as well. And right now, you see Result really putting up the results. Very, very impressive. And Max, what was Omelette du chicken dinner for Dexter and...
Omelette du poulet au dîner.
That's the
Omelette
one.
du poulet au dîner? So I don't know. There it goes, right?
There you go.
French accent. Yeah.
Stop making French your identity, Max. All right, you got a better brand than that.
Oh yeah, yeah,
It's top damage in the last match, and we're gonna see actually some interesting numbers. Yeah, some Sanhok numbers coming through.
That's a bit of a weird one. I mean, you had so much action that was happening towards Graveyard. I'm not really surprised to see this much damage being up there because that fight took, I think it took 10 minutes until the fight actually ended properly. But Vodafone Giants, I was impressed because they lost, I believe it was 2 players that lost very early in the first few minutes of the game to Excuse Me. Then they got a few reverse kills, and what they did with the circle just continuously shifting to the west, they just took the most western position, and they were chilling. They were vibing. There was no one remotely close to their position, and it was only 2 players able to get that extra amount of kills and positioning points. I mean, it paid off just aiming and committing to the western side, and then they didn't have to move too much.
Yeah, honestly, this is... I'll put the question out there now, because why not? Are these teams who are sitting towards the top of the table now, are they just playing exceptionally well? Or are the teams who were at the top previously just not performing when it comes to the finals? And I feel like the easy cop-out answer is a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. You know, it probably is the best answer. But to have a turnaround like this just seems really weird.
That is a tough question to answer. I do think that some of the teams that were at the top of the before are having to chase circles a lot in these current games that we've been watching so far, and I think that doesn't really lend itself to being able to get yourself your top 5s very easily and stuff like that. You're going to be greeted on transition into those circles, and you're going to be maybe blasted out, or you take some damage and you're then down to 2 people and stuff like that. So I think there's been quite a bit of that. I think the circles have definitely not gone the big teams' favors, not just big specifically, but some of the big teams' favors. But that we cannot take away with what we're seeing here so far. But there's not been that many huge kill games from the teams that are winning, apart from our 30 bomb that we got in our previous game. So sometimes that's just like damage everywhere, and then, oh, this team wins.
Okay. Well, you know what, Max? I did want to hear your thoughts, but we don't have time for it, unfortunately, because we would have got to hop into Nexus and their stats from today versus their stats from the Super Weekends. Again, another thing we want to look at of how much have they really improved. We did look at a team earlier on, and they doubled up on kills, but we're seeing Nexus. I mean, 300 extra damage a game on average, 2 extra kills a game on average, and almost 3 minutes of extra time a game for survival. Like, this is a ridiculous step up, and I know the numbers don't necessarily look like, oh wow, they went from 700 to 1400, but this is a massive push for Nexus.
And I'm especially happy that we're still seeing doing so much in these games. He's continuously getting those frags. He's been especially good when it comes to the utility play. He's been having some really good mollies and nades from time to time. And Dexter, on the side, is still doing good. And we talked about that potential synergy. Sure, Dexter was not playing at the start of the day, but you have games like this. We've seen them both perform really well. This is your duo fragging power of Nexus Gaming, and this is these are the 2 players that could allow you to make it into the top 5 right now, and they've been performing really well. It's not about other teams doing bad or anything like that. If you focus just on Nexus Gaming, they have good rotations, they aim for good positions, and they use those spots really well, and and Dexter are fragging out big time, so they're just playing to their best potential here.
For Nexus right now, if there was any case to always have Dexter fielded, it would be this game. If Dexter is not fielded, they don't get the chicken dinner here, Jason. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's actually maybe talk about a different aspect of this. Talk about the improvements out of Nexus. Let's talk about the fall out of Unicorns of Love and see what they were doing Super Weekend-wise versus today. And obviously, we're expecting the numbers to drop quite heavily, but it's about how much have they dropped? A lot. A damn lot.
Well, yeah, that just hurts to see, really. Down to 17 minutes and 40-second average survival time. Yeah, as you said, right, Kalaris, the circles aren't really going in their favor, but when you look at the third Super Weekend, there was not really an issue for them. They would chase down the circles properly, get into good spots, take down teams on the outskirts of the circle. It wouldn't be an issue, but it seems now, if the circle's moving away from Unicorns of Love, they're trying to chase after it, but they just can never get into a good position. So, and especially when you're seeing every single game, Eastern Stars, they're having results, maybe not the most insane results, but again, more points than Unicorns of Love. That gap for the PMGC must be way smaller now. I don't know why I did that. That was weird, but yeah.
Is that in French?
Don't worry. They're currently loathing their position in this tournament, I think is fair to say. They're having a hard time. I think there's been, not only circle chasing, but also some positions where they've been slightly disjointed and things like that. Maybe today is where they kind of gather speed and we see them come out tomorrow, but they need to be picking up speed fast, Jason, fast.
They do. And you know what? Like I said, 2 days left to go. That speed's got to be coming quickly for them if they want to be able to get back in this one, as well as keep their lead up against Eastern Stars, which I think might have fallen. But you guys at home who are watching, remember we have so many things given away for you guys to actually get and receive at home. You can watch PMPL live together with your friends at the Mobile Events Center in the Esports tab. And if you invite your friends to watch together, you can also get some tokens that you can use to get some special permanent items. So if you guys aren't doing that already, make sure you do it now. Get all your friends in. And you know what? I'm going to get some friends in here to watch the match with. We got John Allen and Blake join us once again. What's up, Blake?
Wait. Like, can I can introduce ourselves as you, Jason. What's up, Blank and John? So, what are your thoughts about that, John?
Oh yeah, I think that definitely is a thing. Definitely happened.
Yeah, I think that worked out well, Jason. Actually.
Thanks, Jason. I'll see you next time.
Oh, he's gone. He's gone.
Oh, he's gone.
He's
He's jogged on into the ether. Fantastic stuff coming through. Thank you very much, guys on this. Of course, we do love Jason, really. Although, I'm not sure about calling him a friend. I'll have to figure that one out. You didn't discuss that with me before.
Wow. Does he actually denied you friendship?
What do you think about that, Blank?
Oh God, I don't know. That feels hurtful, bro. That feels hurtful. We don't like that. No, but we are heading into game back again on Sanhok to finish out the day. Happy days overall. We got a Camp Alpha over on the west side, heading all the way to Mong Nai. Lovely little stuff. Tap Mock also available. This is obviously playing past don't really matter too much, but for certain teams it's good because you get them getting dropping out towards the big side. Also, Eastern Stars happily can move over towards Boot Camp, as well as TSC and be dropping towards that center side for Romanian Boys in Paradise Resort as always.
For now, anyway. See if they move later on. Unicorns of Love going down to the southwestern aisle. Looking for potentially a little bit of a split there. Fresh, dropping short of the bridge, maybe looking for a vehicle to regroup with the rest of the team. Hainan seems to maybe be a little bit heavily contested here. Exquisite Décode UK like to drop there, but Xtreme Slayers seem to have their eyes set on it as well, or certainly somewhere nearby. I wonder if they're going to sail a little bit further south. Heavy northeast circle shift.
Yeah, it's very, very heavy up towards the north side. So this is a little bit different to what we're maybe used to here, John. Which I'm not unhappy with. Not up towards that southwest island, also the northwest island. Also, up towards this side, it gives a little bit more room for opportunities, especially towards you boys for Romanian Boys. They're very happy with this, and they've had some really good central positions all today. And they take up these very, very high priority spots around the map, including Paradise Resort. But we already got super young roster and Unicorns of Love. Seems to be always these two having a struggle. I think Fresh has dropped quite far away from his teammates, and now he's got to work some magic.
I'm not entirely sure why he went for this far of a drop, right? It felt like he should have known that there were players here. He should know that there's things going on. He's running around desperately trying to find a better gun than the pistol, but this guy is moving well right now. Unfortunately, there's only so far you can go. before the guns find you. Look at that, geared up to the teeth. There's really not much you can do. I mean, it felt like Fresh that he should have known there's players here. He should have seen parachutes from Super Young roster. Dropped short, didn't drop with the rest of the team. Unicorns are lovely as a player.
You know, it could be a problem that he had with his parachute, perhaps. But you know, whatever happens, you know, we'll give it the benefit of the doubt. But realistically, if that was intentional, I don't really agree with that play whatsoever. I think Unicorns of Love had a lot of time to figure out the Super Young roster and play on this side, and he don't particularly think that scouting mission from Fresh was all that good. You know, there's not a huge amount of loot down here, but there's enough compounds to go around, but perhaps Fresh wanted to get some early information, didn't expect Super Young roster to do such a massive split out towards Ruins. You know, that's the only thing I can think about. Unfortunately, it would be Super Young rosters inviting a friend from Unicorns of Love to join them in Ruins for just a little while, but you can also invite your friends to win some gacha on October 27th running through with that 2021 special crate box. You know, jump into your esports tab, check it out, see what you got for yourself. Maybe you can win yourself a beautiful little PMPL outfit.
Pog Champ. Fantastic stuff coming through. Xtreme Slayers all the way down south over right on the south coast there. And Charlie, they're home right now. We'll have to cross, we'll have to go up further north. And a real rush on proceedings for any of those players.
Oh yeah, a real rush on proceedings. You know, I think that for these guys, not the worst thing in the world for a lot of them, because they can move through and flow up towards the northwest side, northeast side fairly easily. I think for Eastern Stars, you know, dropping on that northwest island and moving across to boot camp, I think they've locked down a lot of these rotations where people are playing. You know, they know the Super Young roster aren't going to really invade too far over towards this location, John.
Will be trying to guard out. I mean, I feel like that's kind of the name of the game, is holding these positions that you have on Sanhok, more so than maybe on a lot of other maps. A lot of other maps you're trying to leave these paths open, but on Sanhok you move so frequently that it is a case of just moving in a formation that allows you to just hold pretty much wherever you are effectively. It's always important to be secure on the move, whereas in other maps you normally have move phases where it's a little bit more helter-skelter. On Sanhok, it is a case of constant vigilance, as Mad Eye Moody would say.
Yeah, you need to have one eye open and the other eye somewhere else in particular. Maybe in the back of your head. You need to be able to make sure that you can see all at all times. Be like me, all seeing, but not all commanding. You know, this is psychic blank today coming in.
I mean, we do have the map of the lobby, so I feel like we are all seeing.
Tell them that. Don't tell them that.
I can see.
Not that.
I can see all of the players.
No, you're revealing my secrets.
Yeah.
You're revealing that my secret magic ball that I have in front of me is in fact just Internet Explorer, and I use it to search questions.
You use Internet Explorer? Okay. We need to have a talk after this.
Oh no, it's less suspicious.
That is the most suspicious thing you've ever said to me, Blank.
No one uses it. No one would recognize it, you know?
Why would you?
Because no one would recognize it. They won't question me. They'd be like, oh, that's a weird crystal ball he's got.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Looks a bit odd. Yeah. Nothing too suspicious there.
Yeah. But it turns out it's just software from the 90s. Okay, fair enough.
Exactly. There you go.
I mean,
it's a perfect plan.
I mean, that was always the random, like, the bot commands in chat, where it's like an 8-ball. That was always what people would do on IRC channels, and that would be like one of the basic ones that people would do.
But that's just me. Yeah. Like, if you ask for a yes or no question, I'm not even going to answer that myself. I'm going to leave that up to an app.
True. It's true.
Yeah.
Or a widget. Or a widget, as they used to be called. Oh, those are the days.
The days. Good days. Good days. Happy days over for TSC, though, currently. They're just rotating through past barn in the vehicle. Nothing too much going for them at the moment, though. They might come into contact, at some point, but for the time being, they're fine. Game Lord, on the other hand, you know, these guys always strike out towards the backside of Paradise Resort on that north edge. I think for them, like, you know, a lot of times they do get a lot of control, but they haven't tried to wrestle Paradise Resort off for Romanian Boys at the moment. They're kind of like seagulls, I'd say. The seagulls of Paradise Resort. They drop around the backside, you know, see what scraps they can pick up, and then just loiter. That seems to be the aim of the game, and then move from there.
Plenty of chips.
Plenty of chips. Paradise Resort. That's why they call it Paradise.
That's true. What would be the meal that you serve at Paradise Resort? What would be like the welcoming feast? Welcome everyone to Paradise Resort. What do you serve?
Do I have to list like several dishes?
Just one. The main one.
Probably a Rogan Josh actually.
Ooh, chicken.
I'd make a mean Rogan Josh.
Yeah. Okay. Get that chicken dinner out. Get the chicken Rogan Josh.
Oh well, exactly. It'll be a chicken Rogan Josh.
Love it.
You know, whole tomatoes, whole onions. Let that simmer down. Good stuff.
Like whole onion, like a whole, not even chopped at all. Skin on.
You just
onion.
Wedges. You wedge it.
Right. Okay.
Wedge it in there.
End-to-end.
Yeah, and then you blister it in the oven.
Ooh.
Stop it. I'm going to make it tonight now.
Ooh, fantastic. So invite me around. I'll be over in a few. But we're going to be
Gotcha.
looking for these teams to cook themselves up their own chicken dinner, whether or not it's a Rogan Josh. At the moment, Xtreme Slayers had a little bit of a tough time last time around. They're on the south side right now. They've had a pretty decent day, though, overall. It has to be said. They've put up plenty of points. They are sat, I think, at this point in 6th place, with none of the points from this game being added on in, which is pretty good. That is pretty good, but they do obviously want to be climbing as high as possible to get into one of those qualification spots.
Yeah, I think that what's most interesting for me at the moment, though, is first and third place is split by 4 points. You can see it right there on your screen there. 73 to 69 for Romanian Boys, and Game Lord lagging behind at 55 points. So, geez Louise, you know, Vodafone Giants, Nexus, for Romanian Boys, all really striking out towards the top of the leaderboard. Now, go on.
I was just going to say, do you remember the last time we had a Northern Shift on the circle and Unicorns of Love stayed out in the blue and then they just died really early on?
Oh, yes. You know, they actually put a funny clip of them on Instagram.
So that's happening again. Right now.
In the finals. We'll see what happens with the party bus. You know, I don't know. I will talk about it later.
After this fight. After this fight, because at the moment Xtreme Slayers are caught between Team Doom and Exquisite Décode UK are caught between Team Doom and Xtreme Slayers, whilst trying to push out from the blue on the eastern side of Quarry. This is difficult terrain. This is a very difficult push, and the fact that there's a team behind you means that it's almost impossible here. So getting through, even as one player, would be a success in this situation for Exquisite Décode UK. Ideally, they wouldn't have been put in this situation, but here they find themselves, and now they need to worry.
Yeah, they absolutely do need to worry. I think for Exquisite Décode UK as well, specifically just talking points as well, John, like they're sat down towards 5th place at the moment with 49 points. Like, this is a good position to be chasing from-ish. But if you want to be getting towards the top spots, like right now is not the time to fall behind, because if Vodafone Giants, for Romanian Boys, you know, if any of these teams get a big game right now, even Nexus, like it's going to be hard to catch up to one of these teams, especially with them all like flying towards the top of the tables today.
On the western coast of this main island as well, you've got Eastern Stars and Super Young roster in a pretty close situation at the moment. Super Young roster sort of splitting Eastern Stars a little bit in the hills to the north of Boot Camp. Vodafone Giants looking to push through TSC as well. Super Young roster continue to take this fight. Eastern Stars seem to have that off angle over on the other side of this island. Neither of these two teams really wants to go super fast here, but I mean, you could see the kill feed starting to light up there. Super Young roster and Eastern Stars really going at it at the moment. It's Eastern Stars coming out on top. Only result in 6 still standing. The Vodafone Giants not pushing up and over just yet.
Not quite yet. I mean, they're still in the circle, right, John? So they don't really have to do too much. But like you said, that Super Young roster fight between them and Eastern Stars still breaking out on that western edge. But interested to see what happens over there. Again, Eastern Stars are one of the teams that would love to be towards the top of the table. I mean, they've proven that they can be up there before, so it's surprising. Again, you are down to 12 rounds after today. Just 2 days. Put up an insane performance.
A little bit of
right now, these teams towards the top.
Yeah, they need to be stepping on up. And I mean, Eastern Stars, this is a good way to start. You can see they're picking up some of those kills over towards the boot camp compounds. Vodafone Giants, though, looking to smoke on out. Tony suppressing, looks to stop people moving up the stairs. Tam Tam behind the rock as well. Pocus makes it. Makes the break for the lookout. The shot's just fairly quiet here.
Yeah, I think for these teams, they're not really trying to do too much at the moment. With Nano being down there, you know, Vodafone Giants, they would love to pick them back up again. Sebi is just playing scout and guard, doesn't quite see the player, immediately takes shots backwards, but this will open up the awareness for Vodafone Giants now. TSC immediately have to switch positions. They're worried about that third party coming through. They jump down the hillside. With only 3 players, they're worried about taking this fight any further.
Not only that, they've got to get to this next circle as well, so they want to make sure that they aren't locked into the fight. Take a back seat and watch for any escapees. Try and trap the rats. They flee the sinking ship. Certainly try to, but at their back as well. You've still got plenty of teams looking to come through. Unicorns of Love are still in Sami. They haven't left yet. It's phase 3. They're still there.
I don't understand.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk
It's different, and I don't understand it, and that means I don't like it. Eastern Stars still taking this fight with Super Young roster. 2 players alive for Super Young roster. They were able to get a knock over towards Kapahala, who is downed. Heals can come through, and Sick now moving on the outside. A good nade could be devastating for the Eastern Stars position. Sends it on in back behind the packages. And it isn't going to find too much, although it does get the flush out on Kapahala. The Molotov to isolate the angle. Octavian, not sure if that was a smoke or if that was intentional. Bazzi goes down as well. Sick's doing work. Octavian finally stands tall, but another nade, and now it's a 1 versus 1. Eastern Stars had all the advantage in the world, but it's slipping through their fingers. Result looks to try and put a stop, a stationary halt onto the Eastern Stars, but not quite able to clutch it on out there. 2 players remain standing, but Eastern Stars need more than that to stay at the top of the tables.
I do, and if anyone was to make that happen for Super Young roster, it would be Result as well, so it's a little bit unfortunate that he goes down in that way. It was a nice beginning that fight from Super Young roster to isolate those angles like you mentioned, John, but not able to finish out in the end. Athis been able to pick up those kills. Realistically though, for Athis as well as Octavian, that's a pretty deadly combo of itself, so they could probably make it a little bit further. I think for Eastern Stars at this point in time, where you sat down towards, you know, 37 points, you're a little bit far behind those top scoring teams. This would be an ideal game to just kind of put up some general points. Like, you know, we're talking 5-8 points, just something to keep you in the running as we come into tomorrow.
Vodafone Giants went down to 2 on the Eastern pressure. Team Doom managed to get ahead of them now, and they're out in the blue, but Team Doom similarly positioned. Xtreme Slayers out even further as well. This Eastern side is a hot pot right now. It's all boiling. You can see there's so many teams, such close proximity, and it's a miracle, to be honest, that 4 Romanian Boys are still holding the whole of Paradise Resort.
So difficult to get into that position though. I mean, Game Lord know this firsthand. Is like, you try and move up past those rocky outposts. In 4 Romanian Boys, they spend the majority of the beginning of the game getting onto those rooftops around Paradise Resort so they can see out on all the angles, just use it to scout, set up those off angles afterwards, and then find those shots. Honestly though, this is probably the worst circle for them going forward as it heads all the way up towards the north side. Conqueror's quite happy with this one, and ChasMac Gaming ready to take control. You know, they had a great end to their Super Weekend last week, and honestly, it was a lot down to that patience and making it towards those end of the games, then cleaning them out finally. I want to see a little bit more of that coming through from them.
Breaking news, Unicorns of Love out of the blue now. Just sailing past Tap Mock and actually getting ahead of a lot of these teams into this next circle. They've got across the road, they've got into some position, and it's working currently. We'll see if it works out fully. Team Doom again taking a knock. Pocus low, needs to start to heal up. Can't really take any more damage here. Can't afford to. This Team Doom suffer pretty heavily. Exquisite Décode UK looking to move through the middle as well. On the roadside, and everybody's taking shots. The spray. Looking for the knocks, and they go up in flames yet again. And that's 2 kills found for Vodafone Giants. 3 kills on the game.
Yeah, I mean, if he flushes out, you know, 0 as well, very nice, good shots coming through from action, and Team Doom's kind of, you know, doomed themselves in a way. Vodafone Giants, Ulysses, all the way in the back. Don't know if he's got meds. Or, yeah, I reckon he's just medding up right now. That's boosters. He's guzzling at the moment.
Just trying to stay alive.
Take out someone.
Yeah, 11 first aids. So that they dropped all the meds over to Ulysses. And he's going to try and heal out in the blue. I mean, if he can get a flush, great. If he can pick off a player from Team Doom, even better. But he's looking to try and out-heal the blue here. Because there is a lot of teams ready and waiting to fall right now.
Could potentially get Pocus, but I very much doubt at this point in time. Nexus currently holding out the boys from Excuse Me down towards that southeast edge. To do too much. Again, another one of our big teams in the running so far.
Difficult territory. A lot of teams thinned. You can see the numbers there. 5 teams with 2 or less players. Or 6 teams with 2 or less players. 5 of them are out in the blue. Very, very difficult scenario for them. Now they have to crunch in past everyone who's already ahead. LMV shutting down the eastern edge. Xtreme Slayers have managed to get through with 3. Excuse me though, they're on the southeast side and they have to challenge for 4 Romanian Boys movement in the same direction, as well as Nexus Gaming right ahead.
Yeah, I think for Nexus Gaming, they have a really good spot, and they've slowly retreated into the circle, right, John? So it's not been a case of being caught out on that edge, as a lot of teams tend to do. I think Team Doom has definitely suffered that same fate versus the guys from Vodafone Giants. So this time, at least, you have a case where they've gone into the circle and can make something happen with it. I think that was Vodafone Giants been taken down by Xtreme Slayers themselves.
Yeah, Vodafone Giants 4 points on the game. Still 5 points on the game, sorry. A very good day for them so far. Should be pretty happy. Whether or not they'll keep that top spot for Nexus Gaming remains to be seen. I don't think they're going to be able to, though, here. With Nexus Gaming at full 4. Already taking shots over the 4 Romanian Boys. Looks pretty good for them right now. Game Lord as well, guarding out on that position on the west, but they do need to start to strike forward. Round the forward outpost for Nexus Gaming, giving them a foot in the door.
Yeah, I think for Conqueror as well, up towards the north side, like, they'd swung past Cow on a botation. It's worked out massively well for them, and they've taken a really big split on these compounds. So really good stuff. Now LMV is going to try and make their way in from the eastern side. You can see that right there. But at the moment, just so many teams dying towards this south side.
Unicorns of Love have managed to get a really good spot in a really good situation and move now into a really nice edge of their circle. Conqueror, sure, they have a dominant spot right now. We'll see if they're able to hold moving on forwards. Nexus Gaming, they lose a player at the back with both Vodafone Giants and 4 Romanian Boys going down early as well. This is their chance to open up a little bit of a point lead towards the top of the tables. If they can keep on going, if they can get more and more. 4 kills so far. And Rana makes it into the next circle. The shift goes over to the Unicorns of Love. Wow, look at that.
Just about, John.
What a shot. What a shot from across the way. Nexus Gaming.
It's a beautiful shot.
Staying alive. I felt like that might have been them, but the knocks were responded to very, very effectively. The smokes have bloomed and a nice position found. 5 teams remain. I believe we've got Game Lord healing out in the blue, as well as Eastern Stars, still with Athis somewhere. I'm not entirely sure where. I think that's going to be far out in the blue as well.
Yeah, I think for Athis, probably down towards boot camp at the moment. Had a few bodies to take down. Now, Nexus trying to make their way in, but Conquerors, like we said before, had something to do about it. I think for Reeves in particular, really nice play from him. Moved out of the compound, down towards this southeast side. Are really causing a lot of chaos for these teams, just purely because he was able to get that forward outpost and now taking down teams as they make their way in. Nexus are going to struggle as they do finally go down. And now it's just Narvalo off in the distance, Unicorns of Love, as well as 1 player from Game Lord and Eastern Stars.
Goodness me. Yeah, there's just 2 solo healers. This is the main fight, though. Unicorns of Love versus Conqueror. Bold decision to get in the buggy and go across the hillside there. Reposition coming through from Lin. But they get the presence in this next circle as well. They get the shift. Narvalo going low on the first aids as well, just getting those heals off. Lin does go down in the meantime, and Conqueror look to put their presence known on these hillsides. Eastern Stars still healing on out, Couple of first aids left. I saw there in the back pocket for Narvalo and Game Lord. In the meantime, it's Conqueror looking to get these ridgeline, and this is a really effective position. Rolkis needs to try and get some knocks here, needs to have some presence. One first aid, this is going to be the last one coming through. Narvalo already down, and Eastern Stars outlast it. Very, very nice stuff coming through. And Eastern Stars claim that third place, but the fight rages on in the circle.
And now we have full attention over towards these guys. Unicorns of Love versus Conquerors. Unicorns of Love played a similar type of position versus Excuse Me on Erangel, and they were outclassed and outmanned in that situation. So Unicorns of Love, if anyone can do it during this situation, it's them as they open up with a big nade. GK first once again. Big moves from him.
Following it up, but there's the off angle. There's a side position coming through from Conqueror. Needs to be dealt with. Reeves going very dangerously positioned there out wide. And another knock, another heap of damage from the nades. Pours over the ridgeline as the Unicorns of Love mount up to finish the day strong. Vito down, Reeves alone out in the grass. And the Unicorns of Love, they stay out in the blue for so long, but my God, they know when to strike. And they rampage across the hillside once more. It's the Unicorns of Love to put points up on the board.
And you boys can put on your party hats now, because that was one hell of a party bus rocking into that circle right at the end there. You know, get those 2 toots on board as well, because by God, that was a lovely game coming through from Unicorns of Love. I think it was difficult to say the least. And you know, I didn't want to talk about it because I wasn't sure if it was going to work or not. We saw how it went last time, which was not great. I think I said atrocious, but this time it was bloody amazing. Really, really good stuff, Unicorns of Love. Also, similarly, I think it was a bit of a weird game, really, John, overall, with a lot of the movements were made. Unicorns of Love even losing fresh early is such a strange one to me. I don't think Conquerors should have lost that, though. Unfortunately, you know, Unicorns of Love, they have GK first.
It's true. It's true. That's what I've heard anyway. They definitely do have GK first. I feel like obviously the main difference between what happened last time and what happened this time on these northern shifts is the Unicorns of Love went to the west on the route. They went up across that western island, swung through, went for the long rotation through the bridge, as opposed to joining that traffic jam on the eastern island, on that main area in the previous entry. And they would have joined that really difficult glut of teams over there. Instead, this time around, they were able to sail past everybody and just get right into a really neat little compound in a prime location there. So they actually got ahead of people by waiting behind. I mean, there is method to this madness, sure, but it is risky. It's a risk of a play, and they took that risk. It paid off this time.
Yeah, I think so, and I think it really does depend on you knowing the rotations like the back of your hand right at the end of the day, John. So it is a little bit rough, but you can do it. I think that, you know, going forward into these games, I'd like to see a little bit more from that from Unicorns of Love, but less on Erangel and less on Miramar. I don't think it works there. I think that, you know, out the entire league stage and now watching it here in finals, I think you have a very efficient case study and argument to say that it doesn't work. I think that, you know, there needs to be a reevaluation that's made here, maybe some changes at least. But I do think that, you know, so far it's still been a very, very, very weird little start to our finals, with some of the names that we never thought we'd see up here at the beginning being right at the top.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It is very much a different state of play in these finals compared to the league stages. I mean, Nexus Gaming, I believe off the end of that, they're going to be able to jump into that top spot at the end of day one. Vodafone Giants and 4 Romanian Boys going down a little bit earlier on. And what that's going to do as well is allow the gap that you were highlighting during that game as well to start to close. So you do have a little bit more of a continuous progression on those points, which gives some teams a little bit better of a chance to try and maybe jump on up a couple of places. And crucially, towards those qualification spots, right? That's what everybody is going to be playing for the European regionals.
I think exactly, the European regionals are such an important event for a lot of these teams as well, and those points in between, it is, although volatile is not a great sounding word when it comes to a leaderboard when you're a team, it actually works in your favor massively, because if you remain in contention, you know, within the running, like the baton's not too far to pass behind, you are in a position to overtake very, very quickly. And as long as you have that in mind, like, it could be last game of day 3. You could spike out and be taking home that first place. So as long as you are just not letting that front mover get too far ahead, you'll be just fine.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's difficult to catch some of these windy movers as they keep on going through the desert of these finals. But it is important to be able to have that opportunity, maybe even more so than staying consistent sometimes. Maybe you throw 1 or 2 games caution to the wind. I'm not entirely sure. We'll see what these strategies do develop as, but it has certainly been a crazy day. That was our last game for the day, so let's head on over to the analyst desk to take a look at the state of play. We'll see you in a few.
What an exciting game of PUBG Mobile, as we have Unicorns of Love finally take a victory and finally do a decent result here when it came to at least Sanhok. At least they got something under their belts to help salvage the first day of play. Tristan Kappen joined by Maxman and the Invisible Man, who will be back in just a few seconds to talk everything about this last game. But honestly, guys, as I guess we can hear Claris, maybe not see him, that was not really a deserved victory. Right?
Bring me this. I'm very, very happy. I'm very happy that Unicorns of Love got this game. I really am. But I'm also disgusted. But no, I'm maybe not quite that severe. But I will say that their rotation was late. They're still playing this kind of late game. Don't know what happened with Fresh. That's kind of an enigma in itself. But it's super. John already portrayed it. It's super risky, but I think more so it's a reckless gamble almost to be rotating that late. Obviously, you can't go through the mainland because everybody's going to be a barrier on the south. But likewise, when you're rotating through that west side, there is an expectation that maybe some teams are there as well on that entry point, and maybe you did get held out here. So Unicorns of Love, very blessed, very lucky. I'm glad you won, so you can keep my hopes alive of you winning this entire thing. That's great, but it's still a bit too risky for me, Jason. A bit too risky.
Yeah, but I think one thing we can agree on, though, they'll take any win they can get right now.
Currently, yeah.
Considering where they are in the standings. And I guess the up and downside of this is that Eastern Stars still held on. I think it was Athos hitting out the blue for what seems like forever, just to get them those 14 points, the extra placement points that help keep that gap, within arm's reach for Eastern Stars to overpass.
I mean, Eastern Stars took that big fight north of bootcamp in the warehouse position versus Super Young roster. That fight took ages. Octavian was nading himself. It was all over the place. It was an absolute fiesta. And Athos like, you know what? not going to rotate anymore. Just going to take here, pick up all the loot from my teammates to win down, pick up all the loot from Super Young Roster. I'm going to start healing. He was healing for, what was it, 10 minutes? More than 10 minutes. He was out there for a long time, so he definitely had quite a few first days to be able to survive. Eastern Stars created a small little lead in the PMGC points, at least started to reduce that gap, but that win alone allows Unicorns of Love to create a little bit more of a cushion into that first place, but it's still not big enough of a cushion. Tomorrow, or even day 3 of the finals, it will still be all over the place.
Speaking of big, only 4 points in this final round of the day. Exquisite Décode as well down there at 2 points. Super Young Roster with 3. We're unfortunately seeing a couple of teams who were towards the top, but look at Xtreme Slayers as well, starting to slip just a little bit. But I mean, that is only 1/3 of our games overall in the finals anyways. We do see here our top players on the last round. We have Clink up there, we have Jam up there, Shadowin as well. I almost wish healing was taken into account when it comes to our MVP, because I would assume Athos would be #1 with like 5,000 healing.
I mean, the funny thing is up until like top four teams alive, we barely even realized Athos was alive. We're like,
dude, even
where is he?
Pyramid's like, oh, this is really good out of Unicorns of Love, because they're gonna, lead up against Eastern Stars, and then you come in like 3 minutes later, like, wait, Eastern Stars are still alive.
Yeah. The thing is that you're that far away. He was in the warehouses north of boot camp. That is miles away from any action that is going on. So he must have had extreme amounts of meds to just be sat there and chilling. But I mean, that's Sanhok.
Well, he did have what, like 7 bodies to work with?
Yeah.
To
Yeah,
pick
yeah,
from?
yeah.
So
Just pick
maybe just kept
everything.
chaining it. Okay, well, I mean, still, well done either way to get them up there and again keep their hopes alive for getting towards PMGC, or more importantly over towards the European Regional Championship to get into PMGC. But let's do a quick little recap of today. Remember, we had 6 rounds played in total. We're doing 6 instead of 5 like we had in our super weekends, and give you guys an idea of who did win what. And Game Lord starting off strong, unfortunately couldn't get the the triple repeat back-to-back performance, but they get a win nonetheless in the first round of the day. And then we see a couple of names in there we didn't really expect, with Vodafone Giants, Nexus, maybe even Romanian Boys, because of the downward trend in their play over the last few weeks.
Yeah, not even talking about Romanian Boys win, which was a big win, by the way. 15 points for the chicken dinner plus the 15 kills that got on top of that. That's the first 30 points of the day. They've been really consistent throughout the entirety of today. You're seeing really good moves from Doran, who was doing good, and especially when you look at the Super Weekend, he was slowly rising up and being the new Redox, but Redox really coming back strong in these finals. I'm happy to see Romanian Boys play this well. It's just for these teams, I'm hoping this is not going to be a one-hit wonder scenario where day 2, day 3 of the finals, they're going to do poorly. They have improved, that's clear, but now the teams at the bottom are going to be a little bit more desperate, because they're like, well, we need to make it to the European Regional Championship. There's no reason for us to not make it. We did so good into the league stage, we need to catch up, and that level of competition is definitely going to hinder teams such as Vodafone Giants, Romanian Boys, Nexus. It is going to get a lot harder to play tomorrow and on the third day, I'm sure.
Yeah. All I'll say, Jason, is day 1 has been absolute chaos. It's been difficult to analyze because of just kind of the variance in which we've seen these teams approach things. It's also been difficult to break down exactly how the likes of Nexus have been able to get to some of these final positions and where they've been able to work things out. But I mean, hey, great for them. As I say, I would like to see maybe just kind of a bit more of a rise from our previous strong teams in the next day, which then will make the lobby amazing, because we've already had such a rise from the teams that we didn't expect.
Yeah, honestly, I look forward to that as well, because if it does happen, day 3 is going to be insane, where it's going to come down to, probably a tiebreaker at some point, definitely a couple of points here or there. But guys, I know we've had 6 rounds today, and I don't expect either of you to get this correctly, but I'm going to give you the opportunity to surprise us. Who is the MVP of the day?
I talked about consistency of Romanian Boys. I'm going to have to go with Redox. He was top above Do at some point. I think it might be between Do and Redox, but I'm going to go with Redox, yeah.
I was going to go Redux as well, but you know what? I'll pivot and I'll go Nexus, and I'll go Do.
Okay.
Well, I don't know what it is about today, but you two seem to have swapped luck. Let's take a look at our MVP, Redox.
I was
be
gonna...
the MVP of the day. Clarus, you should have trusted yourself, man.
I should have. I mean, he had big standout day, so it makes sense.
It's all over the place in the standings. It's all over the place in the prediction. Like, what's happening? It's Freaky Friday.
There's a coincidence here, Max, if you think about it, right? The top teams aren't performing today, and the bottom teams are. You would normally predict, or your prediction.
Am I a bottom
bad.
team? Am I? Oh, okay.
Really, yeah.
You're a bottom team.
I'm a bottom analyst. Okay, I get it. Fair enough.
Maybe the fact that like you both are like reversed your fortune it's allowed the teams to reverse their fortune.
I'll have to look into that a little bit more. But man, at the end of the day, it's been amazing to see that the bottom teams actually rising up and have a little bit of competition. And we mentioned at the start of the show, right, how every single team, even on the second page, had those one big impressive moments throughout the league stage, and that if they play at their peak level, they could contest with the top teams very easily. They're all just showcasing that is in fact a reality in which we are now in these finals, and that Romanian Boys started off strong, got a little bit weaker towards the end, but now they are back into their peak performances. Nexus Gaming, they had those changes where Dexter was not playing, Do stepped up, now you have Dexter and Do. It's an explosive cocktail that's been given to us today, and we'll have to see if it transfers to day 2 and day 3, but it's been definitely impressive, and I don't know what to expect for the next days.
One of those sprays were nutty. Very nice.
Yeah, the double D's doing work. Let's actually take a look at overall standings, get an idea who is in first place. Though I think, kind of expect it to be Nexus, if I'm not mistaken. But Vodafone Giants, they were sitting in first place until that final round, and we can see they've only fallen to second place. But Nexus to be the #1 team at the end of our first day of finals, I can tell you out there, I don't think any of us expected that.
Not at all. 50 placement points across 6 games, never mind the 32 kills that they've been able to put up here. This is a monumental step up from Nexus Gaming. I mean, hats off to them. They deserve a round of applause for this day's performance, and yeah, I can't fault it, Jason. It's been looking real good.
Yeah, they've been looking good for Romanian Boys. Game Lord, I mean, they kind of bounced back in that last game. Exquisite Décode had the one really good game of the day. But the important part is Eastern Stars ahead of Unicorns of Love. Now, albeit by 9 points, but that means they're 9 points closer to passing them in the race to PMGC, where one team, or the top team in points overall, will get themselves a slot directly into PMGC. So you don't need to play at the European regionals to qualify. You'll have that spot done, which makes you that much more threatening, I think, going into the next event if you do qualify. But let's take a look at our second page and see some other teams. Like, we don't have Big in the top 8, which is kind of a big standout, a team that had the MVP of the league play. Unfortunately, LMV not having a great day today when we've seen the impact they had in week 2. Conqueror as well, only really having that final round as a good result.
Yeah, and that's the surprising thing. All of these teams have potential. We already touched upon this, but as you said, Big is the very big outlier on this second page. We expected way better from them. 2 first games was 2 games where they got 0 points on both of those, so very unfortunate start. And they just have been losing players for reasons that really we shouldn't be seeing in the league stage, and even less now. And it's just all over the place. As you said, right, it's hard to put into words because it's been such a weird day to see the bottom teams doing so well, and the teams such as Big struggling to get himself into good positions. Unicorns of Love maybe trying to chase a circle and struggling to do so. It's weird to break down, and Kalash, you talked about it earlier, right? I think we're both gonna have to rewatch the entire day to actually know what the hell is going on, because this is very confusing.
I'm like, normally I'm keen on VOD review, but I'm very keen on this VOD review because I want to watch how the big teams went out some of these games, but I also want to see how the rotations have been and the circles, patterns in relation to some of the teams up at the very top. But this has been a very interesting day to go back and study based on the previous performances from this 16 teams.
I think the question tomorrow is going to be, was today just an outlier for some of these results? For Nexus doing well, for Vodafone Giants doing well, for Unicorns 11, Eastern Stars not really quite performing. But one thing I can tell you is we're going to take a look at our race to PMGC and see the point difference between our top 2 teams at the moment currently when it comes to points. And if anyone else is even remotely close to challenging the likes of that, which is going to be Game Lord, I can tell you pretty much not going to have a chance to challenge this one, but it's only, what, 18-point difference?
Yeah, it's really close, but it just goes down to 1 game difference between these 2 teams. Eastern Stars gets up a really big chicken dinner there. Good question.
I wonder,
actually.
That would be insane to have 2 seasons of PMPL and both teams are tied.
Oh, I haven't looked into that, actually. I think it hasn't happened in any other region. I have not seen a tiebreaker. So if it does happen, I'll have to look into the rules. I'll try and get the info for tomorrow, but that is something to take into account, yeah.
I mean, I can understand why you wouldn't have that off the top of your head, because to consider the numbers that we're working with here, literally 4-digit numbers, to then get to a tiebreaker situation will be absolutely bizarre. But I think it's nice to see Eastern Stars kind of closing that gap a little bit. I still hold true, Jason, that Unicorns have are gonna win this week, this final. So maybe we won't have to get to that. But they looked disastrous today. Apart from that last game, which again I think is just a fortunate recovery. But they have to come back into day number 2 and 3 stronger. Have to.
I'm really scared, Bax, that if Unicorns of Love don't come out first, he's just gonna rip
explode.
and burn every pink shirt he owns.
Yeah. I don't even want to imagine what would happen, man. The universe will just implode on
He's
itself.
just gonna take and burn up. Like, come on.
Even Floof's little costume is not safe, Jason. You're correct.
Just anything pink in your house, you're just gonna like just throw away. But no, I mean they looked better towards the end of the day. I think that's something we can all agree on. And again, I feel like tomorrow they should be able to bounce back, but I wonder if the pressure will potentially get to them. But either way, I mean Eastern Stars, like we haven't really seen them come out in full force yet either.
Yeah, they had a good start. The first game, of course, they were a little bit pressured into that field finish. They were all behind that container, and you had Spicy, Akashi, they were just nading, mollying, doing everything to make sure Eastern Stars could not get in that position. But yeah, it's been a little bit rough for them. They were gate-kept a lot of the time. They were trying to get through and squeeze through pretty hard positions on the circle, and they just get taken down towards the mid-game most of the time. So I think it's down to rotation and how they approach these circles. Of course, we have the scrims and the tournaments that have been happening in the background, so maybe teams have been changing how they play the early game, and Eastern Star's been struggling to keep up. So hopefully we're going to have a little bit more research done by them heading into tomorrow to try and make sure they can iron out those few little mistakes.
And also, I think some of the fights that they got into in the early stages of these games, they didn't quite look as formidable going up against some of these teams as they usually do. And that comes back to what we said at the beginning of the day, where you're saying, you know, Kapahala, where's he been in terms of that warlord status? The rest of this lobby has caught up in terms of that skill cap and skill difference between these. So that's why those fights might not look always Eastern Stars favored.
All right, well, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure being here with you guys as well as the casters for our first day of the finals. But unfortunately, before we can get to tomorrow, we do have to end off today. So you guys at home, remember, we have another day. We have 2 days actually in a row coming up with 6 rounds a day to be played until we do have our victor, until we do have our teams that are representing us, in the European Regional Championship. But that's going to have to wait for now because we're going to go ahead and catch some sleep. You guys at home should be doing as well, if you're not playing PUBG Mobile, that is. And we'll see you guys tomorrow at the exact same time for some more PUBG Mobile action.